Now I got to remember to hit this button over here
Yeah, you
just
got to
as
do it
soon as she
twice.
goes. Hey, everybody, how's it going over there? Boy, it looks like we got about a full house going. Got to watch this. Mute that sucker. There we go. If any of you have ever gone live before, if you got two screens open, I got one open over here so I can watch the chat. I got to catch that right as it goes, and there's like a little delay, or you get an echo. Anyway, hey, how's it going, everybody? Oh, it's great to see y'all. Dean, Tim, Perpetual Projects, Landon. I had a little surprise I seen when I pulled into the driveway.
I just watched that.
Maybe we'll do a Tag a Mercury campaign coming here real soon. You gave me a good idea for some videos on that one. Then of course, we got Dean, Rich, GT 3500R, Tim, Windsor there again, Buff. Hey, how's it going, man? Irish, great to see you. And I should be going out to Waltz tomorrow. We had a great big car show go on in Rigby, Idaho, celebrating Farnsworth Days. The guy that invented the TV, he actually invented it in Rigby, Idaho. And they have a big car show. They close the streets down. They have drag racing in the streets. It was a heck of a good day. Anyway, everybody else, I don't want to miss you, but welcome in. And as always, I got the link up above here in the chat. If anybody wants to join in, go ahead and hop on in. And we've already got Buck in the house here. And we were talking a little bit backstage here about a few things. Hey, Buck, do you want to go ahead and expand on some of that and go,
Well, you're going to put me on the spot. I forgot what we were talking
about. Gotcha.
No, we were talking about premieres. And then the shorts. We started out with the premieres, and then we went to the shorts. And then I was telling you, I was doing a short a day, and they've been doing pretty good for me. And then sometimes I do a little bit more.
And like I was telling Buck, that's what launched me. The sub counts you're seeing on mine right now, the majority of them are coming off of shorts because YouTube wants TikTok's and Facebook's business. So they're pushing on the shorts right now. And as soon as I added descriptions, all of Buzz's advice, I applied that to my shorts. It took about a month, but then boom, YouTube grabbed a hold of them, and that's where a lot of my subs that you're seeing going so fast have come from.
Well, now I remember. I was telling you I was watching a video the other day, and the guy was mentioning how YouTube is really pushing the shorts right now, and he says, "Get on the short bandwagon now, before it goes away, before they stop pushing it the way they're pushing it." So that made me think, well, maybe I ought to put more shorts out than one a day.
Especially if you can find a evergreen one. Little simple stuff that we take for granted that you can do in a minute, because it's freaking hard to find something you can do in a minute on a car. Yeah. Something simple like taking snap rings out of a driveline. I got 235 subs off of that. Just taking snap rings out of to replace U-joints. Stupid, weird stuff like that we take for granted just explodes, and it keeps coming back.
Well, how did you title that one?
I think that's exactly how I titled it. I'd have to go back and look.
Okay. I was just curious.
I was going to try to do some of that screen share stuff, but my computer's too slow. Every time I do a screen share, it locks it
down. I could probably share it, but anyway, I've been messing around with the titles too. As far as I just had a drag racing little short, like 12 seconds or something, or 20. I forget what it was, but I put Chevy versus Chevy. I had like 14 views, right? So I went in and I changed it to Camaro versus Chevette, which is what it was.
Uh-huh.
But I was lazy at the time, and I just thought, we'll just put Chevy versus Chevy. I think it's up to like 600 now.
Another thing, I don't know if this is just coincidence or what, but when I change my titles, I make them private first. And then I go in and I edit it, because usually it takes me about a half hour or so, or an hour to get it edited. And then I'll let it ride for a little bit, maybe have a cup of coffee, and I'll come back and publish it again. Just change it, from unlisted to published. And I think YouTube kind of thinks it's a new video in a way.
They might push it again. Huh.
It could be total coincidence, though. I don't know.
Yeah, because yesterday I put my video out at 12:30 instead of 10:30, like I always do, and it seemed like it went flat. And I remember you saying that once you change your time or something, it's like you got to start all over again or something. I'm like, why'd you do that? BareRose told you.
I picked that one up from Uncle Tony. That's actually Uncle Tony's advice.
Yeah,
and it works. I think your audience, the people that really watch you, anticipate, and they kind of get a feel for what time you're going to be hitting you.
Yeah, well, I should have wrote
that. It's all a crapshoot.
Yeah, I did write that down, and I forgot this. I forgot to say that the other day or yesterday. Oh, here it is. Here, I forgot all about it on my live. But anyway, I'll tell it now because most of the people here anyway. How many are watching? 20. YouTube is not trying to find an audience for the video you just uploaded. YouTube is trying to find a video for the audience that they have. And I thought that was a really good statement on how YouTube is, because it's true. YouTube's not looking for the audience, the video that for somebody putting a bumper sticker on his car. They're looking for people that are looking for bumper stickers.
Yep.
So that's what they're going to promote.
Does it seem like people that are subbing from shorts are watching the long form too? That's the comments. Like I was saying, I was grabbing a lot. I'll give you a prime example. I got one going viral right now, and it is the dumbest video I have ever done. It's me spraying Easy Off on an engine. That's it.
Yeah,
I get a million comments on that. I don't get the subs right away, but I get a million comments, and some of them are kind of brutal. I've been threatened on that one. I mean, the trolls come out of the woodwork, but I comment to everyone. I answer every one of the comments, and if I answer the comment, they come and then they sub me. So it's a lot of keyboard time, but even the trolls, you kind of want them. Because every time they comment on it, YouTube pushes it again. And if you're getting a lot of comments, it pushes me more, so it'll snowball. But, and again, back to this, everyone in my comments in that stupid video, because I got a long video on it, on how I actually degreased it.
Right, I remember that.
And I put that in there. Check my channel. I tried doing link in it, but that didn't work. I just say, check my channel. The video's up on my channel. I did it a long time ago, so you're going to have to dig for it. I didn't give them the shortcut to it. So now I'm seeing them go through my channel, and they're picking up. A lot of times they're not grabbing the video that they were, originally commenting on, but then they see all of the better stuff that I've done, because that was clear back in March.
So you put all that stuff in your description of the short?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm treating shorts just like a video now.
Okay.
Everything I line up in there is The only thing different is a lot of times I'll leave the hashtag in the title in a short. And for me, that's, uh, who was it? Blake, I think, and Buzz both said, don't put those in your titles, your hashtags. Drop them down inside your description, because if you put it in your description, it'll automatically put it in your title.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Up above, you'll have the little blue,
Yeah, yeah.
so you're
I didn't
getting
know
it
that.
anyway. And your title, you're only allowed, what, 100
100,
characters or
100
something like
characters.
that?
Yeah. Yep.
That's prime real estate for all the, that's the first thing that YouTube looks for. So as many good, solid words you can put in there will launch you.
Right.
Anyway, I hope that answered your question there, Perpetual.
There's Leighton. What the buck is going on? Did you see my video today of the stickers? Oh, you were at a car show. I'll let you watch it later. I think
You're giving away, Landon. I'm going to roll with that. And this is something else too, stuff like that. You're picking up off of other people's videos, like Landon just did to me. He tagged my Mercury. That's perfect setups for more videos to come. You start thinking in ways like that and stuff. And
yeah. Tony was just doing. Uncle Tony was just doing that over at Kiwis, putting stickers on all his cars. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Every time
the master beat me.
Tony says, "I need to promote my channel." It was funny.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, Buffs is back.
Yeah, shorts you got to kind of think about different, Perpetual. Honestly, I hate them. I hate doing shorts because I do all my filming on a camcorder, and for a short, I got to pull my phone out and I got to, and I'm concentrating. Okay, it can only be a minute long because I can't edit on a phone, and and I don't know. They're tough.
Well, I'm getting better at it, but it's still a lot of work for the description, right? Or the title. You got to do a title, and then you got to do a description, and then it's only 8 seconds long. Well, I do some shorts, but did you see the one JB had? They told me I should do a short. Well, this one's short. See ya. I laughed. Oh my God, that was funny. Yeah, if
and
you get
funny
over on
stuff
his channel, if you go on over his channel, I think he's called it's a short. It's the title. It's a short. Yeah. Oh God. He's a funny dude.
Yeah, shorts. All of the hashtag stuff. No Name Nationals will get you really good for everybody that's paying attention to the No Name Nationals page. You can mix it up with other things too, and be really careful too. This is golden advice I got from Buzz. Make sure that if you put something in your title or you hashtag something as what it is, make sure it is what it is. If you're putting a radiator in a car, make sure you don't have exhaust manifold in there, because you'll piss people off and then they unsub you, or they won't sub you and they won't come back. So if it's No Name Nationals, make sure it's No Name Nationals, something to do with it, even if it's vague in there. Make sure that there's something in there for that. But, cool. We got some more people coming in.
There's Travis, but Perpetual Project just says,
oh, God.
It's great for editing short videos.
Everybody prepare yourself.
Oh, my God.
BareRose got
2,000. That's 2,000 hours.
Oh, Lord.
Oh Lord.
Oh, 2,000 subs.
Uh,
I think he gave him
thanks,
a heart
John.
attack, BareRose. Yeah. He just can't believe it. There's Leighton. Hey, Leighton.
Hey, Leighton, how's it going?
What the buck is going on, Leighton?
Yes, sir. Come on, guys. Is that the new catchphrase now? What the buck is going?
Yeah, I get that from Leighton all the time. Yeah. Yeah.
Every time I see Buck, I say, "What the buck?" or "What
Yeah.
the buck is going on?"
And Nolan wants to know if it's 2,000 days left in No Name Nationals. He should
Hey,
make
I'll
it.
go with that.
I kind of wish there was 2,000 days so I can be more prepared. But then again, I'm ready for it to be here.
It won't. There's John.
If I
What's up,
knew there
John?
was 2,000 days left, I would procrastinate 999 of them.
Me too.
Congratulations, BareRose.
Thanks.
Back
Thanks a million. And to all of you. I mean, I am every day I'm just still blown away with all this stuff.
I can't believe you just exploded like that, all just out of the blue.
It shocked me.
I mean, because
And
you went
I'll
up
tell you-
a good 1,000 in what, a week and a half?
Yeah. It's all a big snowball off of, like I told everybody, you know, it's Buzz's advice. It's Blake's advice that's doing it. I'm just sticking it to it. Oh, and Travis, I am starting yours now. We talked about with the Facebook. I'm throwing my
Okay.
shorts out double time now. I'll put a short out for YouTube, and then I'll go over on Facebook and throw the short out on Facebook. And now I'm, totally straight to Facebook instead of sharing it direct. So
Right.
Facebook kind of gives it some love, and then I'll title it different and say, hey, check out Barrel's Garage at YouTube, blah, blah, all that.
Right.
That's working. I'm noticing some.
Well, I haven't been doing that with the shorts, but I've been making like previews and posting those. And it doesn't seem like it's giving me a whole lot of traction. So maybe I should start doing the, what does Facebook call it? Reels or whatever.
Right.
And doing them both, like that. Doing the short to YouTube and then basically doing the short to Facebook. With a, go check out my channel. Maybe I need to try that. Because I'm professionally stuck under 1,000. As you can see in there.
You're going to get there. You'll have some short of going to a taco stand or something that'll just start trending one day, and you'll click and have 1,300. Where did they come from? It'll be some ridiculous video that you did 3 years ago that just took off. That stuff happens sometimes.
Yep.
Well, like I told Buck the other day, I think about I'm just going to do a short of my bug zapper outside because the thing never shuts up. Do a short of that, and that'll go viral.
Well, that's like a weed eater trimmer, a push style weed trimmer I bought or got out of a scrap pile. I did a very short. I said, hey, I got this out of a scrap pile. I'm going to see if I can get it to run sometime. In like a week, it had 2,500 views. I was like, that's the most views I've ever had on my channel. And it's over a stupid push style weed trimmer.
And it's a good one because it roundabout relates with what you do anyway.
Yeah.
It's not something left field that you probably won't be involved with again. That's kind of evergreen, man.
Yeah. Well, it's like last night I went to the George Rice drag strip. Got a bunch of videos, but I posted 3 today, I think, in my shorts. But I'm going to save the rest of it throughout the week and post like 1 a day or something. Just so I'm not loading 15, 20 videos up all in one day. And it just
Try to spread it out.
Yeah, schedule them.
Spread out.
That works. That works great, scheduling them.
Yeah, I did a bunch there for a little while I was out of town. Some of my old videos, and they got some traction.
I mean, back in the beginning when John first announced this, you guys seen I was doing a video every day. They were only coming out every day. Those were all shot in one day.
You were one of the first. You were one of the very first people making content for this. I mean, probably the first 5 videos, I'm sure one of them, at least one was a BareRose video. I'd have to go back and look, but I think that's probably pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, the first video was Dallas and I, and that was January 11th. And so whoever has, whatever time of day that was at 8 p.m. Eastern. So you probably had a video out on the 12th. I wouldn't be surprised.
It was either 12th or the 13th. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the morning after your live when
that was the 12th,
when you guys live. Yeah.
I think yours was the first one I ever watched. But there could have been some others on the same day, but that was the first to say, wow, we got some response, Dallas. Check this out. BareRose out there dragging around stuff in the snow. So I said, yeah, we got some hardcore people, and then Mike and others. But I remember you were one of the very first to answer the call.
I just thought about it. You said snow. I've got a video I'm going to load up tonight of me doing something really stupid that involves a side-by-side, a hood, and a hill of snow.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Dallas and I were watching BareRose's first video, and I remember saying, "There's a Ford under there." Dallas was like, "Take his word for it." He's a Ford in that pile of snow.
We don't ever get snow like we did this past year, so we took full advantage of it. I almost went downhill into a river, but luckily I caught a tree to the shoulder and the head. I had my helmet on, but it was fun. I'm gonna post the videos sometime tonight. They're gonna be funny.
Sweet. They could be the ones that launch you, man.
Yeah.
I know Dallas watching you push that car in with a tractor in the middle of the winter into that cold garage. Right then, Dallas said, BareRose is going to make it. That was the thing, right? He said, BareRose is going to make it. He said, because if he's doing this right now, imagine how much better he's going to be doing after getting experience and better weather. And this thing starts rolling. So right there, Dallas had faith in you from real early. I think the tractor video is your 4th video. Something in your series.
So. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
when I finally got the dang thing in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember a lot of the earliest videos you guys have done. And you sit and think about it, and especially if you go back and watch them, how far everybody's come.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's unreal.
I'm surprised what I've got. I've got 125 subs. I hit 10,000 views the other day, and I was excited. My wife's like, "What are you so excited for?" I said, "I got 10,000 views on my YouTube channel." That's
cool. That's cool.
Isn't it cool too when you hit those small goals, and it just keeps the fire going, and you just look at this, check this out.
Just my part, Joe and I were talking a couple of days ago about the No Name 500 guys. Says, man, these guys have all gotten so much more comfortable being on camera, all of them. And then we were talking about some of the stuff we did a few years ago, thinking we would watch some of these real old stuff and go, my gosh, man. But everybody does that, and good videos can only follow bad videos.
Yep.
You can't start out being good at it, but we were talking about that yesterday. I mean, it is so cool to watch all of these guys who might have decades of talent, but now they're really honing it and for viewers and be able to share. And it's really cool to watch.
The one that shocked me the most, though, was Jeff at Two Hacks Garage.
Oh, yeah.
His first video, like you said, he's dead fish. This is what I'm doing. Okay. And then his very next video, he was like, he'd been doing this for 10 years.
Well, it's because he comes out of the music scene. But see, he comes out of the music scene. He was already comfortable performing and camera and all that stuff. He just had to put it all together. He's in a little bit different situation.
Well, Jeff's a little different anyway.
Yes, he is.
Hey,
He's an
the
awesome
wrench.
dude.
The
You
wrench.
know, I really thought that Jeff would be the first one to hit 2K.
Me too.
I really did.
He will. He's not far. Well, I'll tell you, I was looking at it today because Ken asked me. Let me find, because I just did this.
Hey,
Ken's
BareRose, put
gonna
the wrench question up there.
Yeah, I was just looking for him.
Frankenstein C20 had 1,600, and he actually pulled the plug on his channel. He said he had some health reasons. He wasn't going to be able to get his car done, but he still wants to be there. And then, let's see, there were 2 other channels, Rabbit Transit Garage and White Trash Motorsports. Both of those are closing in on 2,000. So you were the first to hit 2,000 other than Daddy's Money Garage. They did officially get in there, but they're in a category of their own.
Right.
So you were the first other than them to hit 2,000, and Rapid Transit and White Trash Motorsports are right behind them 2 hacks.
But the wrench, when I do a hashtag, I usually put the hashtag and then say like camshaft or whatever, and then it'll give you a list of how many videos there are of that hashtag. And then I always try to pick the hashtag with the most amount of videos.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's how I roll.
And if it has nothing, it means you're starting one. So
I'm about to go out to the shop and do some work, but I will tune back in and be listening.
Sure.
He's going to post a
All
video.
right, Layden.
Hey, Wrench.
Hey, Layden, before you run off, he's gone already, but I was going to tell him him, and Big Block all need to hook up because we're all close before the No Name Nationals.
Hey, Wrench, when you do them all one word like that, they don't do anything, because now it's all looking for one word spelled, all of that. So you would want to do individuals.
And try to, just like Buck said, you're looking for what a hashtag kind of is that I'm kind of getting is a whole group of videos that kind of hashtag it to that, so you can look through it. Like, what is it that you're putting in the camshaft fuel pump? If it's hard to read like that, nobody's gonna.
No,
they're gonna click right past that.
Well, the machine doesn't know what to do with that either. YouTube doesn't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
but
you'll
they'll
have
know
a
what to do with
hashtag
camshaft or fuel pump or push rod. It'll put it all in that same category.
Yeah.
If you broke that up.
The reason that people combine words, like, for example, when I look up unfinished project, he is very hard to find on a word search because YouTube is looking for the words unfinished and project. But when I look for Buck Does It, Buck was really hard to find when his was separated into 3 words. Buck Does It. But when Buck combined them all and used capitals and stylized, now it's like one really unique word, and he pops right up to the top. So there are times to combine your, like BareRose Garage. If you notice, you look closely, BareRose is one word, but it's a pretty unique word, and that makes him easy to find. It's kind of like a way of doing intellectual property uniqueness within YouTube.
And when I do my hashtags, like I was saying, I drop them into the description. Don't put them up in the titles. That looks like clickbait, or looks like you're trying to sell somebody something.
It looks like a bot's doing it or something.
Yeah, exactly. But if I put it down in my description, like No Name Nationals, it'll be capital N-O, capital on the next word, but it's one word, just like my name, BareRose Garage. So when the human looks at it, it looks like, oh, okay, it's No Name Nationals, not one word,
But because everybody's been combining that one, it becomes a unique. It's 3 words, but it's one term. And because everybody's using it that way, now there's over 3,200 videos tagged
Something like that,
No Name Nationals. If you had it as individual words, it'd be scattered everywhere, and it wouldn't have the effect that it does. So it takes everybody doing the input right to make the output work. Yeah, BareRose is spot on. I mean, he's spot on. There's a reason he has 2,000, and it's not luck. It's because he's been doing all these things right, and then just had something hit, from spring. But he's been doing all these things right all this time, and now it's paying off.
Yeah, but he also had everything right before he got the springboard.
Oh, of course. That's what you got to do. Yeah.
So when you get the springboard and you have all the other videos are already titled good and described good and everything. So that had to help too, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. Because all that stuff's out there. And once all you get views off of one thing, now people go back and look at your older stuff too.
Yeah, real quick. Wrench, yeah, that's the way you want to tag it.
Yeah.
Just like that with no question mark. But yes, exactly like that.
Because now when I'm just glancing through and I read it as no name nationals. If it's all one word, it looks like, just like John said, it looks like a bot did it. It looks like something, if I click that, I'm going to get a virus. You know, if it's all just smushed together.
That's a term though. See what you've got there. It's 3 words, but it's one term, and it works because everybody's doing it that way. That's the thing. I see hashtag. I saw on a video a hashtag NNN. Well, if you go there, it has nothing to do with this event. It's some other complete. I've seen no name national without the S. Again, it's like an email address. You can't get it almost right. It's got to be exact to work.
Yeah.
But over 32 people have gotten it exactly. And I'm surprised. I didn't think that. I really thought we'd have a bigger thing with that. But no, everybody seemed to just jump right on that and get it right. I'm surprised, pleasantly surprised.
Nolan, you're the same way. And that's the evergreen that Buzz talks about. Because if you can teach somebody in a video, even if it's something stupid, something silly, that's the one that's always going to be watched over and over again until the end of time.
Hey, perpetual projects. That browser, if I do a search, so if you don't want to do like recently searched terms, but if I go do it on a clean browser, like you said, one that doesn't have anything saved, No Name Nationals pops up number 8 under NON. So that's a really big deal. Like we're right there with non-binary as a search tag. So we're number 8 in the world on YouTube on things that begin with the letters NON over everything that's non, or no with an N. That's a pretty big deal. That's a really high placement to get in the universe of things that start with the letters NON. I mean, in January, you had to type pretty much the whole thing in to get it to come up in a suggestion. And now the first 3 letters were number 8. That's the effect you guys are cumulatively having. That's why this hashtag works. That's how Jay put it on a video and it got him to write the right audiences. And then, everything else played into it. It works.
There's Mr. Will.
Hey,
Mr. Will.
Mr. Will.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
I see the unsubscribing's going well. You only need 128 more.
126 as of 2 minutes ago.
All right.
But who's counting?
I am. That's who's counting.
Yeah.
I'm counting every day.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
That's good.
I'm sure the Wrench already knows, but there's a content creator workshop tomorrow night, 6 to 8.
Yeah.
What's up, Mike?
There goes the neighborhood, huh?
Yeah, there goes the neighborhood.
And if anybody's wondering about the fuel relief program, it's this guy right here. If you're looking how to get a hold of him, well, the way I'm going to tell you how to do it is to watch his videos, because at the end of his videos, he gives you his email address.
Every time.
But
and it's also on my homepage.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Mike, you got a browser open?
Nope.
Or
I'm just
headphones?
StreamYard.
You have some headphones laying there, or earbuds?
Earbuds.
I don't have any. Let me go get some.
Everything okay?
There's some laying there that's creating an echo.
Yeah, somebody got it.
Yeah, Kiwi had.
Yeah, we're getting some back feed somewhere.
Kiwi had something like that going.
that why you sent me the email this morning, John?
But
Yeah,
BareRose,
because I'm sharing, because all of us that go live need to know it's like a new thing that's become a thing.
I don't get any feedback, but I got some talk back there.
you ain't gonna get fed if you keep talking that way.
Oh no, that's just my kid.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me try this.
That's all right,
Amen,
Wrench.
Wrench.
We're here to help.
Is that better?
Oh, we still got a.
No, it's something echoing.
But
Yeah.
BareRose, you can go in and mute each person to see which one it is.
It started when Mike rolled in, I think. Could have been Will, but I think it was Mike.
No, it's not Mike. I just unmute you. Make sure I don't delete you,
Right?
Mr. Will.
Is that the one?
Oh,
I think that's the one.
Is it
sounds
Will?
like it's Mr. Will.
It's Mr. Will. That's how I did it anyway.
What does it sound like?
We're getting a feedback from you.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
There. Sound check. Check 1. Check 2.
Check
This
two.
is good though. This helps us figure this out though.
Yeah.
Because it used to be the YouTube browser was like the Echo machine, and now I'm finding it's YouTube browsers, but it's also sometimes phones don't close out a browser when it's off the screen, and earbuds and headphones laying in proximity will do that. That's what happened with Buzz a few weeks ago. Buzz had this mystery echo he couldn't find, and his headphones were probably a few feet away. The thing would pick it up, and when he put them on, it went away.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many times I pulled my phone out of my pocket and YouTube's playing.
Yeah, yeah.
And the screen's dark.
BareRose, I made sure all the browsers are off. I don't have any earbuds on. Is it any better?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I don't hear any echo anymore.
there's still a slight one.
They can just be laying. They don't have to be on, but if they're laying around anywhere where they can pick up that sound, will cause that. It's a strange thing.
I actually resorted to my lapel mic.
Mm-hmm.
I put it on my little
Maybe.
portable tripod and stick it way over here now. Because when I have it pinned up here, it'll pick up the headphones.
My mic has 2 leads on it, so when I'm filming, I drop one in a bag to mute it out, so that I don't have a weird phantom, too close noise or something.
See, this is the good stuff.
It is. This is the only way to work on it.
Yeah.
Really, it is, because you can't do any testing unless you're broadcasting and have different people doing different things. So really, this is the only way to test the stuff. Is not only this, but broadcast.
You hear an echo now?
Let's see.
Is there enough?
Just slight.
I didn't hear any.
I thought I heard furniture flying over at Travis's whenever the camera was off, but I don't know.
Oh, sometimes there's some technical issues at my house, and I have to shut off the camera. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, I've never had that happen again.
Hey, Rich asked a question. I've been mentioning this. The Content Creator Workshop, especially for guys who've just joined the No Name 500 fairly recently, Buzz and Blake from Bad Tree Productions and I do a Content Creator Workshop about the first part of every month. Tomorrow is the one for July, and it's aimed at answering YouTube questions like, how do we do this? How do we do that? And we try to help you with video titles and thumbnails and what will help you grow your channel the best. And it's just for it's specifically for No Name 500 guys, but anybody can attend. Anybody can come in the chat, and we try to help with all that stuff we can. So the Wrench has had some questions about video production, and that is the perfect time to ask them. It'll be 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow before Uncle Tony's Sunday Night Live. And Buzz and Blake really know a lot about production, so they're good to ask.
Yeah, and another thing with that content, another thing with that workshop is other people will ask questions you don't even think about.
That's right.
And you'll get answers to something you never even thought that you needed to know, because it happened to me.
There's a lot of people have learned a lot of stuff from these. That both of those guys know a lot of stuff, and it's useful. And it'll make we have guys with big channels attend. They say we learn stuff there too. Like the Nelsons are usually in there, and some of these guys with big channels turn out.
And John, I'd like to jump in there tomorrow night because I have an experience I'd like to share with everybody about Facebook and getting shadow banned and stuff like that I figured out.
Yeah, great. Because Facebook is a different language to me. I don't understand that stuff at all.
Yeah, I don't go on Facebook.
I don't even have a Facebook.
I have like 900 and something friends on Facebook, and I've had them since before the No Name Nationals, and I had 42 subs.
Yeah. But it's a different way of using Facebook for your advantage.
I think so. I think you're onto it, Travis.
I used to have a Facebook page for my business whenever I was contracting, when I was doing the masonry. And I went in there and I downloaded every single picture off of my Facebook page, and I sent it into free prints and got hard copies of every single picture of every job that I did. And I've got boxes and boxes of all these photos. And then it was funny because not too long after that, Facebook sent me a notice saying that my channel was going to be, or my page was going to become a gray account, that they were doing some updating and all this, and I would have to unsubscribe and start a new Facebook account. I was like, I've had this thing since 2010, I think it was, when I finally picked up a page for my business. And now all of a sudden they've got a problem with it, and I just said, that's fine. I've got all the pictures off of it. That's the only thing I needed. And I'm retired now anyway. So I let them shut it down, and they did. It no longer exists.
Wow.
I got dinged for saying tranny swap on Facebook.
Well, I bet there's a lot of that on there. Roll Chevy guys.
Oh no, we're heading down the wrong road. I did get a 3-day ban for using the word cut.
Really?
On Facebook.
Word what?
Cut, like you cut a piece of paper.
Okay.
Because they said it was inciting violence.
Hey guys, I got some editing to do tonight, but congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely.
BareRose has 2,000 subscribers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll jump out. Y'all have a great evening. 82 to go.
Hey, John, real quick. That's 7:30 your time for the.
My workshop is 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 to 7 Central time.
Okay, so I'll probably jump in there about 5:30 tomorrow night.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
Looking forward to it, John. Thank you.
Have a good one, sir.
Thanks for having me.
I'm gonna jump off here too because I gotta get to bed. I gotta be up early. We're doing a startup tomorrow, and I'm still in training, so I gotta be there for the startup. So I'll catch you guys later.
Thanks for stopping in, Travis.
See you later, Travis.
Night, guys.
All right, have a good night, bud. Wow, that was quick to be down to 4.
Oh, hey, here comes the man.
Uh-oh. There he is. There's trouble.
What's crack-a-lacking, man? Chewbacca here.
I used to Chewbacca, but I quit. It was bad.
That stuff will kill you.
So I hear.
You notice I got the banner up for you, brother.
Right on, man. Right on. Man, did you get any filming done today, or?
We did some rehearsing, but I think what we're gonna do is tomorrow morning, after breakfast and stuff, and get all the stuff done. We're gonna go to the school and do another rehearsal, and then do it there. We did it here in the driveway just to get her used to doing the camera and stuff.
Right on.
So
And
yeah,
did you watch it back and kind of get a feel for how it was going?
I had her watch it back because it seemed like she was lost, but she got the hang of it finally. So I think we'll be good for tomorrow.
Right on. So, man, here's the story behind what that little conversation was. Man, Mr. Will reached out, and you know, some guys might think this is obvious, but one of the things that I told Mr. Will was, man, before you go out there and press record, do a dry run. It gets those words going through your head. You're not necessarily thinking in front of the camera. He's got a good location that's close to home that he'd like to do his video in. It's kind of a greenery background as opposed to neighbors' houses background, so that's perfect. So I kind of mentioned, hey man, do a couple of dry runs, a couple of rehearsals right there in your driveway. Get your spiel out. Say it a couple of times, get comfortable with it. His wife is doing the filming, so it kind of meant, literally just do a couple of dry run recordings before you do the real deal. Who knows? You might actually come up with something good that you can use, but a rehearsal of sorts might be the answer to a lot of these guys. The anxiety and the discomfort that comes from jumping in front of a camera. I get that way too sometimes. It's like, my mind's all racing, and it's natural. I mean, unless you're Brad Pitt or somebody like that that's lives their life in front of the camera.
But we only see the final cut of all of them guys.
True that. Hey, and mentioning Final Cut, that was the other thing that Mr. Will and I talked about. With his channel, man, the guy's got a phenomenal fleet of vehicles, phenomenal. And he was mentioning, he doesn't have a lot of experience with, editing and transitions and, effects and that kind of stuff. And I kind of reminded him, with a guy, nobody in the world is going to subscribe to Mr. Will because he's got kick-ass effects. They're after his cars and the stories behind the cars. Those movie cars, people love that stuff. And if you can grab hold of some of those fan bases, the whole, with the Torino and the whole Starsky and Hutch thing, once you grab onto that group of people, again, they don't give a rat's ass if there's razzle dazzle and sparklers and fades and all that stuff. As long as the story's being told and the vehicles being shown clearly, that's what people are after. It's the story and the vehicle that people are going to be most interested in. And one thing I didn't get to mention today, Will, just, the conversation went as it did. Don't try to tackle too much all at once. You're trying to get comfortable in front of the camera and, learn the basic editing stuff. I kind of mentioned, don't worry about the transitions, cut out the dead air and that kind of stuff. But get the story down. Once again, with a guy like Mr. Will, with a fleet like he's got, get yourself to the point where you can get it on film, so to speak. Cut the dead air out. Once you've got that part down, then start watching some YouTube videos. He uses piece of software called InShot. You can work on transitions and stuff down the road, but you not having transitions in your videos will not dictate if somebody subscribes or not. There are so many very, very, very successful channels out there that use virtually zero effects. Yeah, it's the story and the vehicle for sure, especially with movie cars. And you tell such a good story about your stuff, man.
Well, I forgot to tell you, Buzz, too, and I probably will. I'll see what you think after I tell you. My car was used as the blueprint for Revel, for the model. So I actually, the cover of the Revel model is my car, and the stuff that they used inside, like the detail of the engine, the radio, and all that stuff, is from my car. Um, I think that's something that I should just do on its own for a video by itself, right?
Mention it. Why? Because that'll get all the model builders, for example. If you get Revel and scale model and those kind of keywords in your description, I mentioned I'll help you write the description. Those are all good, solid keywords that you want in there for sure.
So
for sure.
Yeah, mention it in the first one and then do a video on it. Is that pretty much what
Yeah.
what you think is best? Okay.
Yep.
Well, it is actually an interesting story too.
No, that's something totally to capitalize on, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's funny because the guy that has the biggest collection of Starsky and Hutch memorabilia, he actually has one of the original Starsky and Hutch cars. Actually lives in New Jersey, and he's been on TV, this and that. And I always thought it's funny that Revel picked me, and the guy probably lives maybe 25, 30 miles away from me, and they picked me over him. So I always thought that was funny.
Great story to tell. And man, that makes you unique. It makes your car unique. And flash and razzle dazzle ain't gonna impress anybody. But you telling that story, that it's your car on the freaking model box, and show the box. See that car?
I got like 20 of them.
See that car? That's my car. Totally.
And like 30 boxes of models. Yes.
Best advice I could give you, man, and I'm a budget guy. I keep everything very low budget on this.
Mm-hmm.
These guys right here, this changed my channel completely. A wireless mic. This did it for me.
I tried to buy. I bought the one that I think John told me to buy, and I could not get it working with my phone. It would not pick up my voice at all.
On the phone, I can't use this with my phone. I have to use it with my camcorder. But now I can walk all over the place, and my voice is always clear.
Yeah.
That changed it for me.
Your videos are in terms of sound, they're perfect. There's no background noise. You're nice and loud and clear. And
I first did it with a long lavalier. Just plugging it into the phone. I have a 40-footer, I think. It's long. It's really long. But the first time I walked around that fair lane, the cord snagged the frame rail, jerked my tripod over, and dropped my phone. So I went right in the house, and I bought this for $35. And that's what I've been using ever since.
I bet when that happened, you said, "Oh shucks," right?
There goes another one.
Hey man, did you ever BareRose? Did you ever recover the microphone under the burn pile, or is it just?
Yeah, I found it.
Right on.
2.5 hours later, but I found it.
Wow.
I know that's the key to the channel. Audio is everything.
Yeah, don't make anybody struggle to hear.
Yes.
Yeah. I had a guy at work say to me, Mark, he said, I can't hear you all the time. And I'm like, oh man, I need to get a wireless mic, and I just haven't done that yet. But what I have been doing when I do the editing, I raise the volume up in those parts.
Yeah.
At least I do that for now. But without him telling me that, I never knew it. Because
Ollie's Garage told me that in a comment, and I was like, oh, okay. Because I was always turning. That's more advice that just popped into my head. I was listening to all of the small channels, and I would level my volume with all them, and then I go to Vice Grip, and his volume's way up here, and then all of ours were down here. So yeah, I was following the wrong crowd. Once I adjusted my volume to, everybody else's that I should have been, yeah, now I keep it max.
Yeah, the video is what it is with whatever you are recording.
Yeah.
But if somebody's struggling to hear, my ears are I'm an idiot, man. Don't be an idiot. Hearing protection, eye protection. I've fried my eyeballs, and my hearing is garbage. And I really struggle to hear some of these videos, which is why I've got the headsets, so I can crank it and not piss off the rest of my family members. But, again, the video is what it is. And people can totally deal with that, even if it doesn't have a bunch of razzle-dazzle in it. But if they're struggling to hear what you're saying, audio almost trumps video.
Yeah.
In terms of importance.
And that's a good point there too, Wrench. If you're doing something like grinding and air tools and stuff, oh yeah, that's a good time for a mute, or throw in a little background music or something over that segment, and then that's prime spots for that.
Yeah.
Just in the my last couple of videos, I've just now started learning how to split my video and trim out that little bit, just that little bit of garbage right there, that little where I just lost my train of thought, and I'm sitting there looking at the camera like I just got hit with a hammer or something. I'm just like, So I edit that out, but I've just in my last couple of videos got to that point. And I mean, my where I took the Blockbuster for a drive 4th of July, I took out like, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes of junk.
Killer video.
Just junk.
Killer.
Yeah, that was good stuff. I enjoyed that too.
And today even I'll give you a little just a little teaser on tomorrow's video. We were working on the future family fishery today and yesterday, and I finished up my video today for that, and I had to take like 3 takes on the end because I was just like, that's stupid, shut up. Why are you rambling? So I stopped and I did it over, and I stopped and I watched it, and I was like, I'm going to have to do that over. It's like 1.5 minutes of your time. Stop it. Just do it over.
Yeah.
It's 1.5 minutes. So anyway.
Hey guys, real quick, I just want to tell everybody I can't see the comments. So if anybody's saying something to me, I apologize. I can't see them.
I'll try to catch them for you, Will, and highlight them for you.
I just don't want to be rude. If you guys know how to really quick, I can click on where it says chat, but then it covers the screen, so I can't see the comments. So
yeah, we got your back, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Not necessarily, Otto. When you make I don't know, Buzz, do you know if YouTube really cares if you have 1,000 subs, video-wise? Or is that just towards their monetization and that kind of stuff?
as far as the algorithm goes, it's not published. There's no facts out there. Everybody's guessing. Generally speaking, the things that the algorithm look at the most is watch duration. How long, if you got a 10-minute video, if people are watching it for 3 minutes, you got a 30% watch. If somebody's watching it for 7 minutes, the longer they watch into the video, the assumption, of course, is the video's got to be better than one with. There's ways to overcome all of the downsides. That said, in my experience, yes, it does appear that there's some magic with that 1,000. There's a bunch of plateaus you can reach. At 100 subs, for example, you can make yourself a custom URL. At 500 subs, they break loose the community tab, so you can start making posts. And again, it's not documented anywhere. I've got no factual data to back this up, but in my experience, when people hit 1,000, their stuff does seem to accelerate without any other changes. Again, the assumption I would guess is that, well, YouTube's machine is programmed to think, well, they've got 1,000, they've got to be doing something right. But most importantly is the things that's been pushing BareRose. Solid titles, solid descriptions, a lot of keywords, and all of that. Titles and descriptions still, you need a good thumbnail to get the click. But your lousy thumbnail isn't going to show up if you've got a lousy title. And I mentioned something to the wrench. If the wrench is still listening, check your email, brother. That Bye 65, he did I think it's roughly a 10-minute video. He did a fine-tooth go-over on a 1965 Mustang. He's under the car, he's under the hood, he's talking about all of the things he did to this particular client's car to make sure it was good to go. Basically original car, stock stuff, but was intended to be a daily driver. No description, and the title was Bye 65. That's, I emailed you an actual title and an actual description for that wrench. Check your email, the same email that you used to register for the No Name Nationals. But Bye 65, that doesn't tell YouTube anything about what that video is about and who to show it to. Now you put in 1965 Ford Mustang, let me tell you something. That audience is big. There's a whole lot of people out there looking for mid-60s Mustang stuff, and you're not putting in a solid description, and it does. You've got 5,000 characters for the description. You don't need to use all of it. Put your best stuff early in the description. The first several 3 seconds. Can I pull that up and see what I actually? Let me see if I can find the description I wrote for him.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, now
how's it going, Auto Salvage?
There's Auto Salvage.
Hey, I got a camera. I was working on the phone here.
How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good. We just got back from my wife's cousin's viewing tonight, and seen y'all was on this one, so I figured I'd just tap on in and get on in.
Cool.
Good to have you.
But I wanted to let everybody know I just posted my link there just to show you it's a custom URL. That's the only reason I posted that. But you can see at the end there, it doesn't have all the jiggly bits. It just says Buck Does It.
Right. I seen that.
Once you get 100 subscribers, you can.
For some reason, my custom doesn't show up. It still does the long version for me. I don't know.
It all depends on, like, if I go on the Roadkill Customs, my long one comes up. But if I go to my channel, then Buck Does It comes up.
Huh.
So, hey, going back to that Bye-Bye 65 that the wrench did, for example. Again, the title he chose was BYE, Bye-Bye 65. He's got the project done. He's saying sayonara to the car. Man, the title that I wrote for him was 1965 Ford Mustang ready to drive, recounting all repairs and upgrades before returning car to owner. And in the description, it was I was brought a 1965 Ford Mustang to go over with a fine-tooth comb. I explain all of the repairs and upgrades that were performed and offer up several tips along the way that should be paid attention to when going over a vintage or classic driver, which basically turns that video into an evergreen video. You got a vintage car that's basically stock and you want to, kind of a rehash of some of the things that you should look at. And he's talking about, double checking torque on, bolt heads. This is a nut and bolt going over the cars that he did. But, with Bye-Bye 65, YouTube has no idea what that video is about. And it's a very in-depth, very good, very well shot. It's an excellent video. I mean, it's one of those things that it could be a make or break video for the guy.
Yeah, I've got
like you said, you're dealing with the machine. You want the YouTube machine to see it, not the human. There's no such thing as a human that's pushing the videos. It's the machine.
Exactly.
So you got to kind of word it for a machine to grab it.
Exactly.
Right. That's just like on that 64 F100 I'm working on. I did a short a couple of days ago, and in one day I got 168 views off of it.
Yeah, full year make and model. I mean, Buck's got a great story about his what is it, the Buick. He's on Google searching for information, putting in what year make and model. What is it?
1978 Buick Skylark.
Exactly.
I think I was looking for camshaft or something or other, and then next thing you know, one of my videos shows up.
Right.
In the results.
And it didn't have anything to do with the camshaft part of the parts I was looking at, but the 1978 Buick showed up.
Yeah, it was an exact match on those key terms. When you go to Google, generally Google owns YouTube, and so when you're looking for vehicle information, and anytime you're looking for vehicle information, what are you doing, man? You're putting in the year, make, and model because you want specific information, and that proves. You put that full year, make, and model. And there's some exceptions there, like with Chevy, for example. You got a 1975 Chevy Impala. In this description, refer to it also as a Chevrolet Impala. Chevy's kind of unique because, other people call, Fords, they call turds, but but that's not quite the same as Chevy and Chevrolet, but mix it up a little bit, and it's completely okay to repeat it. Put it in there as 1975 Chevy Impala. Later, you can refer to it as a single quote 75 Impala to kind of mix up. But when those key terms are repeated, if 1975 Chevy Impala is in the title, if 1975 Chevrolet is in the description, what that does is it increases the relevance. If you've mentioned it twice or more, or 3 times, for example, you don't want to overdo it because that becomes keyword spamming. But if you are referring to the vehicle again, instead of referring to the vehicle as it is doing great now, instead you say the 75 Impala is doing great now. That increases the relevance. That's telling YouTube, okay, this video is actually about a 1975 Chevy Impala, and what that's going to earn you is a higher ranking in You know, if you've repeated those terms, you may show up in the search results in position number 5. If you've not, you might appear position 60, you know, 10 pages into the search results. Without overdoing it, you can get your relevance higher by restating the year, make, and model. It's kind of unique to automotive because it's one of the, you know, you can also say I got a 2002 Hoover vacuum, 3002, but we aren't in the vacuum business.
Yeah, I agree with that because a couple of years ago I done a video on a F-150 dash removal, and we hit 1,700 views in like a 2-week span. That's before we had to stop doing YouTube for a little while. It hit 1,700 views, and we like to pass out when we seen it.
Hey, for a small channel, I mean, those kind of things are gold.
And that's a good way to look at it too. I think Uncle Tony brought that up. Go off of the 10% rule. If you've got 100 subs, as long as you're getting 10 views, you're doing okay, you know.
10% is actually pretty darn good. A lot of channels are dealing with single-digit click-through rates. 3, 5, 7. If you're pushing 10%, you're doing something right for sure.
Right.
So don't let it get to you. Everybody wants a million views.
It will. It will, because we stayed at, which we had a death in the family. Our middle daughter got murdered, and that, personal life came before YouTube, and kind of stopped filming, doing anything for a couple of months, and then we got back at it again, and then our oldest daughter got killed in a car wreck. So it's like throwing us back into a circle, of life. And then if we went through all that, don't know how many subscribers we'd have today. But see, when you have to stop your channel, then you actually hurt yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, YouTube does, the algorithm does like timely videos. It's also, again, none of this stuff is actually documented, but, putting out videos at the same time when you release them on that particular day, generally speaking, will serve you well because, you're kind of conditioning your audience. They're ready. Okay, it's 5 o'clock, man. They should be having a new one coming out. And, once your analytics get to the point where you've got enough views, it'll show you right then and there what time of day the most people are on. In the automotive industry, it's, Sundays are big days, great days. 5 p.m., 6 p.m., you adjust it for your time zone kind of thing, but early evening is when a bunch of people are on in the automotive industry. A lot of us work real jobs, which is why, during the day, not necessarily the best time to release stuff. There's an exception to that too, and that's with shorts. Shorts are handled a little bit differently than long form videos in so much as they're getting pushed right now because YouTube is absolutely trying their best to deal with Facebook Reels and TikTok videos. They want the traffic. They want the people staying on YouTube and not hitting TikTok. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with TikTok. TikTok may go away.
What I've learned the last couple of months is if you try to release a video every day around at the same time, you'll get more views.
Oh yeah,
more people coming to your channel than if you release once a week.
No doubt.
If you try to put one out once a day, you'll get more views off of it.
And there's an easy way to do that. It's in your scheduling. Go out. Right. I think I even said it in the beginning of this. Go out and just shoot 5 videos all in one day. Go out in the shop and just you can break a brake job into 5 videos if you want, and you schedule it for the same. You know, you line them all up, and you schedule one for this day at this time, this day at this time, this day at this time. Then if you get caught up, you know, you got to work late or something like that. You know, something comes up, you got to be out of town. Your videos aren't going there. It's all going in the background for you. Or if you just want to take a day off and forget about YouTube and clear your head, it's all going for you automatically.
Right. It's all like YouTube is like selling online, like eBay, Amazon, and stuff like that. You put your product out there to sell. That way, if you decide to take a day off, you ain't gonna list nothing. It automatically lists it for you. YouTube's a lot like eBay.
Yeah.
On scheduling when your auction starts and when it ends.
Yeah.
So YouTube is almost like eBay. Your videos when you want to start them and when you want to, you know, each day you want a certain time to go on there.
You know, it's been said that right now is arguably one of the better times in history to start or grow an automotive YouTube channel because of this community right here and the help that's available and the peer support and that kind of thing. But YouTube is throwing us a freaking bone for sure with shorts because YouTube is pushing them so hard. And a short is, man, especially in the car industry, go to your local cruise-in with 30 to 50 cars, film every single one of them, and then split that into the individual cars. 15, 30 seconds. Cousin Cletus has mastered that. He's kind of doing his 50 shorts in 50 days to see what they actually do. But it's a great example of a way to produce a bunch of shorts that are quality with very little effort. You know, again, a local cruise in, you hit a car show, you hit a big enough. Yeah, you hit a big enough car show. I mean, you could nab 60 or 80 shorts out of that one walk around a particular car show.
Oh
and
yeah,
time bills for your big video. You know, if you're doing a 10-minute or a 5-minute, or you got those little shorts in there saying your audience that, hey, I'm still here. Okay,
Right. Yeah, you can go to a car show and probably make 30 videos.
Exactly. Easy. BareRose hit on something earlier. He mentioned he's treating his shorts just like long form videos with the titles and the descriptions, and that cannot be overstated. YouTube needs to know who to show those videos to. Buck mentioned something too about YouTube isn't necessarily looking for an audience for your video. Just because you post a video, they're looking for something to show that person. As far as the algorithm goes, whether they're hanging out and camping on your particular channel or not is not necessarily magic. What is magic is if you've got your stuff tagged well enough. If you're working on a Ford, tag it Ford. If you're working on a radiator, put the radiator tag in there. Put a solid title and a solid description in there. And when they, after they, a particular viewer has watched 17 different videos, if yours pops up because you've tagged it, titled it, and described it well enough, and they move on, they watch 17, they watch yours, and then they go watch 22 others. If you're in that loop, the algorithm is showing you love after that. And none of it happens overnight. You can absolutely see with shorts though some really, really good viewership numbers overnight. I mean, some of the numbers I've been hearing on some of these guys' shorts it's fantastic. They're their number, they're their top most popular videos. And if what you're doing is put your full, like BareRose said, treat short video titles and descriptions just like it's a regular long. Put the same effort into it. It will serve you well. It really, really will.
The one I got going that's exploding right now, when I first did it, it was a dead title. It was just a plain Jane. I think it was spraying on easy off. That was my title. YouTube had no idea what I was spraying it on. What, an oven? What are you doing? When Buzz said that on that first live that we did together, Buzz, and you told me that, I went back and I did all my regular videos first because I don't like shorts. And then I got around to being able to do it to the shorts too. And I edited it to spraying easy off, to degrease a 460 big block cord with no prep. And then it took about another 2-3 weeks, and boom, that sucker moonshot it.
Yeah.
Because of that. And I put in the description. I could care less about descriptions in shorts before because nobody sees the description. You can't look it up unless you go to the channel.
But the YouTube machine does, yep.
Exactly. I filled out a full description in there telling you where the video is. You can see the full length video over here, blah, 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 blah. I rattled all off on it.
Right on.
Zoom.
It makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question for you, Buzz, and
shoot,
and everybody pretty much. I'm loud now that you guys are talking about that. I am lousy with description and title. I barely put stuff in there. I pretty much just say what I'm doing. Is it worth it to go back to older videos and fix that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
The one I'm doing now that is going crazy, that was done clear back in March. That was the very first good day. In fact, as I'm wheeling that engine back into the shop, we got 2.5 feet of snow and I couldn't go outside anymore to work. That's how long ago it was.
Wow.
And now it took off.
I'm definitely going to do that and see if I get to see a change.
Yeah, but it's only the spark. You got to flame the fire.
Yeah, I know.
Get massive comments on stuff like that. Some of the ugliest comments. Answer all of them. And
I know. The other day when I done the shorts, and I've been tagging no name nationals on there, and you can tell the difference in the views to the ones I didn't put it on there.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a big difference.
It's becoming a trending tag without a doubt.
It's a big difference.
The only thing I think to be said about it is absolutely 100% worth going back and editing titles and descriptions and or improving thumbnails on past videos.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd caution you of is keep your expectations in check.
Sure.
You'll see the change instantly. You go in there and make a change and you click publish and you go back to the video. New titles there, the new descriptions there, but it does take time for YouTube to reevaluate the new information and kind of like BareRose mentioned, he made his edits and a couple weeks later it's like shoo.
Yeah.
So keep your don't look for overnight results, but there is no doubt at all that editing your old the beauty of editing the old stuff is, man, you don't got to refilm that stuff. You don't got to re-edit that stuff. It's making stuff that you've already got start to perform like it really, really should have from the get-go. In a perfect world with what you guys are learning now, do your best to put out the best title and description when you publish the video initially, because that way you'll get the most love you're going to get right off the bat. But there is no doubt if the question is in your mind, is it even worth going back and dealing with all this old stuff? Abso-freaking-lutely. website's a little bit different than YouTube, obviously, but some of my oldest stuff gives me the most traffic, and I. That's why I spend so much. I do this shit 7 days a week, give or take 12 hours a day, every day, day in, day out. It's not very exciting, but it's, it's what I've chosen to do at this point. And I'm constantly looking for better ways to improve it. And kind of like BareRose mentioned, you're going to get comments, good, bad, and indifferent. When somebody mentions something and you recognize something, ooh, man, that's not mentioned in my description. Go back to your description, add an extra sentence or an extra phrase or an extra tag or something like that, and constantly work to improve. Because here's the beauty. Once you get to 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours and you become monetized, you might make a little bit of money if every time you put out something new, it's decent and you get some views and you earn a few bucks. But what if everything you've ever put out is performing as good as it can, and now you're making that little amount for every couple of hundred videos you've got out there? Now you're making some jack. Now you can reinvest that into your channel or buy a new project. It's totally worth. And I'll put out one more time. Anybody that's involved in the No Name Nationals, or even a prospect for the No Name Nationals, man, if you want help with your titles and descriptions, including prior to publishing, if you want to put it up there as an unlisted video, send me the URL. I will absolutely take the time to research the keywords for your video. I'll write you the title. I'll write you the description. So you can, out of the chute, do as good as. That's what I get paid to do. My day job is doing that for corporate clients, and it's unfortunately. I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I do it well enough to the point where I don't have enough time to work on my own stuff, even. It's becoming a problem because I'm becoming less and less happy with doing that because it's not what I want to be doing. Brian from Dust Devil said, man, I totally get where you're at right now. You're doing that. You're helping us. But for next year, the second No Name Nationals, I'm calling your ass out. BareRose, you said you commented too on my 4th of July video, man. You said we need to get you back into rat rods, brother, because that looks like a happy dude. No doubt, man. I am absolutely the happiest when I'm making sparks and melting T-shirts and having a good time without a doubt. And I got a pit bike I'm working on. I'll be bringing with me to the No Name Nationals, and I got a little bit of fun. And the neighbors are like, "Holy shit!" when I go by. But yeah, I digress.
Yeah, my wife went on her channel and done her descriptions a little different, and on a couple of her videos that she done it on, you can tell she's got more views on them just by changing all that up.
Yep.
And it's a big difference.
And that's the snowflake that turns into a snowball that turns into the avalanche.
That's really great way to put it, BareRose. That's a great way.
And a lot of channels, they get big, but their attitudes change, and then they're not their self no more. I know there's a few channels on there still their self, but there's a lot of them that actually basically just become actors. You see what I'm saying?
Totally. Yeah. I know exactly who you're talking about. Exactly.
I'm like, ain't no way I'll do something like that. I'm myself. I do things different than most people, but in the end, it's the same result. You see what I'm saying?
One of the things that I've had this conversation a bunch of times. People want to see real people on YouTube.
Yes.
They don't. You don't gotta brush your eyebrows down and put on makeup and all that horse shit. Man, they want to see real people. This conversation came up with Dizzy Izzy. You gotta love that guy, and I love his angry.
I love Roger.
But nobody gives
a good guy.
rat's. Nobody gives one rat's ass that he's missing a couple of teeth. It's all about what he's saying, the vehicles he's got, what he's doing with them, and I'd bet my nuts on the fact that more people, giving him, titles and descriptions and all that. He's believable. He's a real dude. He's the kind of guy that makes anybody and everybody believe that, well, holy cow, man, I can do this too. That's a real believable guy, and that's why people often flock to those.
Case in point, that's like Pole Barn.
Yeah,
exactly.
That is him if you see him in person or you see him on video.
Yep.
And he's got the secret weapon too that Big Mike is going to be tapping into. He's got the watch me learn. He's not going to tell you the expert way to do it. YouTube's full of experts, and most of them live on the keyboard. He's showing you how he's learning to do it. So you get that anticipation of, oh, he's going to mess that up, or is he going to make it work, or let's see this guy learn this stuff.
Yeah,
so there's too many whole crowd.
There's too many YouTube certified mechanics.
Amen.
That's one of the things too. Like you were saying, like people are fake. I've seen that in like some of the bigger channels. Like it's now that I've been doing this for a little while, and I see like you see the smaller channels, they're not getting paid to do anything. And if they're real and they're genuine, it comes out like Dizzy. You can tell that cat is a genuine person, But then you see like somebody that's getting paid through YouTube, and it kind of like it dawned on me like there's some channels that they're just so fake. It's just for the money. They can care less of what they put out or what as long as they get they get paid. And
a lot of those channels, it occurs to me, when they started off, they were one thing, and where they are now, they're a completely other thing. And I think a lot of them have become entertainment. And I think within our community, Dalton at Pole Barn Garage, he absolutely has mastered the half entertainment, half learning, and half of just it's fun to watch the guy because he's got a great dry sense of humor. Some of the one-liners he puts out, he's showing you how to do stuff. He's completely relatable because if he's trying to weld something with his flex core welder, which he does not use well, again, it's I can't weld either, a viewer might say, which again makes it, man, I can totally relate to this guy. So all I want to do at this point as far as Pole Barn Garage, I need to find out what brand of self-tapper he's using. I'm going to start investing in that company.
I have been messing around with cars since I was probably about 12 years old. I don't know how to rebuild a transmission, and I ain't never welded before. But if you go back on that video on that 63 F100, I did some welding on the frame for the first time, and actually it didn't look too bad. But
that's golden stuff. People like to watch people learn.
Right, right. And that's part of learning.
Putting stuff out that you don't know.
Right.
You're not an expert.
That's right.
Hey, I don't know how to do this, but hey, let's see what's going to happen.
That's right.
Let's learn together.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
People would rather watch you make the mistake than they make it. You know what I mean?
Right. I know somebody said the other night, sent a message. My wife's a pastor, so I had to screen my messages, right? That's just it. But somebody sent me a message said I didn't know how to paint a car. Actually, I don't paint the car. The paint gun paints the car. And actually, I'm not the best in the world, but some of the paint jobs that comes out of the body shops around here, I can walk circles around.
I'm going to go ahead and put out there that I'm glad I'm not married to a pastor.
It's good.
Hey, if you guys want to hear a quick story, I got a quick story about people being fake and real.
Shoot, man. Shoot, brother.
Okay, so it's kind of ironic, but it's ironic in a good way. Like, I follow Chief on Street Outlaws. He has a Patreon channel, and he was doing YouTube, and he still does it. But he says that he wants to get more technical in terms of like a deep dive into how to build a motor, nitrous, this and that, drag racing, because a lot of people are interested in it. And he says that, it's crazy when you go on the YouTube, and it is when they do a live, because it's like 1,000 people just trying to tick them off. So he did a live on Patreon, and it was a total of, I think it was like 60 people in the chat with him and his girlfriend. And you're able to ask him questions, and really he goes and answers them. And the really cool thing about it is that when people are acting and when they're not. And it kind of felt when I was on the chat with them, because you ask him certain questions, and what came up was, because he was talking about his GTO and whatchamacallit, a Chevelle. He likes Chevelles, and I asked him, do you like A-body Buicks, which is like what I have. So then that became like the conversation. So he was like asking me about the car, and then his girlfriend went on the on her phone to try to find it. It kind of felt like if you guys ever, during the pandemic, me and my wife would FaceTime with her sister and her husband, and we would just hang out and talk, and that's how it felt. They both came off very genuine, because they were just talking. They were interested in what the car was, and then a few jokes, and then people making comments about the car. Oh, it's really nice, this and that and the other. So when we finished the chat, I was like, wow, you would think a guy that's been on TV for a decade, you would think that he wouldn't be that genuine, but he honestly, truly came off, as I was talking to, really, just referring to me as Will, asking me about the car, really genuinely interested with what what I have to do, and then with other people too. But it was funny because it was like talking to like a friend, and if he, I don't think he's De Niro or Al Pacino, but the guy wasn't acting. So it was really refreshing to, you would think that you were, when I went into it, I didn't expect that. And when I came out of it, it was just like, wow, that's pretty cool that he's really that down to earth. He's just like a regular person.
Humility.
Big channels like that, they've got producers behind them. They've got, there's a lot of stuff that the reason that they're coming across like that on the big screen is not, just them. So,
humility will earn you more views than, that guy that's like, a body. Doesn't every car have a body? Everybody can see through that crap. Be who you are. Man, if you don't know something, admit it, because all of us, I don't care what you have done or haven't done, there's something you don't know. Every day is a learning day. And if you can operate in that manner, people, in my experience, people respect that more than the guy that you know, claims to know every fucking thing, everything known to man.
Exactly.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It sure is.
That's what
My grandpa told me one time. Every day, if you don't learn something new, you might as well just die.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the
I
truth.
I always tell BareRose when we're doing a live on my lives, I go, yeah, I think I'm the only guy in the world that on my own chat I'm learning because I don't know. And you know, he has so much information that it's like every time I come on with BareRose, I learn something because the guy, you know, he knows so much. And I'm honest with people, you know, I know certain things, but there's a lot that I don't know, you know.
Right.
Yeah, but
And
what you
It's
don't
better
know
to
is
be
every time
honest.
I go on your live, I'm learning stuff.
right.
See, that's cool.
See?
Yeah.
That's like
So,
all the bunch of these TV shows that came out during the 90s, built car in a week. There is no possible way that you can build a car in a week. There's no way. There's no way.
Don't get me
If that,
well, yeah.
started on reality car shows, man.
right.
Don't get
And then,
Oh
don't
and
yeah.
that
get me
one
started.
person, and that one person claims that he knows everything. Well, if he knows anything, well, how come he got 10 other people working on the car? You see what I'm saying? Because he don't
Yeah,
know everything.
absolutely. Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
singing
There's a
that
lot
song.
you don't see in them.
Right.
Yeah.
Even when I come across something that a car that I ain't never messed with or something, or I've never took apart, I'll go to YouTube and YouTube it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, that's better than looking up in a book because it's a video. You know, you can stop it and move it forward or backwards. But I worked in a shop and about all my life. I don't know everything about a car.
Right.
I could tell you anything about the 90s that you want to know about. But as far as this new stuff, it's a whole new ball game.
Hey, I'll be back in 60 seconds.
Sure thing.
All right, Buzz.
And I lost it.
Yeah,
Oh, that happens to me all the time.
And Andy is totally 200% genuine. And
Oh
Uncle
yeah, Andy's a
Tony,
good guy.
you know, is completely genuine.
right. Hey, I would go to my wife's channel, Deborah Loving Life, and subscribe to her. Show her a little bit of love.
What was the name of it?
What's the channel?
Deborah's Loving Life.
Deborah's Loving Life.
Put that in my
That's what I
notes
wanted
here.
to say. Auto Salvage is just talking about going to YouTube and watching something. Even if the video you watch, they did it wrong, you could still learn something.
Yeah.
Right.
You might learn a different shortcut. You know, hey, take the battery out to change that light bulb instead of trying to reach down in between it. You know, something like that.
I've been trying to figure out how to clean a gas tank for the last 20 years instead of had to buy a gas tank. Instead, I've seen BareRose video on that gas tank.
That was really cool, BareRose. I'm not just saying it because you're on the chat. That was really interesting. I saw every single video that you put out this past week. That was so cool. It was really interesting.
And you know, that's my first time doing it.
Look forward to that video later on being one of your best videos so far.
Maybe.
That is one of your best videos so far.
Wait till you see
BareRose.
That video don't make you a millionaire.
BareRose, one thing that does come to my mind every time that I do see that, do you have to like coat the inside of the gas tank with like a sealer or something?
It's coming
I remember
up.
that okay, all right. That just comes to my mind when I see that, you know. So I guess stay tuned.
Sometimes yes, but I have had extremely poor results in a lot of those recoders. So
yeah,
it's actually
I've never done it.
A big reason why I just buy a new tank. But this one, I can't buy a new tank because, good Lord, I could buy 3 cars for the price of that tank. And that's what it'll come to. That 390 will come out of there and it'll go in another car that I like better.
How much is the tank?
Last one I looked at was almost 800 with shipping.
Oh
Yep.
wow.
Oh
That's
dang.
about right.
Oh dang.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
That's
what?
about right.
An undesirable car. It's a car that people aren't restoring, that, they
And
don't
that's the
really
reason why
hold a
it's high.
value.
And that's
If,
the reason why it's high. If there's
if
a
it was
bunch
a
of them out here,
Mustang, $200.
right, right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
I
Just
can
like,
get a gas tank for my Charger for $200. You know.
Yeah.
yeah, that's just like that '63 F100 I'm redoing for a buddy of mine. There's parts on there that we can't even get.
Yeah.
Like the gas tank holders that holds the gas tank behind the seat. You can't find them nowhere. The heater core, we can't find one nowhere.
Oh, heater
So
cores. Yeah.
we gonna have to match one up. And I found a water pump. No, you couldn't find a water pump, but I found one on Greg's. But they list it as like a F350
Uh-huh.
6-cylinder. But it's the same water pump. That's the only place I found the water pump.
That's good video advice right there. You just nailed some awesome video advice. You have to think of all your video titles and everything just like you're looking up parts. Like
Right.
that grommet, gasket. It's called, the seals the neck into the tank. That
Right.
thing goes by 20 different names.
Right.
So all 20 of them names are going in my description.
Right. That's just like this. That's just like the '64 Corvair turbo car I'm redoing for our son-in-law, and I got a '63 turbo car that belongs to a buddy of mine I'm working on. Them cars share so many parts with a Corvette and an Impala. That's unreal. The taillights is the same taillights as in an Impala. The carburetors on them come off like a 57, 58 Corvette on the turbos. And then
That's
the
like
windshield,
Irish's ambulance. It's got tail lights for a Corvair.
right. and they modeled off out of the Impalas. If you're looking at their taillights, it's the same taillights the Impalas got. Just like the windshield. The windshield is the exact same windshield in that Corvair that it is in an Impala. The only difference is it's shorter.
Look out, man. Those Corvairs will kill you.
It's the safest cars on the road.
Hey, it was when I was looking, parts for my Torino are very hard to find. They don't remake anything, so you got to find everything NOS. So for the longest time, the hardest part to find on this car is the wheel well moldings, and I had to find them one at a time. So they had 74 to 76 Torino wheel well moldings, but they wanted like $200 for each one. And I refused to pay it, so I kept looking, and then I found that a 73 Torino had the same exact one, but it has different part number. So when I looked that up, I paid, I think it was like $50, and it was the same exact thing. It was just a different part number.
That's just like the 67, 68 Cougars. They got a box back there in the trunk that works the blinker lights. Mm-hmm. Well, that little box goes out. If you find a used one, this was about 17, 18 years ago. If you find a used one, you're going to spend $800 on one.
Yeah.
I wound up having to buy a whole car just to get the box out of it, and both my boxes were bad. I took them out. I had a brother that was blind, and he took them boxes and took the boards off of them and took the diodes out of them, replaced the diodes, and made my board where it worked. I had to buy a whole car just to get another box.
I believe it.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
It's like this grommet, that tank grommet, gasket, seal, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I need one
for
for my truck.
But it only goes to 68. But the same thing picks up again in 86 in a Fairmont.
Wow, that's
so you know, they go all over the place.
See, Ford was bad about that. Ford back in those years, they didn't interchange with another Ford. But years later, they changed it, and then they might use the same part they used in 1950s. But see, with Chevrolet parts interchangeable from the time Chevrolet started making a car till this year.
Everything fits.
That's the reason why a lot of people like Chevrolet, because the parts are cheaper.
I'm not necessarily anti-Ford, but I'll tell you exactly why I'm essentially anti-Ford. Man, when I was 10 years old, my old man bought a 1976 Ford Granada. And, you know, man, those front ends and the brake parts and whatnot are used on a lot of hot rods and whatnot these days. But the car itself, you know, he thought he was real kick-ass and cool because he got a two-door instead of the four-door Granada. It was silver. Man, the paint faded in months. You know, he had a bunch of house-ape crazy kids that were climbing all over the interior of that car, and it fell apart in months. I mean, you know, the plastic crap. That's what really turned me off on Fords. And then my wife, oh my God, she. I'm like, she, you know, I don't even recall what happened to the preceding car, but it was okay, baby. Let's go get you a new car. You know, you do some searching, and you know, we'll get you whatever you want. And what did she pick? A 1984 Ford Thunderbird. You know, again. You know, there's some strong suits to the car. You know, she liked the way it looked, and I hope she's out of earshot right now. But I hated that fucking car. I hated that car. I spent more time working on that car than you can shake a stick at. But I digress. Hey man, when I split out, I was draining the bladder, and this is what occurred to me. Man, one of the earliest lessons my dad taught me when I was starting to goof off with projects, mini bikes, go-karts, he told me, man, don't wait for it to be perfect to drive it, to ride
Amen.
it, to get out there and enjoy it. You know, I've driven more half-done cars and had the best time in it, you know, either before. And I think that same lesson applies to YouTube. You know, you don't have to be, you know, Joe video producer to put out stuff that people are going to subscribe to. And Mr. Will, I was kind of thinking about you when I was thinking that, you know, it's because we were talking about, you know, the importance of transitions in your videos and, you know, some razzle dazzle, and you know, you don't know how to do that stuff. It doesn't matter, because again, you know, nobody's going to subscribe to your stuff because of razzle dazzle. They're going to subscribe to your stuff because you have kick-ass automobiles that have wonderful, popular stories behind them. The Fall Guy truck, you know, the Starsky and Hutch Torino. I mean, come on, you know. Hey, if you're able to work your way into, don't wait till it's perfect. Don't wait till it's painted to drive it. Same thing with, you know, what we were talking about earlier today. You know, don't wait till you can do every kick-ass cool, you know, transition in your video. Go ahead and put the video out. You know what I mean? Just and with what is it, less than 90 days to go, and with what shorts are, and Mr. Will, I'm not telling you to do. Oh no.
If Will would take each one of his cars and do a couple of videos on each one of them cars, he'll be 1,000 subscribers before the No Name National.
Dude, I am singing that song and dancing that dance. You've got a fleet second to very, very, very few. I mean, you know, Tim Allen blows you out of the water. You know,
if you want me to come up there, Will, and show you how to drive that Torino.
No, lesson. That's no doubt. And you know, hey, during our, you know, again, not to beat on Mr. Will, but man, during our conversation today, and again, that thought, man, don't wait till it's perfect, and don't wait till your video skills are perfect. Man, get that stuff out there, because the stuff you got is, you know, there's guys that have got kick-ass cars. You've got kick-ass cars that have massive, killer, popular stories behind them. You know, the Fall Guy truck, the Starsky and Hutch Torino. I mean, come on, that's.
I think that's what's going to be, because I know all the background and all that stuff is obviously, you know, I wouldn't have them. I think that's what it would. I think that's what people would want to know, like the backstory of the car and just the different facts and stuff that I've learned over the years. And I think that's what people are gonna be interested in, because that's what I was interested in when I was researching all these cars. You know, when I was a kid and you know, young, and you know, when I finally bought them. You know, everything I can find on you know, on the cars, on the Fall Guy truck. I learned a lot just because I was interested in. So I'm kind of thinking that, you know, people that would want to know the same thing, if I can just tell them the story, you know what I mean? So I think that's, like you said, it's the story behind it, I think is what is going to draw
the thing you need
interest.
The thing you need to focus on, I think, is, you know, not the video editing and transitions and razzle dazzle, but dude, you're a storyteller. You know, on your own lives, when somebody asks a question, man, you go off on this, yeah, and this and that and the other thing, and da 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 da, and you tell the whole story. You don't miss a beat. There's no dead air. You know the whole story. You've got all the facts, all the figures, and man, you find a way to get your wife to film that stuff. You're off and running. You're going to be the next BareRose. Yeah, man, pushing for 2,000, brother. You know.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That you got 2,000 BareRose. I mean, that's really awesome, man.
BareRose.
Oh, hey, Jeff's here. Hey,
man.
Jeff.
He's legit.
Oh yeah, Jeff is the man.
Now, fellas, y'all have a good night.
Next big channel.
Take care, Buck.
Be good, brother, man.
Great seeing you, Buck.
You too.
Yeah, I texted Jeff earlier today because I wanted to get his opinion on a fuel pump, and he sent me a picture of the hood with the tape around it and stuff that he was gonna cut it, and you know, we were talking back and forth, and I told him, can you imagine once you have the hood placed on that and you have all that hardware sticking out of that Thunderbird? I mean, that thing is going to be sick. And he's like, I'm excited to cut the hood. And I texted him back. I'm like, I'm excited for you. Like, I got excited because he's all jazzed up about the thing. And I'm thinking about how the car is going to look once it's done. I mean, that thing is going to be crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
I think BareRose is going to be the next big channel because he's legit. He's himself. He's not no actor. He's not acting. It's 100%. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
His channels is going to keep on climbing. He's going to be the next YouTube superstar.
I just hope I don't let any of you down.
So I want your autograph. I want you to send me your autograph to me before you get too famous now.
Yeah, it should be worth 2 wooden nickels.
Just keep doing what you're doing right now, Kim, because clearly,
yeah, you got it nailed.
It's working. It's working. Man, your giggles when you're talking, your realism. And dealing with real world problems, you know. How the hell am I going to get that shit out of that gas tank? Yeah. Keep rocking and rolling. Keep on.
And it is, you know, I'll say it right here publicly. It is a little bit of bandwagon because there's a lot of electrolysis experimenting going on right now. It just happened to fall into the right thing, and
timing is everything too. Yeah, you're right.
So you know, my first
I gotta
plan
tell you
was
though,
to fill it full of vinegar.
Right, and if it don't work, then what do you got? What do you got to lose? Nothing. You see what I'm saying? It's worth to try. It's worth to try something and save $800. And if it don't work, you still you're gonna have to buy one. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So if it works, then it's gonna save you $800.
And one thing I wanted to
I'm
point out
supposed
too,
to use cleaning soda. I'm not supposed to use baking soda. I don't have any cleaning soda, but I got a whole bunch of baking soda, so
Right.
Let's
That's
see
like
why it doesn't
that's
work.
like one of the first cars that we done on here was that Mustang, the 05 Mustang. When I got that auction, winning the auction, I thought, oh, it's gonna be like the Fox body Mustangs. I'll find these parts little or nothing. Boy, was I wrong. The used hood started at $800, and I'm like, there's no way I'm spending $800 on a hood. So we got all the way down to Florida to get a parts car. The guy sent me a picture of the hood, and the hood bumped up in the front. I'm like, don't know if I can fix that, but I guess I'll try before I spend $800 on the hood.
Okay, quick survey. How many people have had the hood fly open on them?
Oh,
me.
Yeah.
Bunch of
Yeah.
On the Charger.
Yeah. Oh,
on the
really?
Charger, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if you put a Baja kit on a Volkswagen Bug, you got to make sure those rubber hood snuffers are in good shape about once a year.
Yeah, now it's coming up.
Otherwise, that fiberglass hood will explode.
Mr. Will, you acted like you had a question going on, man. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to just what I was thinking, and Buzz is so right when he says about the story, and once you get in it, and the fluff doesn't matter, because a perfect example, when I was following Kim's videos this week with the tank, like, okay, the introduction's cool, this and that, but you find yourself like really like concentrating on, okay, what with the pole, and the reacting to the the pole reacting to the electricity, and the stuff bubbling, like that's when you get to the meat of the video, everything just goes away, and it's just that. So it's so true what Buzz says, that it's really the story or the meat of the video that really gets people into it. And like I said, BareRose is a perfect example. When you got a good
example.
That last one.
when you got a good thing to go, that's
music.
That's the deal.
That last one I got is just music. It's the music I like, the artists that I like to use for my background and stuff like that. But all you're doing is you're just watching bubbles come out of a tank. It's kind of that's the stuff I edited out from the other one, but it just drew me in, and I said, "Oh, I got to just make a video of it and throw it out there."
You won't hear that in any of DJ Tall's mixes. Who was anybody here on that DJ Tall his most recent music video? That was a fun premiere. That was a fun premiere. I'm telling you what, some of the comments and whatnot that came out of that, I love Ken. I think he's the coolest. I don't know if anybody watched his door panel video that came out. Was it yesterday? I really like where he's going. Everybody does. With their channels. They kind of get a groove going on, and I really like the video format he's got going on. The black screen, the segments. The removal, the fabrication, he's got a great personality, and his commentary is super entertaining. I think Ken's got a great future on YouTube. I really enjoy his stuff. And how cool he got the Motor Trend published too, huh?
The first one of us, any of us, to go, published in it, and then donate 500. That is just freaking
That's
awesome.
pretty cool. Yeah, that was pretty cool right there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, that was pretty cool right there.
And they've been pushing that article too. Motor Trend has. I've seen it on my cell phone news feed. I use Google News because I want to get news from all sources to get all angles, slanted or not. And boom, there's Ken's shit. Holy cow, man! I thought that was the coolest. You're seeing shit from Reuters and the Washington Post and. Boom! There's Ken's article. It was pretty freaking cool. Pretty freaking cool. Good for him. I'm curious to see the next videos on that, and I want to see that dude run. Other people. He's not. There's been other 351 Cleveland heads or something like that put on the. There's been other head swap build kind of things, but. Man, Ken's just a regular dude in a regular shop with regular tools, making it happen, and I just love that. I just love that.
And he's got the perfect combination because LS, you type in LS, that's just everything's LS, but on a Ford and a straight six,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's good stuff. I mean, the keyword opportunities on those videos are wondrous.
And going back to Dean's comment there, Y blocks made me famous. Yes, I went for a year with 5-10 subs until I pulled that old Y block into the shop. That's the original one that was going to go into Fairlane. And I told everybody, all I've ever done to these things is change oil in them. I never dove into them. This is the throwaway motor that everybody around here hates. Let's dive into it and let's go for it. Let's tear it apart and see. All of a sudden, I was kind of titling it right, but my videos were way too long, and I was dead fish in them. But yes, that's what got me from about 10, 15 subs up to the 42, and then the No Name Nationals.
Yeah, I went from like 330 subs to a little over 500 subs in no time. I'm talking about I stood away for a couple months and went back, and it was 500 something subs, and I was like, holy cow. I was like, where'd they come from?
Buzz, there was something that I forgot, and I just remembered. You know how, like you say that, 10% or of your in the first 24 hours, like 10% of your total subs is kind of like good in terms of the algorithm.
Yeah.
If you're getting like 30 or 40%, does that really make a difference? As long as you hit that 10%, does it matter if it's 20 or 30% or 40%?
Oh, yes.
That's kind of what I'm getting.
Yes. Okay. Man, if you're getting those kind of numbers, yeah.
You're doing good.
You're kicking ass and taking names, brother.
Yep, that's it.
Came here to chew bubble gum, and I'm out of bubble gum, bastard. Yeah.
Oh, let's see. I'll see. I really think that if I'm gonna make the No Name Nationals, I really want to showcase the Torino, because I think if I don't get successful and with this, videos of these cars, I don't think I'm gonna make it. So,
Mr. Will,
I'm gonna try my best.
Mr. Will, we talked about the Torino. You're gonna do the video on the Torino, man. Cut your teeth on the Torino. But do one of those do a 2 or 3 segment walk around introduction, storytelling, TV history of all of your vehicles, man. You've got a fleet that people dream about. People are, once you get people to see this stuff, Irish, what's up, Jay? What?
Same shit, different day.
Well, once people see that stuff and they understand, the actual collection you have there, dude, you're sitting on a freaking gold mine. You are sitting on.
Yeah, I don't think he realized what he's good. I don't think he realized.
I really don't. I don't feel like it.
Mr. Will, I'm telling you what.
You have the best car collection as far as any YouTuber I've watched on here.
You're sitting on a collection that could generate you a 20,000 subscriber base in the next 90 days if you played your card right. I believe it in my heart. I tell you what, I'll shoot you a text and I'll tell you a little bit more how I might be able to help you out with that. But with what you have on hand right now, 90 days, roughly given, around the time of the No Name Nationals, play your cards right, 20 grand in subscribers. I don't doubt it for him.
Easy.
Look at what Dalton did with that kind of growth is completely doable. When I started sponsoring Dalton's channel, Pole Barn Garage, he was at a couple of hundred subscribers. He's at 23,000 right now. And you've got so much to work with. I know you know what you've got, but I don't think you realize the potential. You are sitting on a gold mine, my friend.
You have cars that most people have to go to a show to see, and you can show them the cars constantly on YouTube.
Precisely.
I appreciate it. I don't know. It's just me. My biggest thing is time.
Look at it this way. Get this in your mind. Look at it this way. Each one of your cars is probably worth $35,000 to $40,000 a piece. Look at it this way. That's 35,000 to 40,000 subscribers that will come to your channel over your car. Once you get that, it's all over.
Pretty much.
That's a great way to look at it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, I appreciate it. You guys,
dude, you're.
Stuff about, I don't know, man. It's just.
We're gonna, Mr. Will. We're gonna work on this shit.
Hey, Will, send me 1 minute video of what's on your channel, your introduction, and when I do my call out again, I'll put yours very first video on. I'll help you. I'll help you get there.
I appreciate it, brother. I do.
What's happening, Jay?
Been one of them days. I've been trying to figure out which car I want to burn to the ground first.
Right on, man. That's a great way to start. I was going to ask what you half-assed today.
I did drive the Ranchero today.
I love that car. I love that car.
I sent a comment to you, brother. That is cool. That Ranchero, man.
I drove it about 1.5 miles and drove it back to the house. A buddy of mine just come over, and I was just starting it, and I was getting ready to leave. I said, hop in. He goes, where are we going? To the end of the block? I said, no, we're going into town and back. Have you tested this car? Nope, let's go. So we took it, and it did okay. I'm going to have to change that oil pump out. It's just too gone. I'm going to try to save as much as I can for now, and I'm too invested in the ambulance to put any. I did license and insure it today, so it is legal to drive on the road.
Woo!
But I got to focus on this ambulance. I was going to put the motor in today. I had it all ready. All I had to do is, it's sitting right behind me, I put the new water pump on it, and I opened the box for the new water pump, and I opened it up, and I went, that's a Dodge water pump. That ain't for this. The box, the number, everything was right. Had the wrong goddamn water pump, and it took me 2 weeks to get that one. So I'm like, okay, so called up O'Reilly's, and they said, bring it in, we'll get you another one, and they're going to try to expedite it so I can get it in here. But other than that, I have a buddy that came over. He's going to make me a C channel or a way that I can put up a new transmission cross member in, so I can get rid of that isolator crap. And other than that, I worked a lot on the Ranchero today, just getting things in order. I'm going to put the original fan back in it with the electric fans that are on it because I don't trust electric fans. I'm sorry, I just don't. I must have seen 1,000 cars on the side of the highway during Power Tour because of their goddamn electric fans burn up an alternator, burn themselves up, I'm not dealing with that. You know, I think they're great if you're going around in circles on a track or just driving through town. But if you're actually going to take her on a haul, no way. I won't do it. I'm just going to put the hard fan back on it with the shroud. I'm going to leave the electrics on it for a pusher, but yeah, I'm going to put her back to original. And other than that, I just vacuumed her out. If you saw that little short, and I found about foot-long speed holes in the back, and I was wondering why I was getting smoked out when I did a burnout. Well, now I know because there was a big hole. You can see the tire right there. It's like, yeah, that son of a bitch just blowing smoke right through there. But it's fun until you can't see where you're going.
I'm gonna go ahead and go on record and say I covet that car. That car is so kick-ass, man. The wheels on it, sure, they're a little rusty. The side pipes, it's got the look. That's a tough freaking automobile, brother.
I would leave it just like it is. I wouldn't.
I'm not touching it.
Oh, swap out the.
I'd leave it like it is.
Swap out the pumpkin so you ain't got the one wheel peel. But other than that, don't do much to it, man. That thing's a beaut.
It was funny.
Something.
Go ahead, man.
I'm sorry. No, Jay. I gotta tell you, this is one thing that I know what I'm talking about. If that car, for every dollar you put in that car, you'll get 3 or 4 back. That car is a sought after car, and not many people might not think, but I think it's worth a lot more than you realize. That car, you spend a little bit of money in the right places and get that car shined up. That car is worth money. I'm
Jay,
not talking heavy road runner money, but it's worth money. It's not what I think it's worth a lot more than you realize, brother.
Jay, you can decline the question, man. What'd you pay for that Ranchero?
Well, I was just about to say, I spent more on that car than I have on any of the cars you've seen in the videos. I spent more because I realized what it is and how, I mean, they're getting rarer and rarer. I gave $1,500 for that car.
Oh, that's a fair deal.
And
man.
When I opened it up, I finally cleaned it out today, right? So I'm in there vacuuming and I'm pulling stuff out. There is a full set of, I got them back there, Excel plug wires for an HEI for this motor. And it just so happens I saw these after I had already had O'Reilly's order me a set just off like a 454 because I ordered an HEI for it today because it this never sparked shit from Ford. I hate it, so I'm getting rid of it, and I'm just putting.
Yep, I got rid of mine. And yep.
I found that. I found a brand new Quadrajet carburetor. I never installed, man. It's brand new. And then there's all kinds of stuff. It's got I don't know if I showed a video of it yet, but the whole, whatever you call it, the velocity stack, it's all there. I got it all. It's put on. Brand new Holley carburetor on it. And I literally put it back together. The guy said, well, it ain't worth much. It's got a bad motor. And he wanted $2,500. And I said, I'll bring you $1,500. He goes, okay, I want it out of my life. So, boom. $1,500, and now I got like a $6,000, $7,000 car. But
in today's money, you bought it for nothing.
You bought
it for sure.
He gave it to you.
Totally fair. Yeah, gave.
And as far as the one wheel peel, I think yeah, there it is. I used to derby back in the day, and I never did run. I ran whatever the hell was in the car. And a buddy of mine, I bought a old Lincoln, like a big-ass, huge Lincoln I was going to run. And the guy said, here, you can have this too. It's got a 9-inch. 27 spline.
Nice.
Full.
Nice.
That is a hard spool. That's not a fake one, and it's actually will fit in that car.
Right
So I
on.
already had it, and all I got to do is put the pin in it.
You
So
got a 9-inch in that car, right?
Yeah, it's 9-inch.
I
And
think all
I got
Rancheros are 9.
yeah,
Yeah, my Torino has a 9-inch board. What motor does it have, Jay?
modified, 351 modified.
400 modified. Okay, cool.
It's 351 modified 400 with 0 oil pressure as usual, and all the bangs, whistles, clicks, and clacks of a modified engine. They're all there. Runs at about 205 degrees, constant, like stays. And I'm like, my first thing that I wanted to do was I was looking at it when I knew it. He told me it had a bad crank or whatever. I was like, well, I'll get underneath there, and it is not bad. It was not bad. And like I said in the video, what it comes down to is a big mechanic who makes a lot of money with, town and county projects that he just didn't want to deal with this. Nobody will do that shit anymore where you drop the crank just enough where you can get emery cloth in there and run it around. Nobody will do that no more. They used to do that shit at the local gas station, a full service gas station. And they just didn't want to do it. And I put it back together, and I ordered actually they have it. I have a new oil pump sitting at O'Reilly's. And I'm just going to put the new oil pump in it and a real gasket because I just use, silicone. And I'm just going to run 2050 in it. And, as long as I can get 5 or, 2 to 5 at idle and 10 per every 1,000, I'm good. I don't care.
Right on.
I'm just going to run it.
Is it a Ranchero Sport or a regular Ranchero?
It's a 500.
500?
Oh, the 500. Okay.
Yeah.
Just a flat 500, not a GT, right?
No. Yeah, it's just a 500. It's got that's what I say, the dash thing. It's just the one that's up here. It don't have where all the gauges are down to the side. And if I have to switch it to that, I will, but I'll need the whole damn thing, Yeah. So
I thought about doing that to my car because my Torino, if they made a Torino Sport and it had all the gauges and the tack, and I wanted to do it to my car, but I just couldn't. I couldn't find everything to put it together, and it was just, I left it the regular. But that's why I asked if it was a Sport, because if it is, it's got a real nice dash with all the gauges and the tack and everything like that.
I'm pretty sure I can get you one.
That dash.
I'll be out there tomorrow. But
that'd be awesome.
I think there's 3 of them out there. That's why I was asking you the year.
Yeah, because it's a 76, but I think they use that dash from like 72 to
3 to 76.
Yeah, 73 to 76.
73 to 76.
And like I said, if I have
74 to 76.
If it's a 72, well, at the No Name Nationals there'll be one.
Yeah, that's true. I told Amber about that. She's like, "You're not bringing another one of these home." I said, she's a typical female. They hate them El Caminos and Rancheros and all that stuff.
My wife hates.
That's why I got to take it there and give it away.
But they asked me when I went and did the thing today at the DMV. The guy in there loves all my cars. He'll actually drive up and talk to me all the time. He's the one that helps me get my titles. And he said, "You got a Ranchero now? I have to come out and check that out." And he watches the channel and stuff. And he's like, "Now, does this still have the old school truck sticker on it? Because in Illinois, up until the 90s, trucks had to have a inspection sticker. And it does. It has part of one, 1984, on it." And I told him, I said, "Yeah, it's got a little one on it." And he goes, "Man, that's amazing." And I said, "Well, and Illinois classifies them as a truck. So but I was still allowed to get to antique plates, and I'm going to take advantage of the, Irish Outlaw IOG. And so it says 76 IOG. I tried to get like Blanche Ranch or something like that, and I didn't get that. It was too big. Illinois got weird things about how many you can have, so.
Yeah,
but
my Fall Guy truck is 85, and that is a non-catalyst truck. It doesn't have any emissions, didn't have any cats. And the reason is because it's over 10,000 gross vehicle. I always mess that up. Gross weight vehicle rating. Is that what it? That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if it
Yeah.
was over 10,000, you wouldn't have any emissions back in the 80s. So that's actually that's one of the things I like too about the truck too. You don't have to mess with all that emissions junk.
Okay, I'm a subject changer. Man, Jay mentioned twice O'Reilly's. Who's your go-to auto parts store? The guys that who gets it right for you? What's your who's got choices? Who's willing to weigh in on that?
That's
Nowadays, Napa.
Napa, yeah.
But they're
I
too
do
far
use
away,
Napa
so I
too.
hit O'Reilly's.
I'm O'Reilly's with a Napa backup.
Yeah.
Man, my experience with the O'Reilly's, I mean, excuse me, I'm not building anything currently, but man, I've spent a shit ton at O'Reilly's. Here's the magic, man. If they can't find what you're looking for, ask if they've got a commercial parts guy. Parts guy. And then start working through them. It's all the difference in the world. O'Reilly's can get you anything you want.
Yeah, that's why I use them.
To include stuff from sources like Jegs and Speedway and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
They will do the legwork for you, because they write a small commission across the top, but they make it so freaking simple to get. Again, if you're an O'Reilly guy or not an O'Reilly guy, ask if they've got. That commercial parts guy that's servicing all the shops and whatnot in the local area. That's the guy you want to talk to, not the joker at the parts desk that says, what year air freshener you want,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I give you an example of how my day went with this. Okay, had the wrong part, wrong water pump. The parts store that I grew up in, literally grew up in this store. My dad worked there 50 years. I called them up. They had the Gates water pump for this 400 Pontiac. It's the old style. It don't have the inserts with the O-rings. They had it. Son of a bitches wanted $125 for that thing. And I said, $125. And this guy, the guy that I'm talking to, I literally trained when I was 15 to work there. And I said, isn't there some kind of discount? Because I guarantee this son of a bitch been on the shelf for 40 years. And he's like,
probably.
And this is how it went. And they're a Parts Plus store, which is, basically they're kind of like a CarQuest where it's a mom and pop. But this mom and pop has 3 Oceanside condos, has all this stuff. So I said, is one of the owners there? I've known my whole life. And he said, yeah. So he gave me the owner. I said, how the hell can I get this same exact Gates water pump from Rock Auto and have it here in 3 days for $45.50, but you're $120 some? Well, Jay, buy it through goddamn Rock Auto. And he hung up on me. I was like, see, that's the difference between someone like O'Reilly's, where they'll say, God damn it, we'll get whatever you can, whatever you need. Napa's the same way. Napa's where I get all my oddball U-joints, like I have an oddball drive shaft in my Cutlass, and it has the, I can't remember what they call them. It's one side's bigger, one's, And I go to Napa, but it just, O'Reilly's, and the only time I go to that other one, AutoZone, is because they have, like, I do my own brake lines. Everything is I do not buy bulk, with the ends on it. I buy it in the rolls and I make my own. They have an entire wall of fittings. An entire wall. Like, you can go in there, it's usually in the back, and you can go in there and they come in packs of 5 and they're relatively inexpensive. But I go in there for that stuff,
That's my experience with O'Reilly's is, You get set yourself up with a commercial
There you
account.
are.
And even if you're not, even if you're Joe somebody in a freaking garage, set yourself up with a commercial account so you can deal with
I
a
do have
commercial
one.
buyer. And then you can, man, they'll let you go right in the back and rifle through all their shit, and you can, compare it and, test fit and,
They have a section at my O'Reilly's here on their rack, where they keep all the returns and all that shit. There's tape on it that says Irish Outlaw Garage. Do not return.
Yes.
Because I'll order something, and one of the ladies in there I've known my whole life, and she'll, knows me by name, knew my dad, my mom, everybody. She'll get her hands on it and just throw it in the return bin. So whenever my stuff comes in, it comes on the computer, call Jay, or it says, do not return, and then there's a great big piece of tape, and I have this whole section. So right now I've got all kinds of crap up in there, and I don't actually have to pay for it till I pick it up. Usually I'll pay for it when I order it. But I have a commercial account because of my trucking too.
Yeah.
I go to Napa because I know a lot of people there, and I go to O'Reilly's is my mainstay, and I rarely have to order online. I don't have to go to Rock Auto, stuff like that, because people don't realize Rock Auto, when you get to the shipping part, you might as well have went to O'Reilly's and got it. Because O'Reilly's, you got a better chance of a warranty. You can walk right in there. They know you bought it there. It's in their computer. So
when you said that, Jay, about Rock Auto, I buy a lot of stuff from Rock Auto because around here there is no O'Reilly's.
Yeah.
And the one good parts store, like the Napa, that's about 20 miles away. And there's actually a Pep Boys that's been around since the 70s that is like closest to like the old school part store that we guys remember when we were kids, like in the 80s. And that's even farther. So I deal a lot with Rock Auto, but in terms of shipping, for me, I'll give you an example. I'm getting an alternator for my 442, and they came with two different ones. One was like a 74 amp, one was a 94, and I had to get the 94 because of all the power options it has, blah 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 blah. So I went to I looked it up at Advanced here because that's what I got, and I had to order it, and it was $129. I went to Rock Auto, it was $64 for an AC Delco, and it wasn't an AC Delco at Advanced. And I ordered a couple of other things, and shipping was $8. For some reason, I get really, really cheap. I know a lot of people say that the shipping kills them.
You must be close to a hub.
Yeah,
well,
that's
Rock
what it
Auto isn't, a parts store. They're just
it's hubs everywhere.
Yeah,
exactly. So I think I'm just lucky in the sense that I'm close enough that I don't get killed with the shipping. Because like when I bought the 442, there was a lot of maintenance stuff that I had to change. So I did the brakes, calipers, you name it, soup to nuts. I changed a lot of stuff that was original because the car was 13,000 miles, but I still have the ticket. I mean, belts, every single thing to go like heavy duty in terms of doing the brakes, doing all the tune-ups, everything, belts, and I spent $542.
Yeah.
And the shipping was, I think, maybe $30, something like that. So the savings was just crazy in terms of what was I able to get for that car and the quality, because it was all AC Delco stuff. And I just lucky that way in terms of Rock Auto. Thank God I don't have to pay a lot of money in shipping because I can't deal with the parts stores around here. AutoZone is worse than Advanced. It's horrendous around here.
I don't want to cut anybody off or change the subject, but what about the white elephant in the room? The Motor Trend published Tall Garage. Ken, holy shit, brother, man. Dude, man, I'm scrolling through my regular news feed from Google News. I'm looking at all these jackass stories from the Washington Post and, Reuters, and Bazanga! There's your fucking story, man. I thought that was so cool.
That's cool, man.
Everybody keeps telling me the same thing. Yeah. They keep seeing it in their Google page, and it's like that's pretty cool. Like,
it's super
cool,
freaking cool.
That's cool.
That
brother.
is. I'm so happy for you, man.
Hey, and here's something to understand, Ken. Whether you're seeing a shit ton of actual subscribers or views or anything like that, the biggest value you got from that when they linked your channel in that article on motortrend.com, that is a super, super, super big indicator to both YouTube and Google that your channel is worth something.
Yes.
It's man, that is magical. Man, congrats, my friend.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. I thought the article turned out really good.
Oh, it was beautiful, man.
Yeah.
The photos you ended up putting together, I mean, that was quite a write-up.
Yeah. It turned out. I couldn't be happier. I didn't even know it was going live until I got the message like, "Hey, your article's up." I was like, "Oh, okay." I had no idea. You should have gave me some warning here, but yeah, it was something. I told a bunch of people about it. Everybody, liked it, so I'm assuming it's good.
No, it's super good, man. That's super good. That's you will see love from that over the weeks and months to come. Again, YouTube also takes that kind of stuff into account. Is your stuff showing up on third-party websites like my own, like Motor Trend? Motor Trend obviously has a shit ton of authority in the automotive community.
Right.
It's a complete and total vote of worthiness for your YouTube channel. The fact that they link to it.
The writer got a hold of me like the day after. He said it got 75,000 views its first day. And
Nice.
and then the next day he said, not only is this the biggest story on Hot Rod, this is the biggest story on all of Motor Trend right now. It's doing that much traffic.
That's fantastic, man. That's fantastic, Ken. Right on, brother.
Good for you, man.
I thought that was really cool.
Blow my doors off. And hats off to you, man. Well deserved. That's just awesome.
Yeah.
But just remember, if I don't know what you're seeing already in terms of subs or views, but that stuff over the weeks and months to come, the fact, as soon as Google does its crawling of motortrend.com and it sees that link to your channel, your stuff will start showing up on YouTube more often. Your stuff will start showing up on Google more often. It'll serve you quite well, brother. That's wonderful. In addition to the fact that, does your vehicle have shitty looking door cards?
No, mine don't.
Not Ken's. Hey man, I really love the format that you're kind of coming out with, that you've developed into your commentary, your good stuff, brother. I really enjoyed that door card video. Not like it was the most precise, upholstery video of all times, but it was the way you segmented it and the way you commented it. That was a really fun and easy watch. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I've been trying. That's what I've been trying to do, is just make stuff super simple and easy to digest. I had 2 hours of footage, and the first round of editing, I got it down to 45 minutes. And I'm like, where is all the fat that needs to be trimmed out of this? I kept going over it, and finally I got it all whacked out. So.
No, but between your hood latch and that video, I mean, you're coming up with it's a very, very, very subscribable channel.
Very.
If you know what I'm saying. It's you're doing all of the right things, my friend. Be proud of yourself.
Hearing that. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I am winging it, as I'm sure everybody else is just kind of winging it.
No, but that's it. That's it. You sound like you're kind of winging it with organization. You've got those black screens with the teardown, the build up, the whatever. But your commentary is like so fly off the handle in your. You've got a really fun voice and the way that you kind of, man, yeah, you're on your way, brother. You're on your way.
Well, thanks. I definitely appreciate hearing good things, as I'm sure everybody does, right? So, yeah, good stuff. I appreciate it.
And that part in there on those hood latches, and if you're supposed to measure it out and do it this way and do it this way, or you can do it like me and make the hole twice too big and still it'll work. That's honesty.
Again,
that's credibility, man, and that is just gold.
Yeah. Realism, believability, and every Joe. Yeah, good stuff,
can't
brother.
Fake real.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
No, exactly. Well, you can't fake real. Exactly, John. Exactly, John.
Well, hey, John will be the first to tell you. He probably didn't think I was going to make it to 500. He didn't. I've definitely come into my own. Well, with Buzz, your help, like all your advice, BareRose knows, right? Buzz's advice, is damn good. I took most of it to heart, so it's definitely been leading me in the right direction. So.
Nah, you're doing good stuff, man.
I said in the beginning, there was just something about you. I don't know what it was, but I had to watch you.
It's that height. It's the height, man.
Yeah, being tall, right?
That or the music. One of the two, that music stuff, like last Saturday. I don't know how the hell I got caught into that, but I got caught in and I sat there and got drunk. Like, how am I sitting here getting drunk listening to 80s theme music?
That was actually super fun. Like, I had a lot of fun with that.
That was awesome. I am on a brand new camera because I did. I took my camera out with the nunchucks.
I was like, there's no way he's telling the truth. He just.
You know what though? What's bad for us old bastards is there's like, oh man, I remember what I was when this song came out. I remember what I was doing when this. How old am I again?
No, that was some super fun shit, Ken. It really was.
Well, you played that damn Sammy Hagar song, and I was like, over the top. I just watched this movie.
I think honestly, I think that was the kind of relief that a lot of these dudes, that are battling the videos and trying to get the car done. Man, they just needed something. They needed a little bit of an escape, and that shit was perfect.
It was.
I had such a good time during that premiere.
Oh, I had way more fun than I thought I was gonna. Like, I was actually late to my own premiere. I forgot that I had it set for premiere. So I came in late and there's already people there. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Shit. But yeah, I feel like everybody needs to kind of do a video every now and again, or do something as against the grain. It doesn't always have to be car stuff,
Yeah.
But a little bit of against the grain. I felt more comfortable with it after I got 500. I was like, well, I got my 500 now. I can get a little bit more of my personality out here and not worry about scaring, these old no power guys off. So
I found.
Oh, wait a second! Isn't your channel only about LS swaps?
No.
I found that, like, when I'm talking, and I've watched yours too, Ken, is at first, when I first started, I was trying to watch what I say. I was trying to not so much be myself.
Right.
But then the more I started to come out and be myself, and you start saying shit that you couldn't script, and then you get, oh my God, that goes on a T-shirt. Oh my God, that says it. And I'm like, wait a minute, I say this all the time, you know. And the main was, we was on a damn live, and I said, I can't remember how I said it, but I said, well, I got to get out of here and get a shower. I'm covered in Ford, and it's starting to itch. And that blew up into, like, I got 50 subs off of that freaking saying. They're like, yeah, you say something like that, I'm going to end up getting you need a T-shirt for that. You know, but it's most of the time, it's just be yourself. And I talk like that all the time. So, and I'm probably going to get hit for some of my language at some point, but I don't care. I'll go back and bleep it out.
Yeah, well,
you know,
Buzz used to say stuff to me about my language, and I've toned her down. But like, it's still, if it comes out, you know.
Hey, if it comes out, it comes out. So some of your earlier stuff with your brother was just comical.
Oh
man.
yeah, dude. My brother still brings it up. I got mad at him. I'm like, hey, dude, you can't be talking like that as much as you do when I'm recording. Like, I have to cut so much of it out. I have nothing usable after all that work. I have nothing that I can use because you're just running your mouth constantly. Like, so yeah, he still brings it up. He's like, yeah, remember that time you got mad at me? I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I hold my voice a little bit. I don't speak completely like I do, and because I'm a truck driver, you know, it's being a truck driver, your vocals and everything that come out is pretty much just like a sailor without the VDs.
Oh yeah,
so,
my dad's a truck driver. My brother's a truck driver. I completely understand.
You pretty much get F this and F that, or and Jesus said. That's all there is, you know. And usually the guy, if he gets mad enough with the and Jesus says, he's F-bombing every 5 minutes too if he's in a traffic jam. So it's, you know, I do hold it back, and I can hear it. A lot of people, like, I'll watch everybody's videos because I have that kind of time, like, all day. I, you know, listen to the videos, and I'll hear people, and I know what they want to say, and they'll hold back, and I'm like, man, just say it. Just say it. Come on, just say it. It's more fun.
it!
It's better. Just say it.
Was that Sam Kinison? Say it! Say it!
Yep. God, that just reminds me of back to school.
Yeah.
The young ones that are out there listening, you need to go back. You need to watch Back to School. If you're worried about the woke people, this movie's gonna piss you off real quick.
Say
it! Yeah.
Having a field day if he is still.
It's a funny movie.
Hey Jay, let me, man. You played the Skins, man. What kind of band are you in, and what kind of stuff do you play? What's your stick?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm curious of that too.
I actually, right now, I'm in two bands. One of them we're on a hiatus, and it's a cover band, and it's nothing but metal. We start out with Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. That's the lowest song we play. And then we end up with Slipknot at the end. And, yeah, I do play some Slipknot. I play, but right now I'm in a country band with a guy by the name of Jake Shoemaker. He's a Nashville recording artist. It's me and a group of friends that a buddy of mine, we all put it together to help this kid out. He's only like 25, but his producer, it was the manager voice of the Beach Boys in the 50s, 60s.
Really?
And super nice guy. And it's kind of cool because me and the one guitar player, we both recorded in Nashville. So we're kind of, you know, like his right hand saying, look, just don't expect to be God right away. You're going to basically play for pennies. And we're kind of that way. And it's a country band. I started out playing rhythm guitar in it and singing. And then the drummer flaked out. And I said we had a gig that next weekend. And I'm like, all right, I'll go get the drums. So I played DW acrylics, clear acrylic drums, double bass, 10, 12, 14, 16. Use the biggest sticks I can find because, you know, I hit pretty hard. I do all the stick tricks and hit the drum and it'll fly up and I'll catch it and do all that crap. I used to anyway. I still do it a little. I'm getting old. My eyesight ain't all that great. You know, I'll go like this and the stick will land over here. But I play guitar. I play piano. I sing. I can play trombone. Did trombone in band because they wouldn't let me play drums. And I try to learn as much as I can. I've got a fiddle around here somewhere.
Man, both my brothers, cool. Both my brothers are paid musicians. Got stuff out. I can barely clap my fucking hands, man.
That's why I said you clap on 1 and 3.
Yeah.
So it's like.
What do you mean? Well,
it's 1 and 3 would be the kick. 1 is always the kick drum. Snare is always number 2. So boom, pop, boom, pop. So you clap on boom, pop. The album, and that's usually me at the drum set with the stick going, because it's messes up the timing. I'll mess people up though, because I can play off beat and keep the same rhythm with everybody else, and I'll do that to people all the time, and they'll be like, "You son of a bitch, here he goes, he's doing it again." But people think it's funny, and I just have a good time with it anymore. I usually have a drum set set up in here, but I can't do that because I got parts laying everywhere. And,
you probably, this has probably crossed your mind. I mean, how do you get some of that into your channel to let people know a little bit more about who you are? Your stuff is, I really enjoy watching it because it does have somewhat of a pole barn garage flavor to it in your own. I'm not, saying you're copying or anything along those lines, but it's you're working with what you have, and you've got a really killer fleet of vehicles out there, and you're doing it in such a way that is, it's completely relatable, man. It's like, hey, I totally get your quandary with the haters on the ambulance, and you can't put just that corrugated steel in the floorboard. Well, look, Jack, I'm trying to get to a fucking event here, man. At some point in the future, you're gonna put the right floorboards in there and whatnot and get it done right, but. You've also got a Frau there that is willing to drive that thing back and forth to the grocery store constantly. But bringing some of that other, you're not doing. He totally did you a solid on those wheels and the shout out there. Generally speaking, shout outs don't do squat for your channel. Don't a shout out from a completely believable and deeply loved guy like Dalton Summit from Pole Barn. Man, that served you well. But when do you get some of your other life into your channel?
Well, the problem with some of that is because of copyright crap, because if I'm doing cover songs, I can't do it. But I'm taking my GoPro.
I just sounded like Cookie Monster.
I'm taking my GoPro in August. The band I'm in, Jacob Shoemaker and the Working Class Heroes, we're opening for Chris Cagle up in Bloomington Normal, Illinois. And that's not copyrighted. He gave me permission to do it, so I'm actually going to record some of that with my GoPro, and I'm going to use my Adobe and fix it all out. Yeah. I'll probably put some of that. And there is some of the stuff from playing in Black Swine is my other band. And there's some of the stuff in my videos in places. You can see it, and the music's down, and you just see the flames and the frickin' smoke and the, because I got 6 flame pods, man. Like actual flame pods, they shoot 12 feet in the air.
Wait a second. So, I have 0 flame pods.
eBay, man. they blow off as starter fluid. You just use the Valvoline starter fluid. It's the only thing that will work. and it just, you open the door, you stick it in there. Maybe I'll do a video. You want to see what this looks like? And I'll blow it off and maybe burn down one of these damn cars.
Dude, yes.
But,
that would be good for views, brother.
If the question is fire, the answer is yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got to get the torch out.
The answer is either dart sport or flints.
Correct.
Yeah. I've got 6 of those flame pots, and they blow off. We use them with black swine. It's all theatrics and show. Like if I'm coming in and I hit cymbals and a kick at the same time, they'll blow off. Like if you were at a concert, they all blow off. And if we play outdoors, I'll run all 6 of them.
Hell
let me tell you, I lose weight sweating because of these damn things. Because usually there's 4 of them around my drum kit, so I'll have flames 12 feet tall right here, just straight up. Woo! And it's fun. I did get the fire department called on us once, though.
Okay, man.
Fire marshal's kid was in there at the speaker, just going like this for playing Pantera and Rob Zombie and all this stuff, and he's going like this. Next day, he told his dad all about it, and he was the police chief or the fire chief. So the bar and the owner is a friend of mine. She got a cease and desist notice. No more flames in the bar, we'll shut you down.
What's crack-a-lacking, John Wilburn?
You see it. Got work, just all kind of stuff going on. Got a piece of cast iron I've been needing for a year to weld up a block. Lunar Outlaw sent me that today, or yesterday. But the kin thing. So we've had 62 no-name 500 channels. And, of course, most of those were just virtually unknown when this started, right? I think Ken started with 12 subscribers or something really close, right? And one thing I've learned through this thing, since January is you don't always know what to expect out of them. I mean, some of them look like they got so much promise and don't do anything, yet. Some of them come out of nowhere and really surprise you, and everything in between, right? So you just never know what they're going to do, when they're going to do it. The thing with Ken is he had that really weird angle in the beginning, like the intro and the outro screens were animated and stuff. And I was just thinking, I don't know what to do with this. I just think his head going to explode. And okay. I'll tell you when I did know Ken was going to make it, though. When I had no doubt. He had fewer than 100 subscribers. It was that video in the winter where someone came to pick you up and you were going somewhere. I don't know if it was a machine shop, whatever that video was. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like you walked out on your porch, somebody picked you up, you're going somewhere. And I was listening to you have conversation, the spontaneous stuff you said, narrating your own trip, your own field trip. And listen to that, I'm like, yes, this guy right here is going to do something. He didn't have 100 subscribers, but I said, this is the stuff you can't script. This is the stuff you can't teach. This is the stuff you can't buy. And when I heard that, I said, okay, if he does this with his content and what he says, he's going to do good stuff, and he absolutely has. There's usually something that shows me where I know what they're going to do, and there's something like that. That's what it was for Ken. And it's different for everybody.
It's working with what you have, and we right above Ken at Tall Garage, man, we got Mr. Will. Man, you're a storyteller, my friend, and you just need to, man. Thank God you've got your wife to film for you. But yes. all you need to do is not worry about the camera. Know that she's got that handled, and tell your story, dude, because you're a storyteller. You are a storyteller. On some of your lives, when somebody asks you a question about some of your vehicles, dude, you go into a diatribe that should be printed in gold, because it is. It flows off your tongue. Man, there's no dead air. Be confident. Be confident in that stuff.
What I see with Mr. Will, I see a fleet of cars that's like 20,000 subscribers, because nobody else has that, right? So it's not like there's anything else to compare to. So if you could get the audiences of all these shows. You could do the wackiest fun stuff that people like me have no access to do, and I think it's cool. And all the ingredients are there. The thing with Mr. Will is, it's like what I see, and maybe I'm wrong. He doesn't want to boast about stuff. It's like, well, I don't want to show off. I don't want to show off. And if instead of that, he thought about, hey, I want to bring this to my viewers. I'm doing this for them. They want to see this instead of thinking I'm showing off for them. If you thought about it that way, it would just roll out there.
So I mentioned 20,000 subscribers with Mr. Will earlier. You just mentioned 20,000 subscribers. Mr. Will, you want to know the recipe to get you to 100,000 subscribers? You take your vehicles out there and you recreate particular scenes that your vehicles were involved in. I'm not talking about going out and trashing your truck and, doing Duke Boys crazy shit. But, but I mean, so much of that stuff, man, you show, and, under fair use rights, you can say, here's the original Zoom. And here's my vehicle doing basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Dude, 100,000 subscribers. There's no doubt. You'll have to do your research to find those particular scenes and find things that are similar. But man, in addition to the fact that, just a hood slide across.
I was waiting for that.
Come on, come on.
I don't want to lose a hood or a fender doing it though.
You know what? If Mr. Will was not in the No Name 500, he's the kind of guy that I would reach out to, and I would make a weekend trip to go film at his place. And I would get 500 subs off of his cars.
You're John. John, that is so correct. That is so correct.
The only reason I haven't done that is because Mr. Will is in the No Name 500. I'm not kidding. I'll tell you exactly. This is exactly what I'd do. I'd go up. Let's just say Mr. Will is somebody who's not in the No Name 500, right? I'd say, well, okay, this is cool. We have, Starsky and Hutch. We have the Fall Guy. We have Smokey and the Bandit. I would take all these things. I'd say do a feature on each one. Do a short feature like a trailer. Do a longer feature. Recreate scenes. Then I would stagger it all. I would premiere it all, right? Have a trailer and then a premiere later in the week. I could probably make 1,000 subs out of that.
That Smokey and the Bandit car. I mean,
endless.
you go out and, man, get on the expressway, find you a couple of semis, get you a buddy in a Prius and a fucking GoPro, and just start passing trucks. That's all you gotta do, man. Blow those. Come on. Yeah. Get you a couple of cases.
It sounds great. It's just I like I said, my biggest thing is time. I mean, it's you go to work. I get up at 6 a.m. You go to work, you come home, you pick the kid up from camp, and by the time you make dinner, it's 7, 8 o'clock, and it's
dude, you got
really
weekends,
tough.
don't you? I mean,
it's true.
Can you pick one day a week? One day a week.
I'll throw this out there. How much time does it take to do a short?
Exactly.
I have a short on my channel that got 1,200 views, and it took me less than 1 minute. It took me 12 seconds to shoot it. It took me about 30 seconds to title and upload it. It took me 1 minute, right?
You're right.
I spend more time tallying the sub count and how long it's been since they've uploaded content on each channel of the No Name 500 every day. I spend that much time on each channel every day just doing that. If every channel in the No Name 500 spent the same 1 minute a day on their channel that I do, just doing that for a short, they wouldn't be in the No Name 500 anymore.
Dude, I'm telling you, Mr. Will,
you're right.
You take that the Trans Am out, a quick segment going boom, boom, boom around a semi. That short would just it would go wild. it would go wild.
That list right there, I spend about 1 minute per channel doing the No Name 500 list every day, and I email it to Dallas and Buzz and Buck, because Buck does the channel reviews. And every day I look to see how long it's been since they posted a video, what their sub count is, if there's anything new that I need to share or something. And each one of those No Name 500 channels should match that by doing a short. Spend 1 minute to do a short. Might be amazing.
Yeah, short.
No, you're right. I mean, I have 2 shorts, and it was when I first started the channel. One was literally of my Trans Am after it got it's ceramic coated after I got it painted, and it was just pretty much like a 30-second short that the guy was just showing me that, you know, when they were finishing, and I put it up there, and it got like, I think it's up to like 2,500 views. And another one was of Big Chief when I was out in Texas, and I filmed him doing a run, and I just put, you know, Big Chief, and I had a picture with me and him, and I posted it up there, and I think that's my highest one. I think it's up around like 4,500 views, and
Man,
that was 20 seconds of just the car doing a hit on the track.
let me tell you something. You know, rewatch some of the stuff that your car vehicles have been involved in, whether it's pulling out of a fueling station and onto a street, you know. You recreate that stuff and people recognize those scenes, man, your subscribers, brother, would skyrocket. Skyrocket! Phallic symbol, skyrocket.
Well, we're gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna head out in a couple seconds. Like I said, tomorrow we got a little plan going, and we're gonna go to the school and we're gonna film the Torino, like you told me to, and you know, hopefully, I'm gonna try to get, like you said, a couple of shorts. Do the filming, like we talked about, and you know, like I said, I'm gonna try to do my best and see if I get that 500 with the Torino. So,
man, what he's talking about is we talked earlier today about you know, kind of rehearsing what he was going to do. You know, rehearsing it in his driveway, and you know, not trying to come up with the perfect audio on the fly with the camera rolling, knowing it's recording, thinking it's one take. You know, go through it a couple of times, Mr. Will. Fuck it, man, you're Dr. Will now. But seriously, you know, getting comfortable with the verbiage that you're going to use. You know, once you get. The other thing I told him was, you know, picture yourself at a local cruise in with somebody walking up going, hey, man, isn't that the, you know, Starsky and Hutch car kind of thing? And, you know, how would you handle that? Yes, it is. Let me show it to you. This is Zaga Daga Daga Da. This is what it looks inside. And, you know, the stripes are correct. Guess what? It was on the Revel model box. You know, this car was chosen over another car, and yada yada yada. Man, you've got so many stories to tell that are just man, there's dudes out there in the world that are begging for, you know, content like you've got. Figure out a way and do work with your wife, man, in your driveway before you go to the school. Make a few recordings. Watch them back yourselves. See how it feels. See how it sounds. Do it again. Do it right on.
There's a really easy one that I just think would be a pile of subs and views. Do a short video titled properly, GM throttle body on Ford Cleveland in 1976 Torino. Get the title really right and show that thing, because I've never seen that before. We just watched Thunderhead 289 blow the internet apart with a lawnmower carburetor on a 289, and you have something that is equally bizarre. And no, I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. You know what a video, a properly titled 1-minute video showing that running, show it running, idling on the car, show that and describe exactly what it is, a short video, that'd be worth a pile of subs.
Golden.
That's kind of video that gets shared all over the automotive community. Look what this guy did.
Golden.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that in my notes, John. I'm gonna do that.
Easy video to shoot too, but make sure you do it with the hood up. Show it running. So in other words, it's not like you mocked it up. This is a working thing.
Excellent.
And make the video short, like 2-minute video. This is my whatever it is, 19 whatever GM throttle body on my 351 modified 400 or whatever it is, or Cleveland or whatever you have in there, in my 1976 Ford Torino. If you get all those tags in your title and you show it running with that, you got it all. Make the thumbnail the throttle body on the engine in the car.
So what kind
You'll have it all. People will not be able to resist watching that. They'll click
exactly.
on the haters and the lovers will click on it equally to give you a high five or tell you how wrong you are for doing it. Either way, you win.
And you don't care which it is.
Nope. They're both great for business.
Welcome them all.
Now, real quick, when you guys say in the description, you don't have to put a hashtag. It just has to say the word properly, right?
Hey, I already mentioned to you, man. You get those videos made, pop them as unlisted.
Yes.
Shoot me the link, man. I will help you with. I'll give you the classic example of what the title and description should be.
Yeah. We started like kind of call out how to do it.
Ken, your audio's kind of screwy.
Oh, is it? How about now?
There you go. You're back.
There. Okay.
Say again?
Oh, I said Buzz is right on. He helped me get started on titles and thumbnails and descriptions until I kind of caught on to like how to do it. So definitely take his advice and you'll catch on in no time.
No, definitely. Yeah.
That's what I did.
$10,000 worth of advice. 10 minutes I spoke to him today.
Yeah, we had a really good conversation, and any of you channels out there that are, Mr. Will was feeling uncomfortable about, making these videos. He was feeling like he had to do it in one take because he was uncomfortable about the actual editing of the videos. Man, any of you guys that have got any of those concerns or uncomfortable feelings, man, reach out. Shoot me an email. It's roadkillcustoms@gmail.com. I can help you. I can talk you through it. I'll guide you. Won't cost you a thing. No strings attached. I'd be honored to help any of you guys, especially the No Name 500 guys. But if you're involved in the No Name Nationals in any way, shape, or form, man, feel like you've got a resource in me. I get paid daily to do this shit for big companies. It's a drag because I'm having to do shit for shampoo companies, man. I don't want to do shit for shampoo companies. It's a lot more fun doing it for guys that are trying to earn their way into the No Name 500 or the No Name Nationals. Reach out. I'm a resource for you. Mr. Will even opened up his email with, he opened, man, I didn't want to reach out and waste your time. Man, you're not wasting my time. I'm sponsoring the No Name 500. I've got a vested interest in seeing people get there and making this event something that's never been before. Kind of like Dallas and John described it, a YouTube drag race trade show of sorts. It's not like anything that's been done before. There's and the duct tape drags and all these other, the power tour, and there's some coolness about all those things, but if you're itching to get yourself to 500 and get yourself to 1,000 and these other, benchmarks, 2,000 for Christ's sake, reach out. I can help you. I'm so busy doing that.
Thanks.
My own channel sucks.
Mr. Will, you have a GM throttle body on a Ford. Is that what I was hearing? Like,
Yeah.
So throttle body injection, like TBI, like that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I was like just looking into that today.
Yes.
Like, I was just looking up that today. I was like, how could I have a bunch of throttle body parts? I'm like, what can I do with these? And I was looking into it. Well, that's super cool. Like, yeah, definitely do a video on that.
There's big interest for that. I mean, and because it's so different. I mean, look, Ken got published putting LS heads on a Ford 300 for Christ's sake by Motor Trend. He's getting massive. People are into different.
Look at all of the press. Not only Thunderhead 289 got. Look at all the carburetor stuff Uncle Tony's got with the Vapor guy, right?
Yes.
Look at all that stuff. Like right now is a really hot time to be screwing around with weird carburetors and throttle body combinations, right?
No
like
doubt.
lawnmower carburetors and all that. You could really get a lot of play right now with that.
Mr. Boyd has a good idea for a video, by the way, the charging your AC or propane. That's the thing. I've looked up videos on how to do it on YouTube. There's not one good video on how to do it right.
Yep.
They all suck. So
Opportunity, Ken. Opportunity, brother.
If you were to make a very well thought out how-to video with the steps, what you need to do it right, that would be awesome. Because there isn't one on YouTube. That's good. They're all shit. So.
Ken, I think I mentioned it earlier, man. Your video style that you've evolved into, I think is freaking awesome. It's so easy to watch. It's they're short, they're concise. Your commentary is humorous and easy. Man, those are easy. Giving you 100% watch on your videos is man, it's super easy. Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
That's what I like to hear.
You got a good thing going there, brother.
Ken doesn't search for ways to express his thoughts. That's something that some people have to try to learn and acquire by practice. But the best presenters are people who don't do that. So Ken doesn't stand around using and to hold the floor. He flows one thought to the next, says what he needs to say, and that makes it watchable. Sometimes it's hard to articulate that's why, but that's what makes the easiest people to watchable. Uncle Tony is really good at that. He had to work on it, but he worked on it for a long time. If you watch his very first videos, it was rapid fire short sentences trying not to have dead air, and now he's got it evolved into a really smooth presentation, but it took time and practice. And you might not always be able to put your finger on what makes somebody watchable, but that's a lot of it. And Ken has that. Ken
has that for sure.
Well, thank you. Hey, I really do appreciate the boost of confidence here, guys. It helps. Because, like, I'm sure everybody will go back and they'll watch their first couple videos and be like, man, these are bad. Right? and everybody does that, and everybody's getting better. And like John said, like Tony he got better, and I'm sure everybody will get better as time goes on. Like most of us are only like less than a year into our channel, right? So in another year, we'll be making even better videos. And we'll look back on the videos we posted yesterday, and be like, man, that was bad. So.
Do any of you guys rehearse in front of the camera? We was kind of hitting on Will on that. Usually it's my first take. I'll go out there and I'll just lay it out.
I did that today.
Well, sometimes
and then I'll do another one.
Sometimes I'll do a couple takes. Like I'll do a take, and even if I mess up, I'll just go all the way through it of what I have in my head, and then I'll just start from the scratch. Like I know what I want to say, and if I mumble something or if I stutter something, I'll just start from scratch. I won't even turn the camera off. I'll just run through it again until I get what I want out the way I want to say it. if I was messing it up, because talking in front of a camera is weird. Like, I'm still getting used to it. I'm sure everybody's still getting used to it, kind of. But the more you do it, the easier it gets.
Still.
Yeah.
Rehearsing.
A lot of times I use that first one.
Yeah, the first one is usually it's the most raw. Like,
yeah,
you know, like, and the only time I really mess it up is if I just completely blank. Otherwise, I'll just kind of roll with the punches, you know. So yeah, so the first one is usually the most raw. It's usually the best one.
Listen, guys, with this, I'm gonna say good night, Buzz, John, BareRose, Ken, Jay. Thank you so much for all the support and you know, the good. You know, you guys are encouraging me and all the kind words. I really appreciate it. So I'll definitely start working on it tomorrow and definitely, yep, 374.
Be confident, brother.
I'll shoot.
Be confident, brother. Just
yes, confidence is everything.
Tell your story, man. Your stories on these vehicles, and you know the stories. You know the TV history on these vehicles, man. All you got to do is sing that song and dance that dance, brother.
Yeah, my
Thanks,
last
Buzz.
word.
I really appreciate your help, bro.
My last word here is you. I'm constantly buying stuff to make content with. You have the stuff, so you're in a very good position. Like, I am constantly buying things to make content with, right? So if you have the stuff, it's a huge leg up.
Rock and roll,
right,
Mr.
guys.
Will. Thanks,
you guys
brother.
have a good night. All right, good. Take care. Thank you.
He's got a gold mine there, man.
Yes, he does.
You know, you can broadly classify people into all different ways. A lot of your content creators are ideas people, and a lot of our viewers are things people. But if you're a content creator and you have a lot of things that you can use for your ideas, man, the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
There are show and tell channels, is what I call them, on YouTube, where they might not be very creative, but they sure have a lot of cool stuff, and that carries them, right?
Yeah.
It's all built on stuff. So if you are creative and you have stuff, oh my gosh,
yeah.
I mean, that's a recipe for success.
No doubt. No doubt.
And a lot of the stuff that you think is garbage is actually stuff they want to see.
If you're creative, yes.
Something that is different. Everybody is tired of seeing somebody put a 318 in blank. Like, it's been done a million times. Like, you have to do something slightly different than the norm, or just have a personality that just smacks you across the face. like Tony got the personality that just grabs a hold of you. Dalton has one. Bicycle Garage, you know, they have these personalities that suck you in.
Jay and Irish has got that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
Look at this event. They're all like that. I mean, who would have said 3 years ago that we pay money to see a 318 and a 4-door 72 Coronet that was headed to the crusher? And Tony turned it into a franchise car, right? Yeah. If you'd have said that that Ranger you have was going to be something that was a headliner and get work published in Motor Trend, nobody would have believed you a year ago. What this group is doing stuff that other people couldn't dream of. That's what's so awesome. And so after having seen where it's going, when Jay sent me, he emails me a picture of that ambulance. I'm like, oh yeah, I can see where this is going. Nobody would have had that imagination a few years ago.
Well, personalities evolve. Like Tony. If you watch the early Bicycle Garage videos, like, they're not good.
No, they're not.
He evolved, and that's why it takes time doing this. That's kind of like what I've realized. Like, the longer you do it, the better you'll get. So you just gotta keep at it.
Keep at it, and now's the time. 82, 81 and change. 81 and change.
Oh Lord.
Actually, it's 80 and change in the East.
Ooh.
I haven't changed it yet.
Oh, geez.
You're witnessing it right here, brother.
Here's the secret. I've never shown this. rubber cement, 3 dots on the back, and it goes clean on the glass, clean off.
There you go.
How boring is that, right?
That's it. That it's actually quite exciting, John.
Yeah, we rubber cement that on there.
Little for the card, little for the man.
Yeah. And every day. There goes 82. It is gone, never coming back.
Oh boy, getting
The
close.
sound of that paper coming off is the scariest sound in the known.
You're only going to have to hear it about 80 more times.
Oh.
Right on. and that's how it works. Jay, don't shake that head, brother. Man, you got it going on too, dude. You got it going on
Jay
too.
does.
Keep doing what you're doing. You too. You know, not unlike Mr. Will. Mr. Will's got a fleet of finished cars with TV history. Man, you've got a fleet of cars there that a fleet of projects that people covet. And it's they're so wildly broad, for Christ's sake, man. You've got a gold mine on your hands, brother. Those vehicles, what you need to do to each of them, and I think if when it's appropriate, and not going to get you busted for copyright. Get your music stuff in there, dude. Your channel it's just fixing to bust loose.
You know what tells me his channel's going to be big already? Like I saw this before he had 500. He's already good at attracting haters. I'm not even kidding. That's an early indicator of success. If you're already good at getting haters and you've only got 400 subs, you're going to go a long way.
No doubt.
With fewer than 500 subs, you already had a hater find you and complain about something you were doing on that Pontiac. That's fantastic. I would have killed for that at 400 subs.
His mic's out.
Yep.
Smoke's not, but the mic's out.
No, I didn't mute him.
Nah, he's
trying to figure it out. Like I say, smoke's out, or mic's out, smoke's not. Smoke him if you get him, brother.
He's muted now.
Check your mute, Jay.
Yeah, he's muted himself.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
All right. I don't know what happened. My mic was crazy, but man, I was trying to tell Mr. Wills that most of my views are from a short where I'm walking past my cars bitching about them. Literally, that's the most of my views. So he could walk past that Torino and talk about it's got a Chevy fuel system on it. I'm the kind of guy I'd be like, you son of a bitch. And then how dare you, that kind of thing. And I'm that guy. But I'd watch. I wouldn't hate on him. It's just one of the things, I got to see this is bullshit. And I'm going to hate on him a little bit, be a little bit of a troll, but I'm going to subscribe and I'm going to keep watching. That's why when everybody gave me shit, when Amber pressure washed out that ambulance, oh my God. I mean, I might as well have took a torch to it.
Wait a second.
They were like,
wait a second. Amber pressure washed the interior?
Well, yeah, we had to. I get it. That's exactly what happened.
Holy Christ.
The guy said it was blasphemy. It was blasphemy. That's the word he used. And I said, you know what? I'm sorry you feel that way about it, but I tell you what, I got a lot more really awful shit that you ain't gonna like coming. Please subscribe and tell all your friends.
Right on, man.
That guy will never miss anything else you do.
Right on. Hey, Ken, man, tell me about the shop that you're working in. It looks like a crazy ass old. What is it? A grain barn, or I mean, what's the story behind the space you're working in?
So it used to be a school.
Really?
Yeah, it was built in like 1901 or something. And
No shit.
Yeah.
Video on that.
And it got turned into a diesel like mechanic shop like in like the 70s or something like that. And my uncle bought it way back in the day, and he used it after the mechanic shop. He used it to take apart radiation machines. So if I start to glow, you'll know why.
Right on.
And
I thought you were looking a little green there for a moment, you know.
Like Levi.
Yeah. Levi. And it ended up in my brother's hands right before my uncle passed away. He left it to my brother. We sold it to him, and so me and my brother just work out of it. He drives semis, so he's never there, so I usually have run of the place.
It's a super cool looking building, man.
Yes, it is.
You can see all the like the main areas, like the hallway. You can see all the doors in the walls that were the classrooms, even though all the rooms were gutted. So all the doorways are still there on each side. It's kind of neat.
I don't know if you saw John Cope's recent 5-year update on his shop, but you know, you're doing a walk around your place because it's a curious building. Some of the stuff you see in the background, it's like, what the fuck is he working in, man? You know, that might be some content for you, brother.
Yes, definitely.
Dustin O'Brien works in an old school. He rents out space in one, yeah.
Oh, he does, yeah. We talked about that one. Yeah, well, the best part about it is there's actually a second shop downstairs. It's the school's old gym, so it has a stage.
There's more?
There's more.
Downstairs?
Yeah,
there's a basement?
Well, it's the main building's up on the hill, and then you go down the hill at the bottom of another building. And it got, like I said, it's the old gym. So it has the stage still from back in the day. And I'm actually taking that over. There was a guy in there renting it. Well, he moved out.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah. I'm taking it over, and I'm going to have my own space, just me. So that's going to be pretty great.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
And it's bigger. It's bigger than what I'm in now. So.
Oh, definitely do some walk aroundy kind of, and any kind of, you know, history about the building, the school, the whatever, dude, that would be gold. Because I do spaces. I'm a space guy, especially old spaces with history. I think that would be another really cool facet to your channel that would pay off quite big.
I'll have to remember that. Yeah, I'll have to clean it up a little bit. But yeah, for sure.
Nobody gives a shit. It's the bone. It's the bones of the building, man, and the seeing it used. Have you ever noticed the old, what do they call them? There's a kind of a term, the ghost buildings, the walking through the abandoned buildings kind of thing. If you can, in any way, shape, or form, like John said, get the word abandoned in there. At one time, abandoned schoolhouse becomes, LS head, transformation center or some craziness. But yeah, what shows up in the background of some of your videos, Ken, is just that's what I'm backing up to see. It's like, what the fuck is going on there?
That's good. A little mystery keeps people coming back. Then I guess.
Oh, no doubt.
A friend of mine.
And it all ties to what you're doing too, so you don't get that obscure thing, that launches you, that people are going to dwindle away from. It all relates to what you're doing, so they're going to grab a hold and stay with you.
I was thinking about that the other day. I don't want to say I felt bad about all the subs I got, but I was like, I kind of felt like I got a bunch of subs and they're not going to actually like watch anything on the channel. But then I realized that, well, they're all car guys. It isn't like I did like a Freedom Convoy live and got 2,000 subs, right? They're all actual car guys, so like that's way better than if they weren't. So once I realized that, I felt like a little bit better about it.
Man,
it's easier to keep the flame going.
Yeah.
That's your spark, and
Man,
that's an easier one to keep going.
Right.
The
Man,
obscure
but
one.
look too at that video of the music mix, brother. That was pretty wildly popular. I mean, whether it's big on views or whatever after the fact, man, that was a so welcome relief, I think, of so many people seeing just a dude out there that's suffering for subs and trying to get their shit dialed in, like everybody else in the community. But how about a little bit of this? Let's get a little relief going on. Man, I had more fun during that particular premiere than I think I've had on any in a really long time.
It seems like everybody was enjoying themselves. Like
that was awesome. Do more of that.
Normally it's just Ari and I.
Yeah, normally, yeah. So speaking of that, everybody knows Don English. He's everywhere.
Oh yeah.
He requested I do. I don't know. He said disco. He wants disco. I know nothing about disco, so I'm now learning about disco, trying to make up a playlist for Don English. So when I get that done, that'll be my next premiere. That'll be the
Dude,
I
grew up with disco, man. I'm my mid 50s, man. When I was going to a club called the Disco Kid, that was built in an old school grocery store. Man, I'd be right there. Yeah, I'm down.
I figured.
Oh,
hey.
Wait! Oh, what? Stop! What do we got? Irish. Holy shit, man! He's bringing out the whole.
It's a disco ball. It's a disco ball on that.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Holy shit, Batman!
Yeah!
Oh!
I knew it.
That is from a disco club in downtown St. Louis.
That's awesome. That is.
Love it.
And it works. I actually have the motor.
Hey, dude.
And
Jay,
look at this plug.
Yeah, it's old. It's original.
It's glass too.
Hold that ball up and spin it. Get it spinning kind of fast, and just kind of hold that pose for a second.
Well, I can't. Well.
In other words, you're going to get a new contact picture.
Yep.
Yeah, now just kind of like get your face in there. yeah. Now let's hold that.
Perfect.
Hold that for, right. All right. Perfect.
Great. That's gonna be great. And now it's the weird hour. He brings out the disco ball and my disco shirt. By the way, I used to wear this live, like when I had long hair and the whole. I had black patent pants. Yeah, that was good.
Oh.
But yeah, you mentioned disco. I'm like, holy shit! I got a disco ball right back here. I got all kinds of crap.
That's good shit right there. Ken, motivation, brother.
You guys will be seeing that again.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll send you a video of that, Ken. Just it spinning with the light on it. And when you do that disco thing, you can just sit there and play that.
I'll play that in a loop. Yeah.
Ken, tell me about your fascination or seeming fascination with the cartoony shit. That's not one of my things, but when I saw it, like that nunchuck guy, dude, all I wanted to do, I wanted to find anything around me that I could swing and hit shit with. That's
yeah. I noticed that like clicked with you. That done. Yeah, I was like that clicked with Buzz. Like that triggered something inside of Buzz. no. Like,
Oh, hey, Square Body. Yeah, you did.
I don't know. Like, in my younger days, before I was younger days, right? I'm half your guys' age. But in my younger days, 15 years ago or whatever, I was really into video games and anime. I wasn't really into cars. And as I got older and I started really getting into cars, that stuff took a back seat. Like, I don't play video games really anymore. I don't really watch anime anymore. But, like, it's a big part of my past, right? And so, especially the old anime from, like, the 80s and 90s, like, that stuff. That's where all them clips were from. All them clips were from anime from, like, the 80s and 90s. And I don't know, like, listening to music's fine, right? But I figured I could put something in the background that wasn't just a static image. So I had fun with it. I just edited it.
It was totally freaking cool, man.
I tried to match it with like a little bit with like what was going on in the song. I usually tried to match it at least a little bit. So yeah, it's
that
fun.
Rocky speech was perfect.
Oh, I know, right?
That was just like perfect timed. Perfect.
That was beautiful. I noted that too, BareRose.
I had to wonder in my live. I say now, if I tell people I'm going over to DJ Tall's, are they going to think I'm insane, or will they people enjoy it over there?
I thought, what the hell is it? What?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But I don't know why. It doesn't seem like anything on paper I would enjoy, but I really do. I've caught 2 or 3 of them now, and they're gas.
Speaking of the devil, Don English is here. So.
Yeah.
Destroyer 1320, sponsor of the Burnout contest, is in the house as well.
Destroyer1320.com Theft Deterrent Systems Burnout Competition at the No Name Nationals. That's a mouthful, isn't it?
Woo!
I already submitted my burnout video.
Good man. Yeah, he is looking for any of those that are going to be participating in the Burnout contest. If you've got a segment of video of you doing a burnout, shoot it to him. Visit his channel. I'm sure you can submit it via an email address on his About page. Give him what he needs to put together a kick-ass promo video for that contest, because I've got a feeling with the patch that John and Dallas have put together, that's going to be quite spectacular.
I need to put 450 more miles on my clutch before I really give her the beat. But
whatever.
But
yeah, whatever.
Depends who you ask.
I never ever did that. I'd go, okay, let's put the clutch in. My dad'd say, now try to break this, and the freaking smoke was already out of them.
That's usually how I am. That's usually how I am. I figured this time around I'd try to season it a little bit before I really, gave it to her. But yeah.
Hey, Destroyer 1320 as co-sponsors, man. Let's see if we can put ourselves a video together or a live together, and get some spectators out to the event. How's that sound to you, bro?
Yes. We can't forget about the spectators. We got to fill them seats.
Amen. Amen. Need to get them pits full. Extra full.
If you missed it, Kiwi. So Mr. Proper Restoration SEMA Builder Kiwi wants to enter the burnout competition. Who saw that coming, right?
Right on, Destroyer.
The guy
I'll get a hold of you, brother.
Kiwi does concourse paint. Kiwi has built cars for SEMA, and he wants in our burnout competition with Jersey barriers, grass in the middle, and all kind of craziness. So to me, that just seems wild. If Kiwi's in, nobody can say, well, my stuff is too nice and too shiny, because I didn't see that coming. I think it's cool, though. He's all about it. But he's from New Zealand, and the New Zealanders, you know how they are. They're like, tires need to be twice as thick just for us to do our burnout competitions. So.
Yeah, Kiwi's a cool guy. He seems like a really cool guy.
Cletus is saying he's going to win it. Cletus didn't even say I'm entering it. Cletus said, oh, yeah, I'm going to win it. So he's coming for war.
Confidence, man. Confidence.
Yeah, we got some characters lined up for this thing already. I have a feeling they're going to try to steal the show, and I hope they do.
So,
and how?
John, you think there's going to be a pretty big turnout from like the local area for the event?
Well, you know, how many of these have there been before? We're going to find out, but we think so.
They've got a big billboard to draw people in. When does that billboard go up, John?
As soon as I come back from Carlisle. That's my target.
Cool.
Carlisle is Thursday. So we'll come back. Dallas and I'll go out there because we've got to do that. We've got to do the internet.
Right on.
Yep.
Right on.
Have we looked into the local Chamber of Commerce or local news stations or anything?
The news stations, yeah. I'm going to reach out to the news stations. I think they might want to cover it. I'm hoping that they would want to because it's YouTubers. So that it's more of a come out to the collective of channels and not come out to cover another race thing. I think
it's a bigger story.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I actually had a newspaper columnist here reach out to me wanting to do something on it because he's noticing the YouTube automotive car culture and how it's really turned up a lot in the last couple of years.
Hey, Destroyer Man, I'll shoot you an email, brother.
Dan says you need smokeless tires for the burnout competition. It's
Yeah,
when you get to the rims, they stop smoking.
By the way, Destroyer 1320 is asking if there's one more position on the panel, and yes, there is. This is a 6-panel live. Come on in, brother.
Come on in.
Come on in now. Don't be bashful.
Yeah, but every time we'd hit a monster truck show in an area, that's what we'd do. Especially as the ride trucks. I mean, that was our big thing, is to get people there, because if nobody was there, well, we were hitting parking lots until the cop showed up for gas money to get to the next show.
Hey, BareRose.
Promo.
Hey, BareRose, can you pop the link fresh for Destroyer 1320? I know you've popped it earlier, but it may be, if he came in too late, it may be out of
there
his...
There he is. He's waving at me.
Hody do.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Phenomenal,
Hey,
brother, man.
Glad there's awesome people live. I'm looking around. My wife's like, well, there's nothing on Netflix. She's like, I'm going to go watch my show. You do your thing. I'm like, I will do my thing. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Hey. What's up with the Clifford ears on the car, brother?
That's the red velvet that hangs over, so when I put the hood up there, I don't scratch that paint.
No. Those are Clifford ears, man.
It is a big red dog. No.
How goes it, man?
It's good. It's frustrating finding parts. I'll just,
Yeah, everybody's feeling that, but how are you doing on the coming up with burnout videos to put together some sort of promo? Are you finding some love?
Finding some love. Yep. There's a couple guys that have sent stuff, and I appreciate everybody who sent stuff in. I cannot wait. I kind of want to make it more like a commercial.
Yeah, I mean, man, state your case right now and here. Who,
just one of those things. Do you like burnouts? And then I want the people who are part of this to have their cars shredding tires. Where I don't care if it's in a burnout competition, but just doing a burnout.
Lunar did a good. Lunar wants to be in it. Maybe he never know. With him, like Thursday he does, Tuesday he doesn't. But he did a good burnout in his Supra, rolling out in second. That's a good one for that.
I'm saying anybody who does it, I just think it would be great to show some of the cars that'll be there, whether you're in the competition or not. We encourage it, but
Chad Square Body Stuff, definitely you want his.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go back over to the chat, and I'll put my email in there. Hold on.
Yes.
Mute myself so I don't get feedback. Hold on. Be right back.
I can see Chad being a dark horse to win that thing. Send that.
With that setup, John, that burnout contest has the potential of being a really good time.
Let me tell you. So think about it.
Does Larry know he's going to have to, have a sod company come in after the fact?
Yeah. Okay. So there's a story behind that too, right? So
we're going to need a serious sweeper.
At first, when we said burnout competition, Dallas just said, "Oh, we have the whole length of the strip." I said, "No. I said, "These are YouTubers." I said, "They'll do unspeakable things to the track." I said, "They're explode." I said, "That'll never work." So I proposed these areas, and then Jeffers was like, "Oh no, you can't do that." I'm like, "Oh yes, we can." So then showed him other people what they do and what we're talking about doing. He's like, "All right." He's kind of maybe even reluctant. I know he's not watching, so I can get away with it. Okay, so then I just kept making it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until we finally we're going to commandeer the entire turn-off portion of the shutdown. So I've never seen a burnout contest area like this in my life. Let me tell you what we've got. 194 feet long, and it's, I don't know, 64 feet. It's huge, right? It's huge. It's the biggest burnout pit I've ever seen. And in the middle of that, there's about 60 by 25 feet of grass in the middle. Now, you don't have to get in the grass because the thing is so big, you can stay completely on the pavement or you can get in the grass, either one. Doesn't really matter to us. There's going to be Jersey barriers. We're going to have light plants to have this under the lights at night. Now, most places that do their burnout competitions like duct tape drags and all these other events, they have Jersey barriers in part of the parking lot during the day, and it's just like going on while the event's going on, right? Like it's a sideshow. You can watch it or you don't, and it's frankly like they don't care. It's just something, don't bother us, do your thing, don't bother us. That's not what we're doing. When the last pair of cars turns off of that track on Friday night, we're going to block the strip off, finish up the setup, and then the entire party moves to the burnout pit. That is the event right then. That's it. Right. That's all that will be going on is that party.
Question. I may have to reevaluate my vehicle that's coming in, man. My 08 Hemi Dodge may have to... find its way to the burnout pit.
and there's houses all around it. This is wild too. So when you get to the shutdown at Jeffers, you have 1,300 feet of shutdown. So you can't see them in any of the track video because nobody's videoing up on the top end. Well, we're going to do that, but that'll be a first, right? Like, did any of you guys know there's houses up there? No, because all the video you've seen at Jeffers is taken at the track. Well, when you get down past the 1,300 feet of shutdown, then you have this 200 feet. Then you have Sykeston Beach, right, which is for the people who really can't stop. There's houses all around. Like we're going to have houses all around. So I asked Dallas, and I said, well, we need to talk to these people about this because it's going to be really noisy that night. It's not going to be a quiet party. And Jeffers is like, nope, we were here first.
So right on.
This is going to be really good. There's no curfew.
Like
right on.
Neighbors. That sounds like
fuck the neighbors.
Yeah, that verbatim is probably what Larry said, actually. But no, that's the thing. So this is going to be like no other burnout contest you've ever seen.
Oh, this is.
And then we've got other ideas for what we want to do with the physical space. I don't want to talk about. We'll just see what happens on the day. But yeah, I've never seen a surrounding and a setup and a theater like this for a burnout contest. It'll be really different. Because
I have some ideas as well. I have some ideas.
Most of them look the same. Most of them all look the same. They're just Jersey barriers in a parking lot. This is.
Do we have to bring our own bleach?
We'll work it out with you. I don't know if anybody needs any bleach though. You might need your own broom for a clutch explosion because there's going to be broken parts. The reason we're doing it on a Friday, actually, is if somebody breaks something, at least they can have all night to fix it. Right? That's the highest traffic.
I'm not coming with a vehicle, but I am coming with full tools.
Yeah.
I've already called my tire guy. Better have some damn tires ready.
Good man, Jay.
Love it.
It's going to be wild. We actually looked at a few different places where to set this up, and it's going to work out really well. But it's a big old area. I'm curious how creative people will get. Like, you can have room to do your figure eights in your Pontiac hearse with plenty of room left over.
Right.
So, is there any rule against like a You ever seen those huge blow up swans and geese and ducks for your pool? Is there any rule against maybe having that to tail whip into?
Well, no, not necessarily. We have ideas too. Which is, see, part of it is we want to see what people do with this theater they have, right? We want to see. They're going to be creative and bring things to it too. Obviously, we don't want studded snow tires to tear up any pavement. But you know.
Oh shit! All right, later, guys.
Yeah, we just don't want things getting destroyed like that. But other than that, we got certain barriers if you wind up.
No studded snow tires.
I don't need any show stuff. I'm bringing an ambulance.
That's how you do it.
I'm bringing a friggin' ambulance.
Yeah, so are we, because
that doubles as a hearse.
Well, yours is a different reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll need the hearse part of that.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah,
it's a blast.
I told
I can't wait.
I told Zeppelin, I said, I sent Destroyer a video, that burnout video for the thing. He's going to do a commercial thing, and he gets all up on me. 7 years old, man. He's the one that's out the window in that thing. He's like, well, we need to do a better one. I was like, a better one?
Good man.
What do you mean a better one?
Jay, that's raising your kids right, brother. That's raising your kids right.
Keeping this madness going. I love to hear that.
Oh,
yes.
No doubt.
Well,
it's 1:30.
That Ranchero is his. It is his car, and he claimed it when we picked it up. He was smiling ear to ear, and then I told him we're going to do that burnout thing for like a no-name national thing, and he did it, and we got done. Of course, the speed holes in the back, there's one of them that's like right next to the wheel, so it's just blowing smoke in the cab, and he's right away just, you know. I said, hurry up, I'll get you out, you know, and I get him out, and he goes, what'd you do that for? I just covered my face. I was like, oh, you want it back in? So I threw him back in the car, and by that time the camera was off, and I was like, oh, shit. I missed that part, but yeah, he'll be there. I guarantee he'll be in the middle of all of it. So
Right
it's
awesome.
Be a good experience for him for sure.
All right,
yeah,
fellas.
he's looking forward to it.
Take it easy, Dan Boyd.
Ken, wait a second, man. If you had a disco premiere right now, it would be a whole different story.
I don't got it ready yet. Yeah. This would have been the perfect time to do it, right after.
Let me know when you're going to do it. I'll share it out.
Yeah, Ken, you're killing it, brother. Man, love what you're doing. Love your channel. It is. It's on my top 5 channel list for sure.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, rock on, brother. And looking forward to anything else you got to put out, bro.
Awesome.
You do the disco thing, I'll bring the ball. I got the, you know.
All right, fellas, it was great talking to y'all.
Good night, Ken.
Good night.
Great seeing you, man.
He's a lot of fun, man. He's a lot of fun.
He has that stuff that you just can't teach.
Exactly.
He's got that, and that's big deal.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I had no idea about he got on Motor Trend. That's pretty damn awesome.
Yeah. Hey, what's up with the Clifford ears, man? Oh, dude, I'm a big. Oh. Wah, 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 wah.
You know what I like about the Motor Trend feature that I think is really telling? A couple of years ago, Motor Trend would never have featured that engine in that state of building before. And they would have featured it when it's in the truck and running and making passes or something, maybe, if the truck was painted nice. But what it tells me is Motor Trend says, these guys have it going on here. These guys are the grassroots, and we need to try to get this stuff.
It's the same thing with Dalton's feature on Motor Trend with the Holy Goat.
You got it.
They're trying to reach. They went completely commercial, paid for most of their stuff, and they're trying to reach back to the real deal of just dudes putting together stuff, men, in regular shops, regular garages, and I don't have a problem with that. Pardon me.
That's where it's at. This
Yeah,
is the stuff anybody can do.
Well,
You
I mean,
know?
look at what they were spending. I think Magnante said that they were spending $38,000 an episode trying to produce stuff, and they're getting beat by people with an iPhone.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, they have learned that we are where it's at.
Exactly. Exactly.
After this,
I've
they're
heard-
really gonna know.
Oh,
that
yeah.
we are where it's at.
I've heard from too many people.
Hey, what Destroyer 1320? I'm sure you've seen the world record burnout videos from, like, you know, Australia and some of the efforts that have gone on. What are we gonna do about that? Is there an opportunity here?
Let's just say endless opportunities. Endless.
I mean, you know, do we get with the space that John and Dallas have provided? You know, is there some sort of, you know, get in burnout quests pasts? You know, they've all been in a straight line. You know, can we get everybody pointed towards that grass area with the nose of their car and, you know, do a circular? You know, everybody burning out at the same freaking time, and I don't know. Can we turn that into some sort of record?
There's always a way. We have to think it out. Now, we have to think it out. We have to have willing participants, and we have to make sure we don't jack up people's stuff more than it will be for the next day.
Oh, come on. I mean, all you got to do at that point is, man, foot on the pedal and, you know, foot on the other pedal. I mean,
you're saying there's tires left after their first run.
Come on, man. Tires are tires. I mean, burnout pit, for Christ's sake, man. The amount of money I've spent at the used tire dealer for that purpose alone. Come on, man. It ain't nothing. You know, a couple of 15, 20 bucks a tire on some, you know, throwaway rims.
Can you? Yeah, there you go. Put that.
There's the pit.
Oh, I
Look at
need that.
Look how glorious that is.
That is, look how glorious that is.
My
Lanta. Look at the grass in the middle.
Yeah, somebody needs to come out with like sand flaps or something and just tear that freaking grass area up.
Well, that grass is you know. It's
Or hit the sand. Is the sand viable?
Probably not.
Yeah, they're not gonna like getting that all tore up,
I'll
are
say
they?
this: we're gonna have Jersey barriers around it, and the grass is fair game. I've never seen that in a burnout competition before. I've just never seen that. You can call it a very green burnout competition.
Hey, we're being green.
Yes, we are.
Got to keep everybody happy now.
We're minimizing our carbon footprint by having plants in the middle of the burnout competition.
I'm going to be in the Guinness Book of World Records for the first drift in an ambulance.
Yes.
Fucking going right around that grass.
You was
10-ton vehicle.
Awesome.
So to show you where this is in relation, if you look at that top photo there, that shows you the track and the shutdown. And then the burnout pit is all the way at the end of that shutdown. So the track runs from the right to the left. Then the shutdown is 1,300 feet. The track's 660. The shutdown's 1,300. And then the burnout pit, you can see that grass at the very end up there. That's where it is. So the whole party is moving all the way down there at night. It's going to be a very isolated thing, like away from. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very nice. It's going to be. You're going to have a nightclub at the end of the track, Destroyer 1320.
Yes.
So I got the disco ball.
Without the annoying that's not allowed. That is not allowed.
I can bring that if you want. I have all that equipment.
Now, the thing I want to make sure too, just having been to previous events, I don't want us having to worry about dubbing over different non-copyrighted music because somebody had something playing in the background. I know John and them have already thought of it.
But that gets you away from the pits, see?
Yeah.
Hey, there's all kinds of shit on Epidemic Sound.
But the problem is you'll have the people with speakers on who don't think like that, though. There's always that one guy, see? But by moving down here, it gets you away from everybody's pits.
Yep.
The only noise we'll have to contend with is there's going to be a generator somewhere up there. I don't know if we got power all the way down there. I don't know. But we will have power because we have light plants. So...
Well, the sound of squealing tires is better than a generator, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we'll have to have a PA down there. We'll have to have that set up. So, but yeah, it'll be different. I've never seen a burnout pit like that. It's very different.
It's huge.
Does smoking rubber cause cancer?
Probably.
Everything does.
In California, it does.
Everything. There's a sticker on it, I guarantee you.
Man, one of my favorite, man, nobody ever got sick smoking tires.
Just say I got everything in here causes cancer in California.
Or reproductive harm.
Yes.
So keep all of those parts away from them spinning tires.
Oh, yeah.
It will cause reproductive harm.
Well, you just get a bunch of those, what are they, the lead things when you get your x-rays, you hang those on you.
There you go.
We'll be safe.
There you go.
That will be exciting. I'm wondering, surely somebody will tag the wall. We're going to have people get creative because that's what content creators do.
Don't
see, that's
call me
one of the
Shirley.
big things. Well, see, that's what's so different about this and so many other events, because if you go to a bracket race, you have lots of talented guys, talented mechanics, and all of that, but it's not as creative. They want to run their number as close as they can without going under. They want to run as good a reaction time as they can. They want to set up their delay box. But YouTubers don't have those constraints. They'll go out and do anything. I mean, that's the difference. So when you see a burnout competition at a place that thinks more like bracket racing, they'll get on the strip and they'll try to do a burnout for distance or something. That's not what YouTubers are going to do. YouTubers are going to say, can I launch the rear axle housing into another county?
Exactly.
And that's what we're after.
See you later, Ollie. Be good, man.
There will probably
Ollie
be an
great.
element of forgiveness is greater than permission with this event for Dallas and I. But it'll be a good one. It'll be memorable.
Good night, old Savage Outlaws.
That's like that Ranchero out here. It has 0 PSI at idle. And I'm going to bring that thing down there.
Yeah. That's why.
And if I'm going to try to throw the rods out of it, not on the track, I'm just going to try to throw the rods out of it somewhere. And it probably won't because it's, when I want it to happen, it won't. It's when I leave, I'll get where there's no, town or anything, then it'll throw all the rods out the bottom. But if I can do it there, I will.
Expect it.
Yeah. Right when I, don't want it to. And that'll be when the battery's dead on the camera, too. That's shit about a battery.
No one saw nothing.
Damn it.
Or you took a picture instead of video.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Or my GoPro's been doing this crazy shit where you push record and it'll start recording and then it'll shut off. And then you got to re-record. It's like, you son of a bitch. I'm getting tired of this thing.
I can't stand the batteries. The batteries are so bad. I'm like, dude, my phone lasts like 2 days. What the hell?
Yeah. I got that thing off Amazon where you get like a shit ton of batteries in the thing. They last 5 minutes. It's... I don't know. I was talking to Buzz about getting different cameras, trying to find different stuff and I don't want one of them $4,000 retarded. You don't need that.
No.
I'm pretty confident about the quality of my video that I don't need to buy $4,000 worth of equipment just to, I mean, it's right there. I mean, I haven't even really messed with it today, but I don't know. I use that Adobe because I'm computer stupid and it's pretty easy. and then Epidemic Sound. I get all my sound, but I think I use like 4 songs. So I pay all that money and I use 4 damn songs. But yeah, I'm sure there's more crap that I can do with this GoPro that I just don't understand. You know, the wide angle, that lens thing that you can put on it, and microphones, but
yeah, the
Man,
microphone's horrible.
like I told Mr. Will earlier, you know, with most of these channels, it's the vehicles and the story and what's happening. Man, people aren't subscribing for razzle dazzle, and you know, if you're able to work yourself into some cool effects and some nice transitions and all that stuff down the road, so be it. But right now, with 81 days to go, just put out the freaking videos, whether it's shorts, whether it's long form videos. Cut out your dead air for sure. But don't worry so much. You know, that was one of Mr. Will's big concerns. Man, it's like, I don't know how to do transitions. I'm like, don't do transitions.
You don't need them.
Man, just cut out the BS that people don't need to see and tell the story and show the car. Everything else will fall into place.
Number one thing is audio. If I can't hear you, it drives me nuts. I listen to videos on a stereo. We covered
that earlier, yeah.
I have to turn it up to 80, and then a commercial comes on, and it blows me off my chair. I can't.
There was one of our content creators, I don't know who it was, but there was this really loud music, right? No, there was a commercial that was loud. I turn it down. Then I cannot hear him. I turn it way up. Then there's this really loud music transition. I'm like, whoa. Then I can't hear him and I have to turn it up. Then he moves behind the camera and it's real loud again. And I just clicked off of it. I'm like, I can't take any more surprise.
Audio almost trumps video quality. It really does. You know, you can, some video snafus are, remotely acceptable. Man, if people are struggling to hear you, and or you open, some of those videos open up with a blang, man, that's no bueno, man. Because that gets everybody caught at work. I
didn't even think about that.
It freaks me out to fade in, for Christ's sake. But yeah, audio in many ways trumps the video quality. It really does. You're absolutely right, Mr. 1320.
The thing I learned was put your volume on. Because I play mine back on just regular little speakers on my laptop, and I put the volume at 50%. If I can hear it clearly at 50% audio when I play it back on my laptop, when somebody watches it back on a phone, you can crank from 50 to, you can crank yourself out the room because I've got the audio set to be at 50% where it's an audible sound. So
that's a pretty fair. That's a pretty fair rule of thumb.
Like that.
On that Adobe thing, well, all of them really have it. They have your dB leveler on the side. And, well, I'm also an audio engineer. So I set everything, no matter what I do, the music I play, my vocal, talking is set at minus 12 dB. And that gives you enough room to where you can be at like 60, 70% of your volume, and you've got another 20 or 30 to go up. And I use, because I don't have any special microphones, I'm just using the GoPro mic, and I use what's called a noise gate, and on the Adobe it's called denoise, and I use that noise gate, and I just use the factory setting. I click on that one time and it sets it on there, because I do everything outside and I got a highway right out here, so you'll constantly hear this. I got trains, freaking dogs, I got you name it. I got everything out here, and that sucks down to where, for some reason, I don't know how it does it, but it takes the audio that the camera is pointing at. So it's pointing at me, so it cuts everything else out, and it just focuses on what's right in front of it.
Yeah.
Whatever the digital format that it was, And sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Like the reason I started using that, because in the winter I was doing everything in here, and you know, I got a wood stove, but I don't use it all the time. I got a damn salamander. So if it's too cold, I got that salamander going, and that brought it down to where you could still hear me and kind of hear the salamander in the background. But it ain't like over loud. But everything I do is -12. And like when I go in and I put the background music, I set that, I'll go in and I'll adjust the gain of that music down to -12 dB, so it ain't any louder than the vocal. And then there's a couple times Buzz is right, you know, where you come in, like I was having my beginning song and it just freaking come out and nail you. And you're right, people get caught. So I quit doing that, but what I do is I also have it's basically a fader, like if you're DJing, and it fades it in, so it ain't just, you know, slapping you in the gut.
Yeah.
And I kind of do that with my audio, my, you know, my voice on this too. But the only time I use transitions is in when I'm doing my logo, the roadkill, you know, No Name 500 thing, and then if I have that little Irish proverb that I do, and it does that, and it does it on its way out. Other than that, it's boom, 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 boom. I did do transitions once in a while, but it really depends. If I'm putting words up on the screen, like, but then there's, and then it'll, you know, it'll transition in and out. But that's the only time I use it. Other than that,
I was just going to say, and always remember to pet the salamander. They like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So your hand comes back and it's all
Yeah.
burnt off. You're fine. It'll buff out.
Hell, at one time it was like -20. I was like, that sumbitch is staying on, and I'm in there just, you know, sanding down a damn oil pump or whatever. And I was like, you guys just gonna have to fucking put up with it, because it's cold. You know, but yeah,
That's me. All my videos, I have fans. I mean, even right now, I have 3 fans going because it's 100. It was 112 today. It's 101 right now.
I got air conditioning on.
You're in
I got
AJ, right?
air on.
You're in AJ, right?
No, I'm in Chandler, Arizona.
Chandler, gotcha. I thought you were in AJ.
It's stupid hot. I just today was miserable. I have a golf cart, and my neighbor was a little drunked up and smashed the pedal too hard and busted the freaking throttle cable. So
good man.
Got that. Yeah. Not fun to fix when it's 112, but gotta have fun.
Get it on video?
I don't. Some things I can't put on video because, you know, I don't want to get in trouble. Dude, square body stuff is 100% right. That I was prone to doing that myself because I learned how to do cool things, and I was like, okay, and I put so much in. People are like, I don't even know what the hell the video was.
Yeah,
it was just shit spinning around and graphics coming at you and words, and they want you or the car, mainly the car with a little bit of you.
Hey, that stuff works for your meme shows. Your meme shows are fucking phenomenal. But yeah, the basic the videos, people in the automotive community, people are not looking for razzle dazzle. I mean, there's 2 kinds of viewers. There's the people that are looking for entertainment, and there's people that are looking for, you know, relating to someone that's dealing with, you know, real trials and tribulations about getting a car back on the road kind of thing. And they don't give one rat's ass about transitions and, you know, effects and razzle dazzle. You know, cut out the dead air. You know, keep your audio even across the course of the video, and have a nice day.
I look for the consistencies in people who are doing what you want to do. Like, for example, Square Body Stuff doesn't overproduce. You know, he's got a good sized channel. Uncle Tony's Garage, no intro,
none,
no music, no outro.
Yeah.
I won't let Kathy do that stuff. He's got a very simple formula, no dead air. They don't waste your time, and it works. It's not overproduced in the least.
Exactly.
Look at Whistling Diesel. Whistling Diesel has almost 4 million subs. He doesn't have an intro. But you know what else he does? What's in the title and what's in the thumbnail is going to happen in the video. He doesn't waste your time. He doesn't clickbait you. There's certain things that just seem to go universally.
Yep.
And
without a
I'm
doubt.
telling you, these people, you will never do toaster effects and graphics your way to the top. Never.
No.
I use my zoom. That's about it. I zoom in on something and then zoom back out. That's pretty much my only, other than somehow making a floor out of something that doesn't have a floor. But
I've got to have a return for
corrugated steel.
every element of complexity that I add to something like that, I must get a return. Everything. I do that with everything. I think simplicity is a virtue, and I just got to have a return. And the same thing with editing, really. If there's something I do, if there's any complexity I add to editing, it's got to pay off somewhere, either in the way I produce it, the way it's watchable, whatever. I got to get that back somewhere.
Yeah.
I use a lot of cut, splice, and speed ups. If something
I
takes a
do
long
the speed
time,
ups.
That's useful. Yeah. Oh,
speed
yeah.
that sucker up.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than watching somebody sit there and wrench on a bolt for like 20 minutes. Like, okay, dude, all right, can you please speed it up a little bit?
Well, we get it. We get it.
Running a grinder.
Yeah,
Sanding.
I cut 4 hours out of that video of me putting that ranchero back together. Just boom, 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 boom. I cut it up as much as I could, leaving stuff in, because I watched some. Of course, we got to watch it all over again to try to find the one thing. Just like,
yeah.
And then I start thinking, if I'm watching this on YouTube, I ain't fucking sitting here and watching this whole goddamn thing. So I'm gonna, this is what I'm gonna do. And then every once in a while, I'll laugh at myself and say, I'm gonna put that in there because I laughed at myself. Maybe somebody else will laugh at it. I got all kinds of comments. There's one little thing. I'm doing that oil pump, and I drop the damn, the lower part of the oil pump, and it falls. And I go, oh, look, a new scratch. And I pick it back up. And I put that one little section in there, and that got, all the attention. It's like one little scratch. Oh, look, a new scratch. Little things like that. I probably still could have cut that down a lot more, because it was an hour and 15 minutes. That's long. I don't like that. I'd rather do 30 to 45.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because I've seen people when they edit, like they'll have a whole block of something that they know that is good stuff. So they'll just put the whole block in when they edit. But I'm thinking, okay, if you know it's a whole block of good stuff and you put it in when you edit, why don't you want to watch it again? Because if it's too much torture for you to watch it in the edit bay, do you really think your viewers want to see it too?
Yeah, exactly.
If you find yourself wanting to fast forward through it, they probably don't want to see it either.
Yeah.
So pick the 10 seconds of it that's the best representative and ditch the rest.
Yeah.
Any more than 10 minutes is what I found got me more views.
Yeah.
Now, unless you're somebody like VGG, which I could watch the guy just because he's such a goofball and it's fun. I mean, my wife actually learned about cars by watching his channel, but she was entertained by how he presented it.
Yeah.
So keeping it lighthearted and whatever. But then again, there's also times where I have two modes, idiot and actually trying to get something done. And I found out the ones where I'm trying to get something done, I'm trying to educate people because it's an issue I ran into that I've not, I go on just like everybody else to YouTube to try and find, okay, what's the easiest way for me to get through this problem? Try and find it. If it's not there and I'm facing it, when I figure out what it is, take a quick video, put it on there. I have one, my screen went black on my Challenger when I had it, my 2019 Challenger. Just out of nowhere. Got in the car, screen was black. But the radio would turn on.
I'll be right back.
Okay. The radio you could turn the volume up and down. You couldn't see what you were doing, but you could change channels. I'm like, okay, something's weird. So I found that if you just connect a fuse and you put it back in, everything pops back on, resets, and you're good to go. I'm at 60,000 views on that one little thing. I call them evergreen videos.
Yep.
Evergreen videos are the ones where you're helping someone, and eventually you're going to find it. I mean, I had my air conditioner downstairs went out the other day. It's 107 degrees, and my lower air conditioner went out. Like, wouldn't turn on nothing. Checked the breakers, checked all the stuff. I'm a pretty handy dude. And I was like, what the hell? Pull the front off. There's no light on the little board for the entire air conditioner. I'm like, okay, it's not getting power. But why? Because the breaker's good. I checked everything out, outside, pulled that main breaker. It was that stupid little, on the outside, there's a little, looks like almost a pipe sticking out. It comes up and it's PVC. It's got a little wire coming out of the top of it. Well, if there's too much condensation in there, that thing will shut off. If that shuts off, it ain't going to let power kick onto anything. So I watched a video where a guy took a piece of wire, shoved it down the little vent pipe that's next to it, unclogged it, and it turned back on. I went and got a little piece of wire, shoved it down there, pulled it out, went inside. Honey, canceled the air conditioner guy. Just fixed it with a piece of wire in like 2 minutes. Those are the videos that will get you more views than trying to over edit and trying to do all these things.
You got it.
It's the benefit. What benefit? If you're not laughing, if you're not teaching someone, what are you doing? Like, you got to kind of look at it that. I mean, not that I have, my channel is still infant, like muy poco. So don't listen to everything, but I'm just saying the things that I found that caught traction.
So one comparison I make is two extremes. Like, you know who Rube Goldberg is?
Oh,
Rube
yes.
Goldberg would do the cartoons that had all the contraptions, right? Like someone would light the candle, and the candle lit a fuse, and the firecracker sent something up, you know, like a balloon. The balloon pushes a lever, and it was all to do some really simple thing, like pour a glass of water, right? Rube Goldberg is what I call the one end with way overcomplicated. Then on the other hand, you have Henry of Occam, Occam's razor, who basically says, who can say something in the fewest amount of words with the same amount of meaning wins, right? So to me, I think there's a virtue in that simplicity. And when people overproduce, it just makes people dizzy and tired, and we're competing. Everybody has 168 hours in their week. They have 24 hours in their day. They have 3,600 minutes, and we're competing for that. And when we make them waste minutes out of their life to watch something because we think it's cool and they don't, it doesn't do us any favors as content creators. So
Agreed.
I don't do an intro. I don't do any transit. I used to edit a podcast, a local podcast, and I had to do a more polished product and all of this. But man, that burns you out so quick, and you get no return for that stuff. Nobody cares about that stuff, and we have so many big channels that prove it.
Now, from a big channel standpoint, the only one that does have an intro, I'm learning this myself even to this day, is a freaking short intro.
Oh, yeah.
Is Cletus McFarland has, hell yeah, brother, it's him, done. On to what they're doing. Because I've seen people who have like a minute is the intro. I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I love watching your car do a burnout. Love seeing you throw a wrench across the room and you're lighting stuff on fire. That's cool. But we're not on Discovery doing shows that are paid.
You might
like
as well
throw
a stake in your heart. People will click away from that stuff faster than squat.
You know, the worst intros are the ones that are like intros in a box. So in other words, they have like a program, and it just looks like a clip-on tie instant mashed potatoes of intros.
Yeah.
When they've seen that intro 5 other places, and it just has different text, you are done.
Yeah.
Right.
No doubt.
Your intro should be whatever blew up in the video. Like, I was talking with Buck. Buck does it. And Buck said, yeah, man, I was doing drum breaks and the spring flew out. I said, start the video with the spring flying across the room. Then say, hi, I'm Buck, and it'll get to that somewhere, right? Yeah, I said, when people see something flying apart, they're not going to be able to click off. They want to see the rest of that calamity.
Yeah.
It's like Big Mike and the Fireball, man. Whatever, you have something like that, that is your intro right there.
People love to see either failure or drama. Yeah, thumbnail too. Huge. And I'm bad at that. At times I get it right, and at times my thumbnails are freaking terrible because I just don't care. I edited for an hour. Like, it's something. But go ahead. Sorry. Yes. Not intro. Thumbnail. Massive.
Say, I got 30 minutes of failure and somehow it runs. So,
Speaking of that, be looking forward to this. Streetcar Chronicles. I just got a message here. Apparently they got a video dropping real soon. They were just in their garage working, so be on the lookout.
Right awesome channel. Oh my gosh, those guys are so cool.
They got the G body fired up. I haven't listened to it yet, but they got it running, so look out.
Bo, what happened? Everything went quiet.
I was reading Chad's comment on the intro. He used to have a 1 minute long Motor Trend type intro, and he shortened it to 5 seconds. There you go.
Who's that?
Chad from Square Body Stuff there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, and it's I don't know. As I watch different channels, because my kids, they're into all kinds of different stuff, and there's times I watch those channels to see, okay, these are like 5 to 7 million subscriber channels. I mean, half the time, all they're doing is yelling into a microphone, like to the point I'm like, I can't even be in the room listening to that crap. But they're doing something right. And what I found was that they're, especially kids, thank God we have us older folk who care to sit, okay, give me a minute to catch up on what you're doing, and we'll take a minute to listen. But like younger generation, it's, you better go now, or they're gone. They will not wait. They will not. They're instant gratification, 24/7. So they're trying to bring us older folks that way, and I mean, sorry, I'm going to sit and go, well, why was that bolt loose? Like, what were you thinking? I'll watch it for that.
But you know what? I can buy a little bit more attention span if I show a 3-second highlight of the craziest thing that happens in the video first.
Exactly. Got it.
Yep.
The hook.
It's the hook.
You know what?
The hook.
I've got all of this footage that I had left over from when Andy Wood and I took Casper on the road trip to go match race Uncle Tony a couple years ago. And this is leftover stuff because the race never happened. When I put that together in a video, my video is going to start with the number 7 connecting rod flying out on I-40. And then we're going to work backwards through all of the other cool stuff, going through town and Asheville and all of that.
Yeah.
And
exactly. Man, go spend a little time on Prime Video or Netflix or something. They all do the same thing. You know, they open up with, you know, crash, boom, bang, and here's the backstory. Yeah, it's especially for new channels, man. Intros are a waste of freaking time. You know,
yes.
You know, once you get this, if you've got an established audience of 100,000 or something like that, you want to start branding yourself or whatever. All right, go for it. But
if you ever want to get practiced, is go to a boat ramp and film people. You could film everybody trying to get a boat ramp, doesn't know what they're doing, and take that footage, and you know what that moment is going to be. That's like the worst, lowest possible moment those poor people's experience. And then show the whole rest of the thing. You could get all kinds of practice at doing that.
No doubt. That's a great example.
And then, like you said too, Buzz, even if something doesn't go wrong in it, show the finished product first.
Show the finished product.
You know, if
let
it
them
all
wonder.
goes right.
Yeah. How am I going to get there? How do I get to that point? I need to watch this video and learn. Yeah.
Square Body Stuff.
I'm still bad at that.
So there is so you remember the Mopar roll call that just Mopar Joe did of competitors coming to the No Name Nationals, all the Mopars? Well, there's going to be a Ford roll call coming out here real soon, and then Monday there's going to be a GM roll call.
Right on.
So those are in the works, and that's what Square Body Stuff there is talking about. Don't want to miss that stuff.
Oh, so that means BareRose has got to hurry up and get out there and do something for Jeff there, huh?
Exciting stuff.
Pick a manufacturer, I'll jump in.
You got him covered.
That's awesome.
Where the hell do I throw the AMC? Does that go in with the? I guess it gets invited with Mopar shit, so I might as well.
I did the stats on it, and we're about 15% Ford right now. GM and Mopar are actually pretty close because GM has a lot of makes, and they're real popular, of course. But Ford is only about 15%.
That's kind of shocking because most of the people I talk to are Ford guys. Like,
well, most of my friends are
Ford people.
That's the way it is. But yeah, we're only about 15% Ford. I actually did the numbers on it.
Wow.
Yeah. So represent Ford, people.
Step up, y'all.
Step it up like that.
Hey, if anybody complains about an event has too many Fox Body Mustangs, you cannot say that about the No Name National.
They're everywhere.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I got one out there. I can bring it along.
Yeah, I like Fox Bodies, but you know, NMCA got so many Fox Bodies. You'd see the NMRA, the Mustang Racers Association. It's like a split off of that. Well, we don't have that problem. We got tons of diversity.
No doubt.
I could do a video right now to get all kinds of hate if I wanted to. I've got a GT350 20th anniversary Mustang, and I already get shit because it has a V8 and it's a turbo car. And the floors in it were about as bad as the ambulance. And I put it together with sheet metal screws, put a piece of angle iron to hold the seat in place so it wouldn't fall through the back. And if I went out there and did a burnout in that son of a bitch, I'd get all kinds of hate because those are supposed to be in a museum. And yeah, I could get all kinds of hate for that thing too.
Man, bring on the hate, brother, man.
If I could find me a car,
get yourself to 1,000 subscribers right there.
Yeah, if I could find a car hauler for my semi, I'll bring them all. I'll just put it live on YouTube. All right, let the friggin' hate begin. Here's 3 extremely rare cars doing burnouts next to a grassy knoll with barriers.
Have a banner on the side. Call it the hate carrier.
Jay, that in and of itself would be pretty kick-ass. I mean, for Christ's sake, man, you know, hook up to your tractor, you know, literally a 4, 5, 6 car carrier, and then bring them all in. You know,
yeah.
If you don't have enough cars for that, I'm sure there are people that would love to chip in for you to haul their stuff to the event.
No doubt.
Yeah, I thought about it because I said, you know, if I could get to 500, I may just bring them all. Then I got thinking about it, freaking almost 5 1/4 gallon here. I was like, oh shit. But I could get them all there in my semi, and I could take it out on my taxes, saying I was delivering freaking cars.
You could charge people to transport their stuff because there's a need for that right now.
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah, come to Idaho.
Think about it.
Yeah. No, I thought about bringing, you know, a few of them. I think that I'm, you know, obviously I'm going to bring the ambulance and probably Blanche, the Ranchero, but I'm thinking about bringing the AMC just because it's a cool car and there ain't going to be any. And I think more of a show, just, you know, hey, this car made 2,000-mile trip on Hot Rod Power Tour, you know, and it came out of the weeds 6 months ago.
If you bring the whole car carrier, we'll get you a pit space where you can unload it and video that whole big production of unloading your fleet.
Awesome.
So that you don't pull it around a corner and then you bring them in one at a time, because that would suck the video. You kind of lose the effect.
Well, the thing is,
that, let us know. We'll block you off a big old space you can commandeer, make a real show out of the unload.
I'll drive 5 and unload 5.
There you go.
I got way too many damn cars, man.
No, you don't.
Oh, I've got cars sitting in the place I need to go get to. I've got, I think, 4.
Me too.
I'm trying to think of how many I got. I think I got 4 more cars. I've got a one-owner 73 Cutlass 4-door 350 automatic, and it's sitting, and this is no shit. I know it's the old gag, you know, this old woman owned it. This was one owner, older woman. She bought her brand new, and it did not get parked until she passed away like 10 years ago.
Wow.
And I bought it. I think I paid like $800 for this car. And I don't know if it runs or not, but it was going to be one of them will it drive and drive it home, because it's about 100 miles away. But it's an Olds. It's going to run. I know it'll run.
Guarantee.
But I've got that, and I've got a 50, trying to remember what year it is. No, it's a 61 Rambler American. 6-cylinder push-button transmission.
Nice.
Yeah.
Love Ramblers. Love Ramblers.
I thought about making it a 4-door, because it's pretty ratty, but I thought about making it a 4-door gasser. Like a real gasser. Get the parts, not buy the shit from Speedway or anything, make it a real gasser. I've got a couple engines. I've got a 454 sitting right over here to the right of me. It's a low deck. I thought about building it, just tunnel ram the whole 9 yards with a 4-speed behind it, or a 3-speed.
Rev that thing to the moon and just launch off
yeah.
the line. Love watching Southeast Gasser. Oh my goodness, is that awesome!
I followed a green gasser on Power Tour this year, and I must have took 50 pictures of this car. I love gassers.
Man, I'm married to a green gasser.
Well, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, but we won't go there.
Yeah. Now I love that old shit, that gasser stuff. I grew up just watching the hell out of that stuff. I'd like.
He's German. Eats a lot of sauerkraut.
One of my favorite cars is Blasphemy. Blasphemy is one of the coolest cars. I haven't seen it in person yet, but I'd like to. I mean, it really ain't about the channel and stuff, but that is a badass car, all around badass car.
I'll tell you, when you see it in person.
Quit Your Bitchin' is a phenomenal car too.
Oh man, such a good job on that.
I know where there's a couple of them sitting around here that are just sitting in the weeds, and of course it's I'm gonna get to that. And they're old school real gassers. I mean, from the 70s, early 70s, something like that. And they just won't let them go. And I'm like, man, just let me put it back on the road. That's my excuse to everybody how I get these. Look, do you want it to sit here in the weeds, or do you want me to put it back on the road? Let it go back on the road. It's going to get used. My family, we drive Aldis. Every single one of them gets driven. They're all licensed and insured. And I try to tell them, let me put it back on the road for you. I just found a 68 Wildcat, 2-door, all original. And the guy says, well, the kids are grown now. I'm going to get to it. And I said, well, here's my number anyway. Here's my card. If you decide that you don't believe in your hype anymore, and I say it like that, I'm just direct because I hate that. I'm just going to get to that someday. Yeah, my Javelin's got a rusty floor and rusty fenders and part of the frame because I'm going to get to that someday.
Yeah.
And if I wouldn't have saved it when I did, another year, she's done.
I won't say what I say to those people. I wouldn't say it on BareRose's live. It's not going to happen.
I'm holding back a little bit. I get a little angry, and it's mainly because I'm passionate about it. That's all it is. It's not that I hate on the person that's doing it. It's just I'm really passionate, and I want to see that car back on the road.
When I was probably 14 or 15. There's a guy that has a Strike Delete 69 Super B. He's about 30 miles from here. It's a blue car. And no engine, transmission. The inspection sticker expired in 1980. And when I was a teenager, I didn't have my driver's license when I saw this car. I looked at it. I said, hey, man, would you be interested in selling it? It was sitting in front of his house on the side of the road near Fort Chiswell, Virginia. And he says, no, man, I'm fixing that up for my wife. That would have been, if I was 14, that would have been 1990, 89, 90, something like that. I went by there a few months ago, and if you look through the 50 acres of junk, you can still see the roof of that car parked in the same place.
Yeah.
It's never moved in over 30 years.
Yeah.
And I just cringe if I walked up to what will be left of it. It's a Strike Delete car. It's a real Super B. I don't get it. I bet you that guy has had hundreds of people knock on his door about that car. And now who knows what's left of it. I see a lot of that.
Not much.
My uncles, the reason why I have Mopar or anything is my uncles. I have twin uncles. Well, one of them, God rest his soul. But I grew up in the back of Mopar cars. Like, I rode in every car there is. The 4-speed, the 6-pack, the Hemi, I rode in a Hemi Dart. Probably the thing that changed my entire life was riding in a Hemi Dart. But they used to tell me stories because I grew up in Illinois, and everything's rusted out. Pretty much everything is rusted. Everything is shot. If you see something, oh, that's an Arizona car.
Yeah.
Well, now I live in Arizona, so I get to see the cars they were trying to find. But no, they would drive down to Arkansas to go see Grandma, and they would see, like he said, a Super Bee or a Cuda or, name the car. And they'd go up and knock on the door. Hey, you want to sell that car? It's up on blocks. It's just sitting there. And they're like, nope, saving that for my boy. And they wouldn't sell the car. Like year after year, they would go down to see Grandma, and they would knock on the door, same story, and would never let it go. I watched a 71 Demon Duster. Same color, black, had the scoops and everything on the hood. I watched it from a kid until I left Illinois when I was 36. I watched that car go from pristine, just sitting on blocks. The rust had eaten halfway up the car by the time I left. Enough to make you want to cry. Like, really? Like, let someone do something with this thing. Yeah. Sorry. Just one of those. Speaking of passion.
Where are you from in Illinois?
Rockford, Illinois.
Rockford. I live in Effingham.
Oh, no kidding. I'm actually, somebody from Illinois will understand. I'm actually from Winnebago, Illinois, which is...
I know where that's
at. Let's just say my school, my graduating class had 70 people. We had tractor day.
Yeah.
If you drove too fast, you'd miss the town if you drove too fast.
Yeah.
I grew up in small town. I was 7 miles from town. I remember we would get hungry as kids. We'd hop on our bikes and ride our bikes 7 miles into town to get ice cream, and then ride our bikes all the way back out to the farm.
Wait a second, uphill both ways?
Yes.
In the snow, and I had to ski out in front of my bike. But no, I loved it. I to this point, I live in town right now, and as some of you saw in the video, I piss everybody off when I take the car out, but I really don't care because I'm from the country, man. You start telling me rules, the first thing I'm going to do is go, yeah, I don't agree with that. I'm going to do what I want to. Till you come and tell me I can't do that anymore, I'm just going to kind of do what I do. So,
it's a monthly thing around here to get the cops called on me.
I'm getting ready to have new neighbors over here, and I dread it because it's like the only property in this neighborhood that can see what I do in my backyard studio back there. And these people have been there for 30-some years. They were there before me. And I'm thinking, you know what? If the new person is not cool, I'm in so much trouble. So,
yeah, Karen comes in there and not good.
Because he's used to it. Like, he's used to me always working on something, doing something different back there. And he's seen me change a bunch of engines and transmissions and all kind of stuff. And the new people, I don't know. Will they be cool? Will they not? I have no idea.
Yeah. I got my niece over here who always asks me about my cars, and my neighbor over here is a metalhead that watches one of my bands. So, but the ones across the street, up a hill, they're the ones that like to call the cops from all the noise. But they also at 2 o'clock in the morning will be running a leaf blower, a mower, and he's also a motorcycle mechanic. Yeah. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday, he was wrapping out a frickin' 1300 Suzuki. But he'll call the cops on me because they say my cars are an eyesore. So put a blue tarp on it. Oh yeah, that looks so much better.
You said
then the cop will come and start asking me about all my cars. Oh, I remember seeing this one in town. Does this take smoky burnout? Yeah, it does. I'd love to see it. Well, okay, but don't give me a damn ticket.
Speaking of all that, this is where they had me park at the car show just today. Here, I'll try to show you here.
You can hit share screen at the bottom if you have it on your computer.
It's not loaded yet. Think you can see it, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm the rat rod right there.
Oh,
Parked
beautiful.
right next to a McLaren.
McLaren and what's that, a Ford F100 or?
And it's actually an F500. That's ours too.
Huh.
Nice.
But anyway,
Very
that guy
nice.
in that McLaren got so mad he left.
Oh,
Because everybody
good.
was looking at the rat rod.
Yeah. Well, it's
You
like
go
when
to a
Dalton
car
went to
show,
that
you
car
can't
show.
compete
Dalton
with
had a
an
line
open.
around him.
Oh yeah. Well, I was there with him at the World of Wheels, man. That was the people around him they were so butthurt. So butthurt. Everybody was lining up to Dalton's cars. You know, a lot of people came to see him there specifically. And yeah, these big money cars all around him. These guys were just, you know, tightening up their New Balances. And oh, it was unbelievable.
Got beat by a fucking bar stool.
By a bar stool. That was horse shit. But whatever. You know, he got there. That was a good time.
And
We
that
had
guy
this
in the
discussion the
McLaren,
other
he had
day.
these big signs up, you know, don't touch, you know, and he was on guard. Kids had come over. I had my stickers up in front of the car, you know, take one, see me on YouTube, you know, I was handing stuff out, putting kids in the seat, getting pictures of them, you know.
Yeah.
Interacting, and boy, that just lit that guy up, and he left.
I think
Wah 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 wah.
I'm already planning to take the Roach Runner to a show. There's a club here near town that they are the white New Balance crowd. So first of all, they're going to hate the Roach Runner just already, right? Now I'm thinking on the trunk lid, I'm going to make a weird crayon mark, kind of like this or something, right? It doesn't look like any factory mark, just so that when those guys come up and question it with that look of horror, I can say, yeah, I drew that on there myself just for you. They'll just those guys will put a warrant out
Just
for me over
take
there.
a crayon and make a New Balance logo on the trunk lid.
Yeah.
Well, the story I always tell people, and I always get people that just laugh and they say, I can't believe you did that, is I have a 72 Cutlass out here that I pulled out of the woods. I mean, we cut the frickin' trees off of it, get everything out, brought it home. I built a 455, yada, 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 get the thing running. It's like my daily beast. I drive it all the time. So one day they had this little get together. They have this thing here in town called Thursday Thunders. So the first Thursday of every month, they have a bike show. Everybody brings their bikes out and their cars. And of course, it's full of the prettiest, most beautiful cars you ever see. There was a spot open right next to the beer tent. And I pulled this Cutlass up there. It's yellow rust, got a burn mark down the side of it. Looks like hell, but just runs and sounds great. And I pull it right up in front. And I sit up against the car and I'm drinking a beer, and me and my buddies are all talking, and this guy walks up, no shit, New Balance, short showing his nuts, and just like, oh, what year is this, you know? And I tell him, and the whole conversation, he goes, well, what color are you going to paint it? And I said,
Yeah.
rust? I don't know. Well, the hood doesn't match the car. If you see the video, it's a hood that's white with the gold racing stripes down it, kind of like a 442 look. And there's this big scratch down it right where I'm sitting. And he's just hounding me after he got done. He's like, you really need to get this car restored. How can you let this thing rot and rot? You didn't even know it was here until I frickin' built it and brought it here. You know? So he's sitting there, and I got sick of it. I mean, right here, just going at it. And I said, you know what? I think you've convinced me you're right. This thing does not match at all. Because he got to that hood thing, and I looked down, there's this huge scratch down the driver's side of the hood. I mean, it's monstrous. You can see it. So I walked to the other side of the car, and I got my beer bottle, and I looked at my buddy. I said, you know, right? This thing don't match. I took that beer bottle, I put it on the hood, and went, and just ripped a frickin' bunch of that old rusty-ass paint off. This sumbitch's head just exploded. My friends are laughing. This guy, you're an effing asshole, you prick son of a bitch. And I'm like, well, this prick son of a bitch owns this car, and I like it just the way it is. you know, maybe you should take one out of the woods and do this instead of spending $100,000 to have somebody do it for you. I said, I made it run. You know, if I want to restore the car, I'll restore the car. But boy, I did. I scratched that down. And they had this announcer that was doing this DJ shit off to the side. And he's like, did you see what that guy just did? And everybody turns and looks at the car. And I'm just sitting there smiling, smoking, drinking a beer. This sumbitch went off and told like 50 people, this asshole took a beer bottle and scratched the car. I was like, come over here and keep your shit up. I'm going to do it again.
And they'll all subscribe to you, too.
Yeah.
Oh, the car got surrounded and started asking me questions. I opened the hood. Of course, the hood, you know, you open it, and there's this piece of shit rust, you know, surface rust all through the thing. And then there's this red, beautiful engine that's just chrome. And it's got all this stuff. They're like,
that's key.
That's how it's done.
And they're really going to be pissed off when they see me cut the hood open and stick this tunnel ram out the top of that sumbitch and drive it every day.
Yeah, baby.
So, I've got an old, it's the old Offenhauser 360. I think it's a turbo 360, but it's a single carb. But I'm going to try to, you can still order the dual carb ones. If you want, they'll make them and you can buy them through Summit or something like that. And I thought about putting that on there, and it's ridiculous, completely ridiculous. It'll look like shit. I don't care. I'm doing it. I even got the old bug catcher scoop, brand new, that's going on it. It's black, but if I ever get to it, I've been so busy with all this. But
wait a second, you're gonna put a brand new bug scoop on that thing?
Yeah, but I'm gonna throw it in the rocks a couple times. I'm gonna, you know, take it and kick it around, but this Ranchero's got a velocity stack on it, which is completely retarded because water goes right down in it.
Love those things.
You guys know Ruben from Muscle City Madness?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ruben can't stand the car show crowd. He took his Roadrunner, which of course is completely ratty, and a few months ago he did a little YouTube, like a mini horror movie, where a ghost writes Sykeston across the hood of his Roadrunner. And he just took paint and wrote Sykeston across the hood of Mr. Hyde, right? He's left it on there. It's still on there. It's been on there for months. Well, he drives that car to a car show and parks it. And of all this really nice stuff, hundreds of cars, this Phoenix car show, which car do they go look at? They look at Ruben's, right? Because it's different. And he was showing video of some guy walking up to him, so when are you going to paint it? And the guy was horrified that Ruben said, "Oh, it's already painted. Look, it's got all kinds of paint on it. It's orange." You know? and then he starts it up, and some other guy says, "That thing sounds like it needs a tune-up." And Ruben said, "So do you." that video he did was just the greatest example of everything wrong with a car show and everything right. When he gets home, he gets a message. He actually won an award for that car, some kind of People's Choice Award. He won.
Oh yeah,
right on.
And that's when those car show guys just
head explode.
He was also he did a lot of just live streaming, and there was some guy there who was just telling tall tales, right? And the guy says, "Yeah, I had a line lock on my car, and one day I accidentally hit it, and it flipped the car over." And if you know how a line lock works, that doesn't happen anyway, right? But so he caught a lot of this kind of stories. He caught people who didn't understand the car. It made for an awesome video. It was just the greatest everything right and wrong with car shows ever video.
No doubt.
Yeah,
I tried that. I tried the whole car. Sorry. I tried the whole car show thing out here in Phoenix. I'm a don't ask my opinion guy, because I'll tell you. And oh my, I was the oil in the water at those things.
Yes.
Like, not cool. I better go because cops will be called. Sorry, Jake, go ahead.
They made the mistake of hiring me to use some of my stereo, my DJ or band equipment stuff to do the sound for a car show one time, and one guy came up to me, handed me a CD, and he's like, "This is not car show quality music," because I was playing, everything. I'm actually more of a country, type guy, outlaw country. So I'm playing all that, and I put some Motley Crue and some other stuff in, you know, from our way back era, and he comes up with a fucking Beach Boys CD, and I'm like, yeah, I'll put that right in. And it's nothing but people my age, our age, with Mopars and, you know, Chevys and Fords and all that shit. And he's in I think he was in a Corvair and New Balance or equivalent. And he was pissed off. He actually went to the people that put on the show and complained that, number one, it was too loud and I wasn't playing car show quality music. And I was like, man, I ain't ever doing this again, because if I have to, I'm putting Pantera is going to be the first damn song I play. You know, and it'll be Walk. It'll be, you know, anything and everything I can throw out there. And I'll be damned if the next year I didn't do it again.
I did.
And, you know, but I did that with that Malibu I have, that purple Malibu. I just finished that car. Didn't even have the hood on it yet. And I took it to a car show down the road here about, I don't know, 15 miles. It was me and another buddy who has a 67 Cadillac limousine. He just pulled this thing out of a barn. It was covered in its dust still. He cleaned the windshield. We went to this car show, and me and him parked right next to this guy, you know, the polisher. He's out there just polishing it. He wants that trophy, you know.
California
and he went
Duster, man.
He went and complained that our cars were dirtying his artwork. It was artwork. But you know what? People weren't looking at his truck. They were looking at that hearse, or not the hearse, the limousine, and they were looking at my Malibu because it was a four-eyed. You don't see that. Yeah. You know, nobody ever brings four-eyeds out anywhere. They're kind of like the stepchild, you know.
The irony is that these guys that have that polish, most of their cars, like a lot of the sheet metal, is all just Chinese sheet metal. And it's paint that was put on in the last year. When you look at these older Addy ones, you're actually looking at original stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, just
to me, there's no content.
There's this noise.
Yeah.
And you tap one of those, and it's ding, ding, ding. What the hell? I didn't know there was a symbol on there.
Sounds like you're throwing a spoon down concrete steps. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, that was my welcome gift to Dalton when we arrived at the World of Wheels in Kansas City. Is, man, I brought him a full-on, real deal, logo emblazoned California Duster for the Holy Goat. And you know, throughout the show, I'm like, he's like, wait a second, man, what am I gonna do with this? And I'm like, dude, man, you need to California dust this baby the whole show. And he does, and now he carries it in the car, and anytime he goes to the show, you know, got a California dust that baby. Keep it looking prime.
Me and him talked about that one, and he said, you need to get that ambulance done, and we'll both show up at that sumbitch, this old ratty ass ambulance and that Holy Goat. I said, great, I'll get bit by a frickin' bar stool too. That's just great. He goes, oh man, they probably won't let me back in.
That's the thing too, man. You know, you leave the bottle of McGuire's on top with the with the rag with the rag, and exactly. I'm right there with you, brothers, man. Let's keep these things looking show ready.
I'll be there with FOS pads. It's got too much shine on it. You know,
I got WD-40 in an old, like the old original red shop towel rag.
Yeah,
it works.
I got a shitload from Power Tour. I'll just use those. Get up there with the McGuire's. I think
speaking of red shop rags, hold on.
Polish the frickin' rust. Put it right on the rust.
That's what I'm already thinking now. If that Roach Runner, I'm gonna take a bottle of that McGuire's like that you spritz on stuff just to drive me nuts. Because those quarters are just Bondo and rust and weed. I'm just gonna be, you know.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. I can't wait to do that now.
Yeah, man, been stocking up for the old No Name Nationals. Got the there you go.
Oh yeah,
sweet.
Get the old. These will be available.
Badass, man.
Yeah, brothers. Got t-shirts. Hey, by the way, man, does anybody give a rat's ass about what's shirt size? Does anybody give a rat's ass about smalls? I mean, are mediums good enough?
Not
What?
I made the mistake.
Honest to goodness, the only thing I would do with a small is my dog would wear it.
Yeah.
For real. Even though cute in it, but
what about on the big size?
You need
double
big
X or
size.
triple X?
You got to have 2Xs. A lot of dudes wear 2X. You need some 3Xs. You probably might want to have a tarp or two for the really huge dudes. Like, not many. But like, have you some 5X tarps, like a couple. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spent $1,000 on merch. I wasn't even at 1,000 subscribers. I took this big, huge stack of merch and went to a YouTuber call out. I had a tent. I mean, I was legit. I bought hats. I bought all this. I mean, I had everything in bins, had people work in the booth. I sold 4. To this day,
Ouch.
I still am giving merch away.
Ouch.
You need a roadkill logo, brother. I mean, come on.
Just saying. Until you're 10,000 or more, and even then, go light on it.
I push that stuff to my Facebook group. I mean, I'm pushing 500,000 on Facebook. I mean, they suck that shit up every time I put it up there. I haven't put it up on this round, and that $9.96 is what I spent on this latest round of silk screening. Man, that's something else people gotta freaking understand, man. Go find yourself a local silk screener.
Yes.
These guys are putting $15 into a shirt, for Christ's sake, and the logo washes off if you don't turn them inside out. It washes off on in 3 washes, for Christ's sake, man.
Teespring. Do not fall into the trap of Teespring. I fell into it. Don't do it.
Yeah,
people got pissed off. The people who actually watched my channel, and I got over 1,000, and I was like, okay, great, I could do Teespring. Yeah. It's garbage. It takes forever to get. You wash it 3 times, it's gone.
The shirts suck, and the prints suck even worse.
Yep.
Yeah, no bueno. And go True Blue silk screen, man. Yeah.
Is there an online that does that?
I don't know. I use the same guy I've been using for about 25 years, and he's not raised. If somebody out there needs shirts that are actual real deal silk screen, I can help you out with the artwork, and I can help you out with. Man, I'm paying. Well, I'm not going to tell you what I'm paying for shirts, but you can get them for a hell of a lot less than these other places. And this is a dude swiping actual ink on actual cotton t-shirts, Hanes tagless, quality shirts that are going to last. And shit, man, I'm wearing shirts that are 15 years old. I burn through them with grinder sparks before the silk screen comes off. Gotta go silk screen if you're looking for stuff that lasts. Jay, what you got there, man?
That's my blue healer. She's
I got a red healer. Love my puppy.
You?
Oh yeah.
She's
named Nitro.
More of the Australian cattle dog. She don't have a lot of the blue in her. Her mom was blue, but she rides with me in my truck and goes everywhere with me. That's why she's here in the garage. She won't stop. She has to be around me all the time, or she'll bark and scream and kick the doors out.
They're smart dogs, man. Loyal as hell.
Yeah.
She was the one that was smiling, right, in that video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She does. She smiles.
Man, your other option is go embroidery.
Yeah, I've been looking into that.
That's what I did.
Sharp.
Yeah. Everybody loves the buzz. Not that it's me, but I'm the grouchy old buzzard, but I try to stay happy.
I got to be functional tomorrow. A reminder, we got Content Creator Workshop 5 to 7 Central, 6 to 8 Eastern before Uncle Tony's live on Sunday. So Still reminder
Right on.
of that.
That's a handsome hat,
Sweet.
brother.
Yeah, it is.
That's a cool design.
Oh yeah, that looks really good.
Hey,
I mean,
did
it
you
would be a good
mention?
idea to take a few. Don't like you said, set up a whole booth and hire people to run the booth and all that. But maybe a few here and there. You might do okay at the No Name Nationals with all this
Stickers.
stuff.
Just bring a stack of
Yeah.
stickers. You can get them at Walgreens. Don't go nuts. Come out, hand them out. You're better off tagging stuff with it. Sorry, John. I know you want to get to bed. I love the
Oh
phone.
no, I'm having a good time, but I just want to be functional tomorrow. We just got that content creator workshop. You guys are all welcome. It's going to be a special one. We got a surprise guest coming by, and you'll see that. And we might have a call out happening on this one too.
Right on.
So
Very cool.
We've got some people talking some big comments, and we got an order to fill. So
Right on.
Sweet.
You might want to check it out.
We'll be there. Be there.
Be there.
We'll see
Oh, yeah.
y'all tomorrow. Or
Be
Good
today.
night, John.
You, John.
See y'all today. Later.
Oh Lord, yeah. Yeah, with that, I probably better be wrapping it up too. I'm about ready to fall down.
I was going to say, it's a 5-hour live. That's
Wow.
I've done an hour and a half most. 5 is insane. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm having a freaking blast, and it's only 11:30 to me. So,
Oh, and it's great seeing you. And
Yeah, we
get
get-
there.
We
thanks for
did
having
this
me up,
last
man.
weekend. Last
Yeah,
weekend
we
we did this, and then we went straight from over here to Tall Garage, and listened to like the greatest music ever. Buzz got out his nunchucks apparently, not on
Yes.
camera. Broke his camera. I got drunk somehow.
Hey,
But-
I'm working on it.
Well, the way I see it is something like this is nice because honestly, I love working on cars, but I am so sick of working on a car, and while I'm doing all this, I don't really go out and do anything. So this is kind of like a nice release to just bullshit and smoke cigarettes, drink beer, and bullshit about cars.
There you
This
go.
is
And
my guy time. Like
Yeah.
I told my
Yeah.
wife, like I don't get guy time. I'm sorry, I got all girls. Even my dog is a girl. So this is my guy time. I don't have a lot of dude friends out here because I'm me.
Yeah. I have a small
Right
circle
back at
anymore.
you. We're exactly the same. I got one day, so I use this.
There
Yep.
you go.
I got band practice tomorrow. There's 5 hours, so it's like I like I said, you get sick of. I love working on cars, but man, I need a release sometimes, and I don't get to play drums all the time. So
Oh no
This is
way!
a-
You're a drummer, dude.
Yeah.
I've been playing drums since I was 7 years old. I was in bands. I was on tour. I did, dude.
Wow.
Yes.
I've done all that too. I got
I-
six
Love
drum
it.
kits, and
Oh, I got one, and it's in my bedroom in front of our bed, and I never play it. I have double carpal tunnel and really don't play much.
I'm getting there. My hands are about done. I play in a metal band and a country band. So
Well, that was, I was metal at first, and then I went to funk actually.
oh wow, okay. Yeah,
I'm weird.
I got one drum set that I play. I got a DW acrylic
Oh,
that's my main one that I play, and then I've got a custom Mapex that they designed for me, and then I've got all kinds of shit. I got 9 guitars.
wow.
I got a Jews harp.
There you go.
Hey, if you can play it right, I'll tell you right now, that's a hell of a instrument.
No doubt. Hey, Destroyer 1320, when BareRose ends this, man, hang out in the background for a little bit.
Cool. Otherwise, if you want, I can open a live.
That, man, before you do that, hang out for a couple of quick minutes, and
Sure, yeah.
man, we'll
Heck
just
yeah.
wrap.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, dude.
Oh,
yes.
that's a beauty there.
I've got 2 of these.
Damn.
These are
that's a big ass snare drum. Mine's
well,
half that
actually,
size.
this is a 13.
No shit.
Yeah, it's a Joey Jordison snare. I've got 2 of them. They're
Mm.
loud as hell, and I love them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
little deeper than normal.
Yeah, and then my main snare that I play all the time is in Orange County. I got an Orange County that Ken J of Static X gave me.
Dude.
So yeah, he lives up by Champaign.
Oh no shit.
I've known him for a while. Yeah. Yep. I've been. I've got one of my best friends. Played with her for years. Used to visit her in Nashville. Is Gretchen Wilson. She grew up just down the road from me.
Dude.
Redneck woman and all that shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know very well.
I used to go to Nashville and hang out on Printer's Alley with Gretchen, Big and Rich, Cowboy Troy, all those people. And then 2 of my best friends, one of them plays with Gene Simmons and Ace Frehley, and the other one played with Wasp for 12 years.
No shit.
And then I've recorded in Nashville too. So it's
Very
like
cool. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Dude, I could listen to your stories for
hours. I've been around, but I got offers to do like big stuff. Like I got offered to go on tour with the drummer. They said he broke his arm. He didn't break his friggin' arm. He had a drug problem, but now I can't remember the damn name. That's how important it is. Do we forget about the things I said when I was drunk?
Yeah. Oh, I know I know.
I can't think of it, but
brain ain't working.
I was good friends with their producer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
I had a quarter pounder in Nashville once.
Hey, hold on a second. BareRose, if you want, you can just say bye to everybody and end the live, and then we can just yap away, and you can do what you want. And I don't want to keep you up, brother. I know you're about cashed out.
Yeah, I'm about done. My eyes are closing up.
Roger that, brother.
I don't sleep anyway. So.
Hey, thanks, BareRose.
No problem.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me up.
And thanks for sponsoring all of this, both of you guys. I mean, you guys are freaking awesome.
Appreciate it. Good cause. And hopefully behind the scenes, man, we'll talk a little bit more about how we can collaborate on the sponsorships and drive that stuff even bigger. Make this thing as big as it possibly can be.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, you guys all hang in there and get out there and get some metal hot. I'm gonna go throw my head down.
Have a good night, brother.
We'll catch you later.